Church History Hidden and Distorted. Episode 1, Meet the Smiths. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Part 1, Who was Joseph Smith Sr.? LDS scholar Mark L. McConkie wrote in his book Father of the Prophet, Stories and Insights from the Life of Joseph Smith Sr., that he was more than ordinarily prepossessing in personal appearance. His kind, affable, dignified, and unassuming manner naturally inspired strangers with feelings of love and reverence. To me, he was the veritable personification of my idea of the ancient Father Abraham. And in his decisions, he was strictly just. What can be said of very few may be truly said of him in judging between man and man. His judgment could not be biased by either personal advantage, sympathy, or affection. Such a man was worthy of being the father of the first prophet of the last dispensation. Joseph Smith Sr. was born in Topsfield, Massachusetts, July 12, 1771, to a salesmith and Mary Duty, and came from a religious background. One of his father's cousins, John Smith, was a professor of theology at Dartmouth College, and in fact he was also the pastor of the Church of Christ at the college. Dartmouth College was created to educate the Native Americans, where John Smith would be the one who would establish the theology department there. I bring this up because this shows Joseph Smith Jr. had family close by with knowledge he could use. John Smith was also an expert in Hebrew grammar, publishing a book by the same name in 1803. In 1797, Joseph Smith Sr. and an unnamed brother joined the Universalist movement while in Vermont State, which would leave a lasting impression on his son in later years to come. Joseph Smith Sr. was a practitioner of magic alongside two of his sons, one being Joseph Smith Jr. All three were known to use seer stones, rounded stones they claimed they could see into, and find treasures and lost items. There is more to this concerning the Cowdery family as well, but that is for later on. Smith Sr. also claimed to have visions. According to Lucy Smith, he had at least 7 visions that she could recount. McConkie, alongside others, try and paint Smith Sr. as an honorable, fair, and intelligent man. This unfortunately is far from true. Smith Sr. was in fact a drunkard, con man, and all-out dishonest member of society. Joseph Smith Sr. failed starting a general store, borrowing $1,800, $44,792 in today's inflation, from a Boston company and was unable to pay them back due to poor management. He had started a ginseng venture hoping to recoup his losses and pay back the Boston company, it was claimed, supposedly going into business with a Mr. Stevens, which Smith Sr. then accused of ripping him off. BYU.edu gives a skewed account which contradicts the History of Mormonism website. According to the BYU account, Smith Sr. had been a victim of a series of financial setbacks and invested in a ginseng root. After he had a substantial amount of the root, it is claimed Mr. Stevens offered Smith Sr. $3,000, $74,654 in today's money, for the supply, but Smith Sr. refused, believing it was worth more. According to the BYU account, Smith Sr. took the ginseng root to New York to sell the root. Mr. Stevens followed him, discovered which ship the shipment was on, and had his son falsely represent Smith Sr. and himself, selling the ginseng root for a great profit. BYU continues to claim that Smith Sr. was then paid in tea, having Mr. Stevens lie about the actual profit off the sale. If the account is correct, why did Smith Sr. not go to the authorities, file a claim of theft and fraud against me, Stevens, and why did he accept payment? It appears that Smith Sr. indeed used Mr. Stevens as a broker for the deal, and was conned out of money himself, showing that Smith Sr. was far from an intelligent businessman. What does the History of Mormonism website have to say? After Joseph discovered Stevens' deception, Stevens fled to Canada with the money. His desertion left Joseph with an $1,800 debt. Joseph was forced to sell his farm, which was worth $1,500, for a mere $800 to help cover the debt. Lucy then had to sacrifice the $1,000 she had received as a wedding present to cover the rest. This covered the Smiths' debt, but left them with nothing. The problem we have with this Mormon view is that Smith Sr. already owed the $1,800 debt. It had nothing to do with the ginseng sale gone wrong. The whole point of the ginseng sale was to try and pay back to money owed to the Boston company. Smith actually lost 3 farms due to poor management and was ran out of town in Vermont. According to Lucy Smith, they had hired a wagon for the move from Vermont to New York, and once the driver discovered they had no money, he kicked them out 100 miles from Palmyra. Why would the Smiths hire a wagon without having money? This is just yet another show of the dishonesty within the Smith family. Smith Sr. had borrowed so much money and unable to pay it back, earning himself a reputation of someone who could not be trusted. Once again, the LDS Church tries to whitewash the event by stating, "Creditors waited until just before the Smiths' planned departure to demand payments on debts that Lucy had thought were already settled." Though friends urged her to take legal action, Lucy knew she would not be on even footing in court. The LDS Church is cleverly disguising Smith Sr.'s inability to discern those defrauding him, or the ability to make sound financial decisions. Joseph Smith opened his Randolph store with a line of goods purchased on credit from Boston. His inventory sold quickly, not for cash but for promise of payment in commodities at harvest. Not only did Smith Sr. struggle with bad business decisions, he also struggled with a drinking problem. So much it came to a point where Alvin, and then later Joseph, had to take over the management of the farm and any monies they did have. LDS Mormon historian Richard L. Bushman stated in his book Rough Stone Rolling, "Alvin may have taken the lead because his discouraged father could not." Alvin had co-signed the articles for the land purchase in 1821, suggesting he was serving as auxiliary family head. Joseph Sr., worn down by setbacks, may have partially abdicated or failed to undertake family leadership. Only after Alvin's death, when Joseph was 17, did responsibility for family leadership fall on Joseph, under the tacit family agreement that Joseph Sr. was not fully adequate. He was a gentle, disappointed man with an inclination to compensate for his failures with magic and drink. We also directly get the following from Smith Sr. himself. On December 9, 1834, Joseph Smith Sr. also tattles on himself as he was blessing Hiram. "Though he has been out of the way, through wine, thou hast never forsaken him, nor laughed him to scorn." I bring up drinking since alcoholism can lead to hallucinations and psychosis, which could easily explain the so-called visions Smith Sr. claimed to have. Understanding Joseph Smith Sr.'s background, including his financial failures, magical practices, and character flaws, is crucial to comprehending the motivations and history of his son, Joseph Smith Jr. Smith Sr.'s involvement in treasure digging and his influence on Joseph Jr.'s early life laid the foundation for the latter's controversial religious career. Who was Lucy Mack Smith? Lucy Mack was from Gilsum, New Hampshire, and born July 8, 1775. By the time she married Joseph Smith Sr., she had already lost 2 sisters to tuberculosis, one sister being extremely close to her, which she had raised since she had been 16 years of age. Lucy had moved in with her brother Stephen in Tunbridge, Vermont, to help her get over her mourning and grief for her sisters. Lucy's father, Solomon Mack, was a Revolutionary War veteran who did not subscribe to any real religious belief and left it up to his wife, Lydia Gale, to raise them with a faith. It is believed that Lydia Gale subscribed to Congregationalist traditions, which was common in Massachusetts and New Hampshire during the 18th century. This religious background would have influenced the values and upbringing of her children, including Lucy Mack. It's reported that Solomon didn't convert to any religious group until 1810, once he was suffering in body and mind. The LDS Church on their website tells something different once again, yet partly hit the truth. Lucy Mack grew up in a deeply religious home. In her search for salvation, Lucy studied the Bible, prayed, discussed dreams and visions, and attended religious meetings and revivals sponsored by various denominations. Lucy married Joseph Sr. in 1776, which means her father did not convert or show interest in religion until well after she married and no longer living at home. We do know Lucy personally spoke of believing in visions and thought that her husband's visions were from God, as were Joseph Smith Jr.'s. To state that Lucy was raised in a deeply religious home is an understatement, considering she was an adult, married, and moved out once her own father started to believe in a higher power. The LDS Church misleads us to believe that both parents were deeply religious. The Church also omits mentioning that Lucy's mother was more than likely a Congregationalist, which believed Jesus was head of the church, not the minister-pastor. Why do I mention that? Because Congregationalists emphasize spiritual autonomy and freedom of conscience, which allows for individual interpretations and experiences. While there isn't a specific doctrine about visions, some Congregationalists may believe in visions, while others may not. Ultimately, it varies among congregations and individuals, and we know that Lucy herself believed in them. We fortunately get a lot of information from Lucy Mack Smith, as she wrote her life story in the History of Joseph Smith by his mother, published in 1853. Sadly, a lot of it is skewed and biased, but we can detract information on the life of the Smith family. One of these things we can deduce is that the Smith family believed in the occult and magical practices, as we have seen under the Joseph Smith Sr. history. Lucy Mack Smith stated that we stopped our labor and went at trying to win the faculty of Abrac, an enchantment done with an amulet, drawing magic circles, or sooth, saying to the neglect of all kinds of business. We never during our lives suffered one important interest to swallow up every other obligation. But whilst we worked with our hands, we endeavored to remember the service of and the welfare of our souls. Richard L. Bushman tries to explain this as Lucy claiming that they did not practice magic as claimed. And Lucy's point was that the Smiths were not lazy. They had not stopped their labor to practice magic. But she showed her knowledge of formulas and rituals and associated them with the welfare of our souls. Magic and religion melded in Smith family culture. We have some major problems with Bushman's whitewashing attempt, which will be countered later when dealing with Joseph Smith Jr.'s legal problem 3 years after the claimed Moroni visitation in 1826. The point being made here is that this is one of several statements from Lucy concerning their family and the practice of magic within it, and Bushman alongside other LDS historians accept it as authentic, and this is important because Martin Harris related. Consequently, long before the idea of a golden Bible entered their minds, in their excursions for money digging, which I believe usually occurred in the night, that they might conceal from others the knowledge of the place where they struck their treasures, Joe used to be usually their guide, putting into a hat a peculiar stone he had, through which he looked to decide where they should begin to dig. It was after one of these night excursions that Joe, while he lay upon his bed, had a remarkable dream. An angel of God seemed to approach him, clad in celestial splendor. Not to beat the bush, but I find it important to establish the occult practices accepted by the Smith family, more so Lucy, since she gives us information over and over again. Church historians Robin S. Jensen, Mark Ashurst McGee, and Richard E. Turley Jr. disagree with Bushman in their Ensign article. They continue on with, "For those without an understanding of how 19th century people in Joseph's region lived their religion, seer stones can be unfamiliar, and scholars have long debated this period of his life. Partly as a result of the Enlightenment or Age of Reason, a period that emphasized science and the observable world over spiritual matters, many in Joseph's day came to feel that the use of physical objects such as stones or rods was superstitious or inappropriate for religious purposes. When Alvin died in November of 1823, Lucy became a member of the Presbyterian Church until 1830, when Joseph Smith Jr. founded the Mormon Church, and his family were among the first to join. She remained a member of the church until her death, even though she was personally attacked by brigands. In summary, both Joseph Smith Sr. and Joseph Smith Jr. were well-known treasure diggers, where Lucy would encourage their endeavors. Lucy recounted the stories Joseph Jr. would tell of the Book of Mormon culture, and people way before the claimed discovery of the Book of Mormon itself. Joseph Smith Sr. joined the church alongside his wife in 1830 and passed away as the patriarch of the church in 1840, 3 years before the death of several of his sons. Lucy Mack Smith passed away in 1856. Church History Hidden and Distorted. Episode 2, Meet the Smith's Children. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Last week, we took a quick look at Joseph Smith Sr. and his wife, Lucy Mack Smith. This week we will take a look at some of the background of the children of Joseph Sr. and Lucy. I am starting with the earliest years of the Smith family and working my way up in order of historical events. But to know the Smiths and their mindset, we need to know who and what they were like before the world knew them in whole. Some siblings I will go over a lot more than others, mainly due to their historical importance, and some do not factor into issues with the church itself or conduct unbecoming of members. Part 1. Who was Alvin Smith? Alvin was the oldest of the Smith children, and as stated in the first video on the Smith family, he took control of the Smith family farm in proxy of his father, who was unable to fulfill his duties to the family. LDS authors James Allen and Glenn Leonard stated in their book, The Story of the Latter-day Saints, that during his youth, Smith worked as a carpenter's helper to assist the Smith family in saving up sufficient funds to make a down payment on a farm in Manchester Township, south of Palmyra, New York. Smith also assisted his father in clearing timber, planting wheat, and tapping maple trees for the purpose of making maple sugar. The statement from Allen and Leonard contradicts that of what we were told by Richard Bushman. Alvin may have taken the lead because his discouraged father could not. Alvin had co-signed the articles for the land purchase in 1821, suggesting he was serving as auxiliary family head. Joseph, worn down by setbacks, may have partially abdicated or failed to undertake family leadership. Alvin was involved in many treasure digs alongside his father and brother Joseph Jr., also being a deep believer in the occult magical practices. There are many accounts from friends and neighbors about Alvin's and Smith's Jr.'s exploits. Before Alvin's death, Joseph claimed to have the vision of Moroni and was instructed that he and Alvin would be the ones to collect the claimed golden plates 1 year later. Alvin had fallen ill before the year was out by a few months, was given calomel ball with mercury inside, which led to his death. The angel frog, depending on the story, was obviously wrong on Alvin being with Joseph Jr. to retrieve the supposed plates. Biographer Fawn M. Brody wrote that the Smith family heard a rumor that Alvin's body had been exhumed and dissected. Fearing it to be true, the elder Smith uncovered the grave on September 25, 1824, and inspected the corpse. Following the exhumation, Joseph Smith Sr. printed the following in the local newspaper on September 29, 1824. To the public, whereas reports have been industriously put in circulation that my son Alvin had been removed from the place of his interment and dissected, which reports are peculiarly calculated to harrow up the mind of a parent and deeply wound the feelings of relations. Therefore, for the purpose of ascertaining the truth of such reports, I, with some of my neighbors this morning, repaired to the grave, and removing the earth, found the body, which had not been disturbed. This method is taken for the purpose of satisfying the minds of those who may have heard the report, and of informing those who have put it in circulation that it is earnestly requested they would desist therefrom. In Joseph Smith, The Making of a Prophet, historian Dan Vogel notes that Joseph Sr.'s explanation for disinterring Alvin's body is questionable, because one should have been able to determine if the grave had been disturbed without exhuming the body. It seems probable, therefore, that Joseph Sr. himself may have been the source of the rumor, that the story was a ruse to exhume Alvin's body for its use in attempting to get the gold plates. Alvin was as much of a huckster as his father and brother Joseph Jr. were, and went to his grave known as a treasure hunter. Part 2. Who was Hiram Smith? Hiram was born in Tunbridge, Vermont, while the family has a short stay living there in 1800. Between the ages of 12 and 15, Hiram briefly attended Moore's Charity School on the campus of Dartmouth College, while his family lived in nearby Lebanon, New Hampshire. This would be the same college his uncle John Smith taught at. The same John Smith who created the theology department there, as stated in the first video of this series. This education could have assisted in Joseph Smith Jr. coming up with ideas towards the Book of Mormon, as their uncle John Smith was the author of Hebrew Grammar, published in 1803. Hiram was a member of the local Masonic order, alongside his father, which I forgot to mention in the previous video. Hiram joined the Masons in the 1820s, but we do not know what year he or his father joined. Most of the accounts I found concerning Hiram Smith come from the church history and are pro-LDS sources, where bias is found all over. Hiram may not have been accused of the treasure digging his father and his brothers Alvin and Joseph Jr. were accused of, but he endorsed Smith Jr.'s endeavors in plural marriage as he first married Jerusha Barden in 1826, but she passed away in 1837, giving birth. He went on to marry Mary Fielding, and then her sister, Mercy Fielding Thompson, whose husband had passed away. He then proceeded to marry a Catherine Phillips, making 3 wives in total, and he was sealed to all 3. Now this was at a time when Joseph Jr. and others were not being open to the members of the church about plural marriage and their partaking in it. Hiram was murdered in Carthage jail by a mob, or it is claimed. There has come to light evidence that the Smith brothers were actually killed by insiders, not the mob, but that is for another episode. Hiram Smith spawned many leaders within the church, including his grandson Joseph Fielding Smith, who would be president of the LDS Church from 1970 to 1972. In 2000, it was estimated that Smith had over 31,000 living descendants from his 4 marriages. Part 3, Joseph Smith Jr. I'm going to save Joseph's earlier life to its own episode, as there is a lot to cover before he became known for his claims towards the Book of Mormon and can easily fill a whole episode on its own. Part 4, who was Samuel H. Smith? Samuel was the younger brother of Joseph Smith Jr. and a somewhat important part of the church's story. He lived with Joseph and Emma during at least part of the supposed translation of the Book of Mormon. As well, he was one of the first missionaries for the church. One of the little-known facts about Samuel is that he and Oliver Cowdery stopped by the Whitmer homestead for the evening on their way to Smith Jr.'s home in Harmony. Why is this important? Because we are led to believe that the Smiths never met the Whitmers until May 1829, and we know that is not correct. Joseph himself may have not met the Whitmers, but Samuel did, and the LDS Church omits this information. In 1832, Samuel and Orson Hyde started to preach the Book of Mormon in Ohio around a Campbellite movement. It did not go so well, more so for the fact that many claimed that the Book of Mormon sounded a lot like a story by one Solomon Spaulding. They encountered this claim again while in Conad, Ohio. We will not get into the Spaulding theory here. I only bring it up because the LDS Church once again avoids bringing these encounters up openly amongst its members. Part 5. Who was Catherine Smith Salisbury? Catherine did not do much history-wise, but it is notable to bring up that when her brothers died, she followed her sister's suit and did not follow Brigham Young to Salt Lake City, but joined with the RLDS Church instead. Part 6. Who was William Smith? The relationship between Smith and his older brother Joseph was at times quite rocky. William is believed to have physically fought with or attempted to fight with Joseph on more than one occasion. In October 1835, a fistfight between the two was narrowly averted. Weeks later, in December, there was an altercation between the two at a debating school being held in their father's home, and it is said that at the time Joseph died, he was still suffering the physical effects of the beating that he received. After the 1844 murders of Joseph and Hiram Smith, William Smith claimed leadership of the Latter-day Saints and attracted a small number of followers. Most church members accepted Brigham Young as rightful leader of the church, and Smith was later affiliated with the Strangite and Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. William Smith had a very checkered past, and it is well worth doing some of your own research into him, as there is too much to really cover here for the basis of this episode. The siblings I have left out had generally not done much in the way of the LDS Church that would concern most people. They either held positions in the church where they did not incriminate themselves, and the sisters for the most part did not follow Young to Utah, rejecting him as the head of the church and joining the RLDS, now known as the Community of Christ Church. Next episode, we will take a look at the earlier life of Joseph Smith Jr. and learn a little about him before his claim of the first vision. Church History Hidden and Distorted. Episode 3. Meet Joseph Smith Jr. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Last week, we took a quick look at the siblings of Joseph Smith Jr. and got a better look at the family dynamics. I only scratched the surface of each sibling of interest and skipped past Joseph Smith Jr. himself. This week, I will take a look at the younger Joseph Smith, so we can see what led up to the claimed first vision. Part 1. Before the claimed first vision. Joseph Smith Jr. was born in Sharon, Vermont in 1805, but they did not stay there long due to his father's business failures we saw in episode 1. The Smith family moved to Tunbridge, Vermont in the winter of 1807 to 08, and then unto Royalton, Vermont. By 1811, the Smith family moved to West Lebanon, New Hampshire. In 1813, typhoid fever hit the region, and the Smith family got it. Joseph, alongside his older sister Sophronia, were the worst infected. Joseph was so bad that he needed surgery, and lucked out with a new experimental surgery being tested. Instead of amputation, the doctor used a scraping technique where he removed infected parts of the bone and muscle flesh. This surgery saved Joseph his leg, but he retained a limp from it his whole life. The doctor who performed that operation was named Dr. Nathan Smith. During this time of recovering from surgery, young Joseph befriended a boy 8 years younger than he was. The Smiths' next-door neighbors were the Rockwells, whom had a son named Orrin Porter, but went by Porter, whom would form a lasting friendship with Joseph until Joseph's death in 1844. Porter was also known as the Destroying Angel of Mormondom, and was accused of attempting the assassination of Governor Lilburn Boggs, which we will touch on later, as it may have been Smith who ordered the hit on Boggs' life. Part 2. Treasure Digger. Joseph's beliefs in 1820 were based on his father's, and by 1823, when he claimed his Moroni visitation, he was actively treasure digging with Joseph Smith Sr. Consequently, long before the idea of a golden Bible entered their minds, in their excursions for money digging, which I believe usually occurred in the night, that they might conceal from others the knowledge of the place where they struck their treasures, Joe used to be usually their guide, putting into a hat a peculiar stone he had through which he looked to decide where they should begin to dig. Martin Harris. Martin Harris tells us that Joseph had been out digging for treasures. Recall that the autumnal equinox was at this time, and again when the belief that spirits revealed treasures to those with occult knowledge. It is taught that Smith was very curious over religion, having attended several sermons from different ministers. Joseph was growing up around what was known as the Burnt-Over District, a motion of religious revivals and movements in New York State, Connecticut, Ohio, and northern Pennsylvania. Basically, religion fascinated him. What we were not taught as members, which I can personally attest to, and many members do not even know, was that the common thought of the time concerning the Native Americans were that they are one of the lost tribes of Israel of the Old Testament. This is the core foundation of the Book of Mormon's claim, and this was such a strong belief back then that in 1823 there was even a very popular book written concerning it. Ethan Smith, no relation to Joseph Smith, attended Dartmouth College in 1790. A quick note to bring up, Ethan Smith attended Dartmouth College while Smith Jr.'s uncle taught there. Recall John Smith was a pastor and created the religious department. Ethan Smith was also a Congregational church minister, the same faith Lucy Mack Smith was before Alvin's death. A Protestant branch off, Ethan Smith wrote a fictional book called Views of the Hebrews, in which he claims that the South and Native Americans were descendants of ancient Israelis, families who came to the Americas founding great civilizations. I won't go into the View of the Hebrews here, but I will do an episode on it shortly down the road. In 1822, Abner Cole, editor of the Reflector newspaper, hired Joseph Smith Sr. and Jr. to locate a treasure at the Hill Cumorah. The hill had no official name before the LDS naming of it, and of course they discovered no treasures located there, so why do I even mention it? First, Cole was critical of the Smiths and trying to prove a point. They were frauds. Second, the Smiths were already making claims of being seers and water witches, those able to locate water underground so wells could be dug. We will touch on that more soon. In 1822, Willard Chase, brother to famed seer Sally Chase, hired Alvin and Joseph Jr. to assist in discovering water on his property so he could dig a well. While Chase was digging, the Smiths never dug on these events. Chase discovered a curious stone and called Joseph down the hole. Smith popped the stone in his hat, and it is said he was able to see through it. Note this was his second seer stone. Smith having taken it home, the next day Joseph asked Willard if he may keep it. Willard replied that he could not, but he may borrow it. Smith never did return the stone, and that stone is the very same one he used to locate and translate the alleged golden plates. Historians D. Michael Quinn and Richard L. Bushman, both in their books Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview and Rough Stone Rolling, recount events where an animal would be missing and the farmer would approach Smith where to locate it. Smith would tell them where to look, and they would find the animal. Both Quinn and Bushman also agree that there were statements made that Smith, one of his brothers, or both would steal the animals in question and stage the missing animal so people would come to them. Recall, Joseph and Alvin were both known as seers and water witches. In events where treasures were being sought, Alvin and Joseph would claim that a spirit was relocating the treasure, and the diggers would again need to start redigging in new spots. I bring this up because we will see this again in South Bainbridge when Smith is on trial for fraud in 1826. We know that the Smith boys continued to practice the belief of water witching, and we know they had continued treasure seeking as Smith Sr. and Smith Jr. were approached by someone we will meet in a future episode in 1825. Before that, though, let's take a little look at some of the treasure digging taking place in the time frame before 1826. New York Herald founder James Gordon Bennett Sr. had traveled to Palmyra in 1831 and recounted, on the sides and in the slopes of several of these hills, excavations are still to be seen. In E.D. Howe's Mormonism Unveiled, we have a recorded testimony from the Palmyra, Manchester residents concerning the Smith digs. Large excavations may be seen in the earth, not far from there, the Smiths' residence, where they used to spend their time digging for hidden treasure. Palmyra resident Pomeroy Tucker recorded, numerous traces of the excavations left by Smith are yet remaining as evidences of his impostures and the folly of his dupes, though most of them have become obliterated by the clearing off and tilling of the lands where they were made. The pit-hole memorials of his treasure explorations were numerous in the surrounding fields and woodlands, attracting the inspection of the curious and the wonder of the superstitious. It has been stated that at least 11 sites have been identified to Joseph. Pomeroy Tucker also recounted that the inauguration of Joseph Jr.'s treasure seeing and digging took place in the spring of 1820 on a then forest hill, a short distance from his father's house. Smith's neighbor, William Stafford, had stated Joseph Jr. had seen in his stone 2 or 3 kegs of silver, located not many rods from his Smith's house. Peter Ingersoll went on record that in 1822 Smith Sr. related to him that he and Alvin Smith used a hat along with a seer stone, as well as a divining rod to locate treasure, then proceeded to show him with a hat and seer stone. Smith Sr. went on to state, "If you only knew the value there is back of my house," and pointed to a place near. "There," exclaimed he, "is one chest of gold and another of silver." Sometime between 1822 and 1825, Joseph Sr. and an unnamed son approached William Stafford. Based on Stafford's testimony, E.D. Howe related, "Joseph Jr. has located some very remarkable and valuable treasures and requested the use of one of his black sheep for a blood sacrifice." Joseph Jr. would ask for a pigeon to sacrifice in the Spanish treasure dig as well, as blood magic was a part of their occult belief. In the time of their digging for money and not finding it attainable, Joe Smith told them there was a charm on the pots of money, and if some animal was killed and the blood sprinkled around the place, then they could get it. So they killed a dog and tried this method of obtaining the precious metal, but again, money was scarce in those diggings. Still, they dug and dug, but never came to the precious treasure. Alas, how vivid was the expectation when the blood of poor Trey was used to take off the charm, and after all to find their mistake. Emily Coburn in Emily M. Austin, Mormonism, or Life Among the Mormons, 1882, p. 32-33. Heel Lewis affirmed that Smith translated the Book of Mormon, by means of the same enchanting spirit that directed Smith to make dog sacrifices. Dr. Quinn wrote, "A cousin of Smith's wife Emma reported that Smith translated the Book of Mormon by means of the same peepstone and under the same inspiration that directed his enchantments and dog sacrifices. It was all by the same spirit." H. Lewis 1879, Quinn 1987 edition, p. 44. Justice Joel King Noble, who tried Smith in an 1830 trial in Colesville, NY, related in a letter that when Joe Smith and others were digging for a chest of money, they acquired a black dog and offered it as a sacrifice, blood mummer. Sprinkled prayer made at the time, no money obtained, the above sworn to on trial. Letter of Justice Noble, dated March 8, 1842, photographically reproduced in Walters, Joseph Smith's Bainbridge, NY, Court Trials, p. 134. I could do a lot more for this topic, but I do not want it to run too long. If you would like to know more, let me know in the comments section. In summary, we have tons of evidence against Alvin, Joseph Smith Sr. and Jr. concerning treasure digging and animal sacrifice. In the next episode, I will be covering the claimed first vision and the 4 different accounts we can confirm. I hope you picked up something new on Joseph Smith Jr. Church History Hidden and Distorted. Episode 4, Joseph Smith Jr.'s 4 First Visions. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Last week, we took a look at Joseph Smith Jr. and his involvement in the occult, as well as his treasure digging up to 1825. This week, I will be covering the claimed first vision, or more like the 4 first visions. There are more than 4 official accounts of the first vision, but many of them are debated. But we have 4 that even the LDS Church does not outright reject. According to LDS apologist Stephen C. Harper, the first vision accounts were created in specific historical settings that shape what they say and how they say it. Each of the accounts of Joseph Smith's first vision has its own history. Each was created in circumstances that shaped how it was remembered and communicated, and thus how it was transmitted to us. Each account has gaps and omissions. Each adds detail and richness. How important is the Book of Mormon? Joseph Smith called it the keystone of our religion. Take away the Book of Mormon and the Revelations, he said, and where is our religion? We have none. Ezra Taft Benson, former LDS president. I will begin this story with Joseph Smith at age 14 according to the LDS Church, though some accounts we will look at have him between the ages of 15 and 16. As I mentioned the last episode, Smith Jr. had a fascination for religion. He attended religious revivals within his community. So let's hear what the LDS Church states in their official version. Joseph Smith claimed at 14 years of age that he had been confused by which of the many different Christian denominations there were, and which was the true Church of God, that he had gone to a grove nearby his home in Upper New York State to pray. While he was in the grove, he claimed to have prayed to God concerning which church to join, as he was confused between the sects. Smith asserted that while praying, he was attacked by an overwhelming force of darkness, and that it was overcome by a beam of light which presented God and Jesus Christ, or so the personages claimed to be. He asked God which of the churches he should join, but he was instructed to join none. Smith stated that he was instructed to wait, that God Jesus would later guide him upon the true church at a later date. This account is the one LDS members know and know very well. Yet what they are not aware of is that this account is the 3rd of 4 and comes from 1838, 18 years after the claimed event took place. The official storyline is Joseph was 14 years old. On a spring day in 1820, 14-year-old Joseph Smith sought solitude in a grove of trees and prayed to know which church was true. Yet Smith Jr. tells us otherwise. I was at this time in my 15th year. Who is correct, Joseph or the church itself? Here are examples of how Joseph Smith Jr. made the details richer, as according to Stephen C. Harper. Let's quickly look at the 4 statements from Joseph concerning his age for the 4 uncontested versions of the first vision. Version 1, 1832. In the 16th year of my age, a pillar of light above the brightness of the sun at noonday came down from above and rested upon me. Version 2, 1835. I was about 14 years old when I received this first communication. Version 3, 1838. I was at this time in my 15th year. Version 4, 1842. When about 14 years of age, I began to reflect upon the importance of being prepared for a future state. Why would the first account of the first vision be written down 12 years after it supposedly happened? Not only did Joseph struggle to keep the details of his age, his accounts changed for the better, each telling. Let's take a look at each. 1832 First Vision Account. I saw the Lord, and he spake unto me, saying, Joseph, my son, thy sins are forgiven thee. Go thy way, walk in my statutes, and keep my commandments. Behold, I am the Lord of glory. I was crucified for the world. Clearly in this account, Joseph Smith states he was visited by Jesus, as he drops us a clue in the above quote with, I saw the Lord, I was crucified for the world. In this first account, Jesus merely tells Smith that the Christian church has fallen and no longer follows his teachings, but only pay lip service. Behold, the world lieth in sin at this time, and none doeth good, no, not one. They have turned aside from the gospel and keep not my commandments. They draw near to me with their lips, while their hearts are far from me. Behold, and lo, I come quickly, as it is written of me in the cloud, clothed in the glory of my Father. There is no doubt this is supposed to be Jesus, but wait, this is not what LDS Mormon members believe or are taught. What do they believe? We'll get to that in the 1838 account. The LDS Church's apologists claim that Smith wrote a part about the atonement of Christ himself. He wrote in his own hand that as a result of the vision, my soul was filled with love, and for many days I could rejoice with great joy, and the Lord was with me. The issue we face here is that Smith could not write. Emma said he could barely form a word. Joseph Smith could neither write nor dictate a coherent and well-worded letter. 1835 First Vision Account. Stephen C. Harper then goes on to tell us, 3 years later, in 1835, an eccentric visitor from the East inquired of Joseph, whose scribe captured some of Joseph's response in his journal. In this account, Joseph cast the vision as the first in a series of events that led to the translation of the Book of Mormon. So we are told of an eccentric visitor by Stephen C. Harper above, and that is, was captured by a scribe. We are not told much by Harper, and he is vague as to whose scribe we are being told of. Fortunately for us, we know the LDS Church claimed the scribe was of the eccentric visitor. But we know that is incorrect, as we know whom the visitor was and also who the scribe was. The eccentric visitor was none other than a man named Robert Matthews, also known as Joshua the Jew or Joshua the Jewish Minister, among several other names. It is important to touch briefly upon this person, as it sets up the credibility of Smith's claims. I will use the name Joshua the Jew as that is the name he went by when he met with Smith in 1835. Joshua the Jew believed he was the Apostle Matthias, reincarnated and led a small Christian sect himself. He was also accused of murder, but acquitted on a lack of evidence, though he was accused of fraud and jailed for assault. When he was released from prison is when he left for Ohio to meet with Smith. As a note of interest, Matthews was later committed to a mental institution for a period of time before his death. Why is Joshua the Jew important? Because their meeting was to discuss reincarnation and resurrection, to debate which of them had the authoritative power of God and prophecy. And the LDS Church knows who Robert Matthews is, yet still avoid calling him by name. This is how we get the 1835 First Vision account. Joshua the Jew wanted to know the story, and Smith was more than happy to relate it to him. Not only was Smith willing to relate the account, he added upon his 1832 version by claiming that first God appeared to him, and soon after Jesus then came. Recall that in the 1832 account, only Jesus appears to Smith, not two personages. Smith also claims that he saw angels at the end, and I saw many angels in this vision. Here we have two changes from the first account. Yet this is not the only change to our first account told of. This account we first hear of a presence or spirit that tried to attack Smith before God, and then Jesus comes. This is not present in the first account. The first account only had Smith aware of his sins and Jesus God absolving him of those. The 1835 account was transcribed by Warren Parrish, Smith's own personal scribe, not Robert Matthews' scribe. The 1838 account has Joseph Smith claiming that at the time of the first vision, He had been confused as to which Christian sect was correct, who held the true teachings of Jesus, and that he turned to the Epistle of James 1:5, took comfort in the advice, went out to a grove nearby, and intended to pray to God Jesus for wisdom. This time we get a much more detailed version of the spiritual attack upon himself, before he overcame it, and a bright light appeared. So far we're not too far off from the 1832 and 1835 accounts, we're just seeing additions to it. The next conflict we encounter in the 1838 account, though, is that Smith claims that God and Jesus both came to him at the same time. Recall that in 1835's account, first God came, then Jesus. So here we have another change in this account. First God speaks to him, then Jesus, which differs from the other accounts so far. The first two accounts are short and sweet, and God Jesus do not say much other than reported. But in the 1838 account, Smith states, "And many other things did he say unto me, which I cannot write at this time." As we can see, Smith keeps adding to his claimed first vision. Let's see what the last account we will cover says. 1842 First Vision Account. The 1842 account is known as the Wentworth Letters, and was a request from the editor of the Chicago Democrat named John Wentworth, whom was writing a history on the church. The story pretty much remains the same as the preceding account in 1838, minus that Smith first states both God and Jesus looked alike, and where the LDS Church gets the belief that Smith received the revelation that God Jesus would later bring forth the restoration of the original Christian church. We do not get that there will be a restoration in the 1832-1835 nor the 1838 accounts. This is new. In summary, many parts within the First Vision accounts we quickly looked at conflict with one another, from what age he was, from what happened before the vision of a personage. First there was one person, then two people, but not at the same time, then both personages at the same time with angels, then a restored gospel to come. This just shows Smith never had a concrete story down, making it up as he was asked. He kept adding to the retelling, making it grander each time to reflect claims he had been currently proposing. It is without doubt that Smith's comments cannot be trusted. They are fanciful, they are inconsistent, and if presented in a court today, it would be rejected, lacking credibility, as it keeps on changing on important points. Next week, we will be looking at the claimed Moroni visitation. And did Joseph Smith claim it was Nephi at first? I hope you enjoyed this episode and gained some new knowledge. Church History, Hidden and Distorted. Episode 6, Joseph Smith Jr., the Glass Looker. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Last week, we took a look at Joseph Smith Jr. and whether he was visited by Moroni or Nephi. This week, I will go over the 1826 trial of Joseph Smith Jr. and what led up to it. Part 1, where was Joseph Smith Jr. in 1825-26? In 1825, a man by the name of Josiah Stowell had heard the claimed exploits of Joseph Smith Sr. and Jr., that they were known treasure seekers, and were sought by those wishing to locate buried treasure they believed existed. Stowell was just one of these people. Joseph Smith Jr. stated, "In the month of October 1825, I hired with an old gentleman by the name of Josiah Stowell, who lived in Chenango County, state of New York. He had heard something of a silver mine having been opened by the Spaniards in Harmony, Susquehanna County, state of Pennsylvania, and had previous to my hiring with him been digging in order, if possible, to discover the mine. This is something the church openly admits to. It is historical. We cannot debate it, period. It is of record. BYU scholars teach that Smith related many spiritual experiences. The claimed first vision and Nephi-Moroni visitation he had would be a few examples. Claims like these helped sway Stowell to hire the Smiths on. Stowell was interested in a get-rich-quick scheme, according to BYU scholar Alexander L. Baugh. Smith Sr. and Jr. were hired on by Josiah Stowell and traveled to Harmony, PA, where the claimed Spanish gold mine was. This is a part of LDS history that the church members are rarely taught about, something that is never brought up within Sunday school classes, nor in seminary or institute classes. That is what was Joseph Smith doing during 1825-26. We do know that while in Harmony that Smith met his future wife, but we are not told how. So how did Joseph meet Emma? Emma's father was Isaac Hale, a partner of Stoll's, and the Hale home is where the Smiths, along with the hired diggers, were being lodged during this venture. The church asserts that Smith was a hired hand after the silver mine incident, which we're close to covering in detail. Here is a quote. Emma was 21 years old when she met 19-year-old Joseph Smith at the end of October 1825. Joseph had come southwest from New York seeking employment in the Susquehanna Valley. We'll touch on Emma and Joseph a bit later. Smith did not come seeking employment. Recall, Stoll came seeking Joseph. It was the other way around. Notice the whitewashing presented by the church to sanitize the story and avoid the embarrassment of treasure digging. We get a slight omission from the church that Smith was digging for treasure, but the church also does not link Hale to Stoll as partners. Why would Smith Sr., Smith Jr., and the diggers lodge at the Hales if Isaac Hale himself were not part of the venture? Hale's brother was also in on this venture, and it is asserted that is why Isaac lodged the diggers. But do you think Hale did that for free, without a fee paid to him? There is a copy of the agreement between Stoll and the diggers for their share. The LDS Church states, and I quote this, is an agreement allegedly made between two groups of investors who had hired J.S. Joseph Smith Sr. and three laborers to find and uncover buried gold or silver, or coined money in bars or ingots of gold or silver. J.S. and Joseph Smith Sr., both of whom apparently signed the agreement, were together guaranteed 2/11ths of whatever was found. End quote. The Joseph Smith Papers website states the following. This document does not appear among this volume's featured texts because it cannot be authenticated. The issue here is that BYU Studies openly admits to the signing of this contract and validated it as authentic. So why is it that the Joseph Smith Papers claims it cannot be authenticated? Joseph Smith stated that he did not take this job to help Stoll, but to help his family who were in financial debt, which we saw in earlier episodes. According to LDS historian Dr. Craig James Ostler, the Smith family farm's mortgage was due, and the Smiths needed the money to pay on it, so Joseph Sr. and Jr. agreed to the project once the price was right for their needs. Lucy Mack Smith gave an account of an event where Joseph scried the home and property of Stoll, describing many structures in detail. She tells us that Stoll hired Smith on the spot, though she omits her husband, Smith Sr., was also hired on as well. Lucy also tells us in her account that Joseph Jr. at first refused, but when Stoll increased the offered wages, Smith decided to agree. This confirms what LDS Church historians have admitted to, whereas church leaders and apologists either deny it or sanitize it. Now, why would Lucy have any reason to make such a claim up? This also falls in line with the contract we have between Smith Sr. and Jr. with Stoll, Hale, and several others. We also know without doubt that Joseph and his father indeed went to South Bainbridge to locate the treasure Stoll was inquiring of. The LDS Church on their website does tell us the following. Isaac and Elizabeth Hale were opposed to the relationship, disapproving of Joseph's religious pursuits and his work for Josiah Stoll, who had hired Joseph to help him dig for purported lost Spanish silver in the area. An issue we face here is, why would Hale board the Smiths and other diggers if he did not approve of the venture taking place? The church really wants to stress to those readers who stumble upon this information that Hale was not a part of this endeavor. They relate, in the fall of 1825, an acquaintance of the Hales, Josiah Stoll, hired young Joseph Smith and others to dig for silver. After a month of digging and finding nothing, Joseph persuaded Mr. Stoll to quit digging. While Joseph was working for Mr. Stoll, Joseph and his father boarded with the Hales. That's when Emma met Joseph. I already touched on the Isaac Hale part enough. We do not need to beat this one to death. But the church states Hale has nothing to do with the dig. Then they state he housed the diggers. And on Fair LDS under the Joseph Smith 1826 trial, apologists state the Smiths and other diggers stayed in an old house on the Hale property. We get three different explanations. I will leave it up to you which one you accept. The LDS website article also stated that it was Joseph who wanted to call off the dig, which is not completely correct, but we will come to that later on. The article goes on to state that Joseph and his father continued to work for a year or so within the area after the Spanish mine event. Over the next year, as Joseph and his father worked at various jobs in the area. But we know that is not completely correct either. Smith Jr. could not have worked within the area for the next year, as he was shunned from being within the South Bainbridge Harmony area on account of a fraud case for being a disorderly person and an imposter. He then returned just over 8 months later, eloping with Emma Hale. Now let's take a look at what took place finally. Part 2, the dig itself according to Dan Vogel in his video, Joseph Smith's 1826 trial, the verdict, the testimony. The Spanish treasure dig took place upon a steep bluff within the foothills of Aquago Mountain on one Joseph McCune Jr.'s farm in November of 1825. Once the party had arrived at the site, they were greeted by 4 previously dug holes by Stoll's former party prior to hiring the Smiths. One of these dig sites was 20 feet deep with a 150-foot circumference. After a period of time that the party had been digging, Joseph Jr. never dug himself. Recall from Meet Joseph Smith Jr. Smith stopped the workers and asserted that the treasure had been charmed, moving away to another location that they would now need to dig. Recall from episode 3. This is the same ploy that Joseph and Alvin used in their scrying and water witching endeavors as well. Aside of the first site Smith had the workers digging, he had them dig an additional 3 more pits to the south of Site 1 and 1 more east of the original site as well. This all took place within a 2-week period where Smith could continue to claim the treasure was charmed, moving away from the search party. The contract the party had struck up had Smith being paid 12 cents a month, quite a bit of money in Smith's day. He needed to keep them digging to continue to supply an income for himself and his father. Do not forget the payment on their farm had been due, and they were in need of money to pay the mortgage. After the first 2 weeks of failing to produce any results, some members of their party started to question and doubt Smith's claims. This brought Smith Jr. to suggest to Stoll that maybe they should give up the search. Fair gives a similar account that Smith proposed they cease the search. Fair states the following. They participated with Stoll and the company of workers in digging for the mine for less than a month. Finally, Joseph persuaded him to stop. And after laboring for the old gentleman about a month without success, Joseph prevailed upon him to cease his operations. We also have Isaac Hale as another source stating on March 20th and May 1st, 1834, while relating to the Susquehanna Register and the Northern Pennsylvanian 9, respectively, that young Smith gave the money diggers great encouragement at first, but when they had arrived in digging to near the place where he had stated an immense treasure would be found, he said the enchantment was so powerful that he could not see. They then became discouraged and soon after dispersed. Hale's 2 nephews also gave statements concerning the failed dig. Their digging in several places was in compliance with Peeper Smith's revelations, who would attend with his peep stone in his hat, and his hat drawn over his face, and would tell them how deep they would have to go. But when they would find no trace of the chest of money, he would peep again, and weep like a child, and tell them the enchantment had removed it on account of some sin or thoughtless word. Finally, the enchantment became so strong that he could not see, and so the business was abandoned. Hale's statement sounds pretty close to those of Joseph's and Lucy Mack Smith's, but Isaac Hale stated differently. He said that Smith called off the dig, that the diggers became discouraged and dispersed, otherwise they walked off and quit on Joseph Jr. We also see Hale's nephews collaborate Isaac's statement. I think it should be safe to say that Joseph knew the con was up and quickly tried to end the venture before he was exposed, or worse. Part 3, the trial of 1826. Worse did happen, at least for Joseph Smith Jr. Joseph was charged with being a disorderly person and an impostor, a glass looker. New York State had a disorderly person statute during this time that protected the public from those who claimed they could divine treasures, fortunes, and the like for a fee. The New York statute did not consider not charging a fee for such claims to be a criminal act, but to deceive people out of money for a service was a misdemeanor, and this is exactly the charge brought before Justice Albert Neely. Let it be noted that the 1826 trial of Smith Jr. was once denied by the church, claiming it was anti-material to defame Joseph Smith, but they can no longer deny this. Hugh Nibley stated, "You knew its immense value as a weapon against Joseph Smith if its authenticity could be established. If this court record is authentic, it is the most damning evidence in existence against Joseph Smith." Unfortunately for the LDS Church in 1971, the court bills for both Judge Albert Neely and the receipt for Constable Philip DeZeng were discovered and authenticated, which means it is the most damning evidence in existence against Joseph Smith, and Nibley was correct in asserting so. A William D. Purple was asked by Justice Neely to transcribe the court proceedings, as Purple was known for his near photographic memory to past events right down to the minute details. William D. Purple relates, "In February 1826, the sons of Mr. Stowell were greatly incensed against Smith, saw that the youthful seer had unlimited control over the illusions of their sire. They caused the arrest of Smith as a vagrant, without visible means of livelihood." Another account, known as the Pearsall account, says, "Warrant issued upon oath of Peter G. Bridgman, Josiah Stowell's nephew, who informed that one Joseph Smith of Bainbridge was a disorderly person and an impostor, brought before court March 20, 1826. The Pearsall account is based on Justice Neely's niece, Emily Pearsall, who tore the accounts out of Neely's docket, brought them to Utah, and later published it. It was Charles Marshall, a British journalist, whom also copied the papers before the death of Emily Pearsall, then published it as The Original Prophet by a visitor to Salt Lake City. In a transcription of Justice Neely examining Smith, we get a bit different story than we do from Hale and his nephews. Prisoner examined says that he came from the town of Palmyra and had been at the house of Josiah Stowell in Bainbridge most of the time since, has small part of time been employed in looking for mines, but the major part had been employed by said Stowell on his farm and going to school. That he has a certain stone which he had occasionally looked at to determine where hidden treasure in the bowels of the earth were, that he professed to tell in his manner where gold mines were a distance underground, and had looked for Mr. Stowell several times, and had informed him where he could find those treasures, and Mr. Stowell had been engaged in digging for them. Recall, Joseph Smith stated he and his father had worked for nearly a year on the Stowell farm, but that is not correct, as I stated earlier. Stowell tells us they did not work for that long under him. As well, we know that the Smiths went to work for Joseph Knight Sr. for a time in 1825-26 in Colesville, New York, where he was also claimed to be digging for treasure once again. The first problem we encounter is that Joseph only admits to using a seer stone occasionally, which was not a crime. He neglects to mention he was paid for using the said stone as a glass looker, or stone seer, which would be a misdemeanor. Smith merely states he was employed as a member of the group searching for this said treasure, and again omits he was hired on as the seer to locate it, which would be a misdemeanor. The second problem is Smith states that he was hired on as a farmhand, which was a blatant lie on his part. He was hired on solely to locate the Spanish treasure, as per the contract. Third issue we face is Stowell does not mention Smith advancing in education, and Emma stated a few times that Joseph could not form a coherent sentence when they met. She and others were his scribe later on for the Book of Mormon. BYU Studies makes the claim there's not much we really know about what happened during the trial, and Fair LDS states that we have no real concrete evidence to support the charges outside of the bills provided by Justice Neely and Constable DeZeng. As you are able to see, we have a questioning of Smith and Stowell by Justice Neely. We have William Purple's transcripts, as well as the Pearsall account, which matches up to what Isaac Hale and his nephew stated, as well as Lucy Mack Smith testimony. Depending on the audience of the church, depends on which story the LDS historians and scholars will relate to their membership. LDS apologists, such as Dr. Craig James Ostler, try and confuse the matter by saying Smith was under a character assassination by the term of glass looker being used, and that Constable DeZeng apologized to Smith for his treatment, though we get a different account from Joseph Smith Sr., who apologized for Smith Jr.'s actions instead. This contradicts what the Joseph Smith papers tells us, an LDS site containing the works of Joseph Smith prior to his death in 1844. It states the following. Neely's bill includes the date of the proceedings and identifies J.S. as the glass looker, a common phrase used to describe individuals who used seer stones. Now that we have established the claims against Joseph as a glass looker, what is the evidence to show that he was found guilty of the charge and that the trial was not made up as claimed by Fair LDS? Justice Albert Neely submitted a bill to the county for a total of $2.68 for 7 billable accounts. The 7 items and an 8th line are what appear for Neely's submission, the 8th line being the total of his costs. I will cover each item on the bill. 1 warrant, 19 cents, issued for the arrest of Joseph Smith, Jr. 2. Complaint upon oath, 25 cents, the cost of Peter Bridgman's complaint. 3 7 witnesses, 87.5 cents. Neely charged for the oaths of the 7 witnesses at 12.5 cents each. 4 recognizance, 25 cents. Smith being placed under bond to appear at a 3-justice court. The church argues that this fee was for the examination of Smith, but there was no chargeable fee for such a thing. 5 mittimus, 19 cents. A warrant to commit a person to prison or holding. This charge was to keep Smith in custody until his trial. 6 recognizance of witnesses, 75 cents, a charge for 3 witnesses to be placed under bond to appear at the Smith trial. The fee was 25 cents per witness. 7 subpoena, 18 cents, 6 cents per witnesses, 3 witnesses in total. 8 totals, 68. The LDS Church does not dispute the majority of the items on the list, with the exception of item number 4, the recognizance as already explained. There is more to this, but I do not feel it has any real impact on the list, and that the list stands for itself. If you want to know more on Neely's bill and Fair's defense, I suggest checking out Fair LDS's website and Dan Vogel's YouTube channel for more in-depth analysis, as there is too much to cover here. Next, we have the bill presented by Constable Philip DeZeng, which totaled $7.50, and where the real interest lays, in my opinion. Again, I will add the reasoning to each item in italics. 1 serving warrant on Joseph Smith, travel, $1.25. This was Smith's initial arrest March 19, 1826. Subpoenaing 12 witnesses and travel, $2.50. DeZeng charged for 5 extra witnesses than Neely did. It is argued that some of these witnesses were never examined by Neely, and thus he did not bill the county for them. DeZeng would still need to issue the subpoenas nonetheless, and thus he charged the county for them. 3 attendance with prisoner 2 days, 1 night, $1.75. This charge would be when DeZeng arrested Joseph, held him overnight, and brought him before Justice Neely. So far, this all makes sense. 4. Notifying 2 justices, $1. This is pretty straightforward, as Justice Neely called for 2 other justices to sit in on this trial with him for a later set date. 5 10 miles travel with mittimus to take him, $1. There is debate on this one, whether it refers to Smith being arrested or sentenced to jail. More than likely it lends itself to being arrested, as we have no direct evidence that Smith spent 6 months in jail alongside a fine, as would have been the case. We will get into this soon. 6 $7.50. We do know that Neely found Smith guilty. Outside of non-LDS sources, we have the Joseph Smith Papers website clearly stating the same findings. They state the following. The docket entry concludes with Neely's purported verdict, and therefore the court finds the defendant guilty. Fair LDS disputes that Smith was found guilty and claims there is no evidence to support this, yet we just saw that the church under the Joseph Smith Papers acknowledged such a charge of guilty was delivered. Fair states, since under New York law at that time only Stoll could complain that he had been cheated, Joseph had to be acquitted and discharged. Gordon Madsen, the leading authority on that case, has several other persuasive reasons why we should go with that version. According to Abram W. Benton in the Evangelical Magazine and Gospel Advocate, Smith was condemned, but considering his youth, he then being a minor, and thinking he might reform his conduct, he was designedly allowed to escape. Here is another independent source that states Smith was found guilty of disorderly conduct, but he states that Smith was allowed to escape. A.W. Benton, Mormonites, Evangelical Magazine and Gospel Advocate, Utica, New York, April 9, 1831. We get a later account from March of 1842, where a Joel K. Nobel recounted to Jonathan B. Turner that Joe was condemned but whisper came to Joe, off took leg bail. The Benton and Turner statements are partly where the LDS Church through Fair claims that Smith was allowed to escape by Constable DeZeng. Though the Church does admit to a guilty verdict on one of their websites, we do not have an official record of the guilty verdict that I have been able to find. I have, however, come across a hypothesis by Dan Vogel on the outcome, and I will share it. Vogel argues that Smith knew he had no legal basis for his defense, and that the testimony of Stoll and Thompson were damning to his case. Smith was more than likely facing 6 months imprisonment, and a plea bargain was a reasonable alternative to it. Vogel proposes that Smith promised to give up treasure hunting, and this also seems to fall in accordance to Isaac Hale's earlier statement when he stated that Joseph promised to give up treasure digging and earn a respectable living. I also agree with this view as well. It is more than likely Smith was given the option to leave South Bainbridge for a period of time, most likely 6 months, which was the time he would have served a sentence if a plea bargain had not been struck. Smith did not return to South Bainbridge for 8 months after he left, which would have kept him out of legal troubles. In summary, there can be little doubt concerning the evidence of the Joseph Smith 1826 trial, and that Smith was found guilty as a disorderly person and an impostor, and a glass looker. Smith used the very same practices he used in searching for past treasures, the claims towards the golden plates yet to be retrieved, and the Spanish gold mine. Between the testimony of Stoll, Isaac Hale, Hale's nephew, and the court transcripts, Joseph was as guilty as they came, and why the Church tries to hide this embarrassing history. I hope you enjoyed the video, came away with something new, and look forward to seeing you the next video. Church History Hidden and Distorted, Episode 7, Joseph Smith Jr. meets Emma Part 1. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. This series aims to shed light on the true historical facts behind the Mormon Church. In our previous episode, we examined Joseph Smith Jr.'s 1826 trial. This week, we delve into the intricate story of Joseph Smith and Emma Hale's first meeting, their courtship, and their eventual marriage, a narrative far more complex than often presented. Join me as we explore the less discussed facets of their relationship. Emma Hale, born in 1804 to Isaac and Elizabeth Hale in Harmony, Pennsylvania, was a well-educated young woman adept in home and garden management, epitomizing the self-sufficient lifestyle of her era. Raised in a deeply religious environment, Emma's uncle, Nathaniel Lewis, was a prominent Methodist leader, and she likely attended his sermons. Along with her brother David, Emma joined the Methodist Episcopal class, a biblical study group known for its hymn singing, an experience that would later influence the development of LDS hymnals. Emma first met Joseph Smith in 1825, when he and his father were hired by Josiah Stoll to search for treasure, a topic we covered in Episode 6. Isaac Hale, who hosted the digging party on his property, disapproved of Joseph. Emma initially showed little interest, but Joseph persisted, eventually winning her consent for a courtship despite her father's objections. Emma's acceptance of Joseph may have been influenced by his religious claims. According to LDS and external sources, Pennsylvania, like upstate New York, was rich in spiritual fervor. Fair scholar Mark L. Staker notes that when Methodist circuit rider George Peck visited the Susquehanna district, he observed intense spiritual experiences among the community. A neighbor of the Hale family claimed Emma was known for her profound religious experiences, a sentiment echoed by others in the area. This fits with the widespread belief in magic and occult practices of the time, not just in New York, but also in Pennsylvania and Virginia. Many of these beliefs were imported from Germany and France by immigrants. Staker also recounts that in 1812, circuit rider Elisha Bibbins encouraged people to seek spiritual experiences through prayer in the woods. Emma is believed to have followed this advice, leading her father, while hunting, to overhear her praying for his conversion to Methodism. This experience mirrors Joseph Smith's account of his first vision, where he prayed in a grove and subsequently had a vision. With no pre-1832 accounts of the first vision, one might question whether Joseph adapted Emma's experience into his own narrative. Could Emma and Joseph's shared religious beliefs have influenced her decision to marry him? On her deathbed, Emma confided to her son, Joseph Smith III, that she chose to marry Joseph because, being of marriageable age and finding no better candidate, she consented. This aligns with Emma initially rejecting Joseph's courtship. Her parents had hoped she would marry someone of similar social standing and education, not Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith was aware he would never gain the Hales' approval for marriage. He recounted, "My wife's father was so agitated that he was strongly opposed to our marriage, refusing to let us marry at his house. I was therefore forced to take her elsewhere." In January 1827, Emma visited the Stoll farm while on a trip to see her sister Elizabeth near Colesville. Emma later told her son, "I had no intention of marrying when I left home, but during my visit at Mr. Stoll's, your father visited me there." She added, "Preferring to marry him over any other man I knew, I consented." Joseph and Emma were married by Squire Zachariah Tarble, who lived just outside South Bainbridge, on January 18, 1827. Joseph's account of their elopement vividly describes their journey. "Due to my persistent assertion of having seen a vision, persecution followed me, and my wife's family was strongly opposed to our marriage. Thus, we were married at Squire Tarbill's house in South Bainbridge, Chenango County, New York. Immediately after our marriage, I left Mr. Stoll's and went to farm with my father that season." Joseph's later account frames the opposition as persecution due to his visions, conveniently omitting any mention of his legal troubles. After their elopement, Joseph and Emma moved to Manchester, New York, to live with Joseph's parents. Emma and Joseph's mother, Lucy, quickly bonded, a relationship that endured until Lucy's death on May 14, 1856. While in the Manchester, Palmyra area, passing the hill where Joseph claimed the golden plates and other sacred items were buried, Joseph stated that he was chastised by the angel Moroni for not being engaged enough in the work of the Lord. Moroni warned that the next scheduled date would be Joseph's final opportunity to obtain the golden plates. Lucy Mack Smith recalled Joseph telling his father, "Father, it was the angel of the Lord. I have been negligent. The time has come when the record should be brought forth, and I must be diligent in fulfilling God's commandments. But Father, don't worry about this reprimand. I know what to do, and all will be well." In 1825, Joseph claimed he needed the right person to retrieve the plates. As he passed the hill, he asserted that Emma Smith was that right person and needed to accompany him to recover the plates. Joseph had promised Justice Neely in South Bainbridge that he would abandon his treasure-digging schemes. Despite being rejected by Emma's parents due to his dubious claims and seerstone activities, Smith continued his endeavors. Settling into the Smith family home, Emma wrote to her parents to request her possessions. With their consent, Peter Ingersoll, a close family friend, accompanied Joseph and Emma to Harmony to collect her belongings. During this trip, Isaac Hale confronted Joseph in a fit of anger. Ingersoll recounted the confrontation to E.D. Howe. "When we arrived at Mr. Hale's in Harmony, PA, where Joseph had taken his wife, an emotionally charged scene unfolded. His father-in-law, Mr. Hale, addressed Joseph through tears. 'You have stolen my daughter and married her. I would have preferred to follow her to her grave. You spend your time digging for money and pretending to see in a stone to deceive people.' Joseph wept and admitted he could no longer see in a stone, nor ever could. His former claims were false. He promised to abandon his old habits of treasure-seeking and stone-gazing. In an interview on March 20, 1834, Isaac Hale recounted, "After they arrived in Palmyra, NY, Emma wrote to me asking if she could retrieve her property, including clothing, furniture, and cows. I confirmed that her belongings were safe and at her disposal. Shortly thereafter, they returned with Peter Ingersoll and decided to move to a place near my residence." Joseph had promised Hale that he would renounce his seer claims, admitting they were false, a fact rarely addressed by the church. Hale noted, "Smith told me he had given up glass looking and was prepared to work hard for a living. He also arranged with my son Alva Hale to move his furniture to Palmyra." Joseph had returned to Palmyra, but did not visit the Hale residence until after retrieving the golden plates. On the way back, Smith confided to Ingersoll, "I intend to keep the promise I made to my father-in-law, but it will be challenging as everyone expects me to use the seer stone for treasure hunting, not abandon those practices. Just days before September 22nd, 1827, Josiah Stowell and Joseph Knight Sr. traveled to Palmyra to help Joseph Smith retrieve the plates, according to LDS scholar Dean Jesse. However, Dan Vogel suggests they were actually returning from a previous treasure hunt and stopped by the Smith farm on their way back to South Bainbridge, as noted by Martin Harris. Knowing he had support, Smith sent his father to watch over Samuel Lawrence's home, fearing interference. Ingersoll later told E.D. Howe that they pressed him daily to resume his old practice of looking into the stone. He seemed greatly troubled about which path to take. With local pressure from his treasure-hunting associates and Knight Sr. and Stowell at his home, Smith felt compelled to retrieve the supposed plates. We'll explore more details in the next episode, as I don't want this one to run too long. Church History Hidden and Distorted, Episode 8, Joseph Smith Jr. Meets Emma Part 2. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. In the previous episode, we delved into the key moments of Joseph Smith Jr. and Emma Hale's relationship, including their elopement and Emma's move to Palmyra. We also examined Joseph's promise to Isaac Hale to abandon treasure digging and his admission of deception regarding his previous claims. We saw Joseph's insistence that Emma accompany him as he retrieved the supposed golden plates. In this episode, we focus on Joseph Knight Sr., Josiah Stowell, and Smith's treasure-seeking associates and their roles in the quest for the so-called golden plates. Part 1. Preparing for the dig. Joseph sought a lockbox from Lucy Mack Smith, but concealed his true intentions. Fearing another failed attempt like in 1824, Lucy expressed her concerns, but ultimately told Joseph that all the lockboxes had been damaged. Joseph reassured her that he could manage without it. Joseph borrowed a horse and carriage from Joseph Knight Sr. and took Emma to the hill where he claimed the plates were buried. After a fervent search by Emma, Joseph claimed to have retrieved the plates, but had hidden them in a fallen tree to protect them from his former associates, who believed they were entitled to a share. Lucy Mack Smith, a crucial early church historian, recounted an incident where Joseph and Emma took Knight Sr.'s horse and carriage without permission. When Knight Sr. arrived, he was distressed to find his belongings missing and suspected theft. Lucy delayed him by sending someone to retrieve the horse and carriage, concealing the truth about Joseph's actions. Shortly after Lucy and Joseph Sr.'s conversation, Joseph Knight Sr. arrived at the Smith home looking distressed. He told the family, "My horse is missing, and I can't find him anywhere. I need to head home in half an hour." Lucy responded, "Don't worry about the horse, Mr. Knight. You're unfamiliar with all the nooks and crannies in the pastures. I'll have William find him and bring him back right away." Lucy knew Joseph and Emma had taken Knight Sr.'s horse and carriage without permission, but chose not to inform him. Instead, she used William's search as a delay tactic. As Knight Sr. waited for his horse, he discovered his carriage was also missing and grew increasingly suspicious that theft was involved. Lucy persuaded Knight Sr. to wait with Joseph's father, Smith Sr., in the field. They were both astonished when Joseph and Emma appeared in the stolen carriage, drawn by the missing horse. Joseph released the horse into the pasture and entered the house. Lucy's heart sank when she realized that Joseph had not brought back the treasure he had been seeking. Overwhelmed, she attempted to leave, but Joseph stopped her, saying, "Do not be uneasy, mother. Everything is fine. Look, I have a key." Knight Sr. related about Joseph taking him aside. "Joseph called me into the other room, and he set his foot on the bed and leaned his head on his hand and says, 'Well, I am disappointed.'" Knight Sr. replied, "Well, I am sorry." And Joseph replied back, "Well, I am greatly disappointed. It is 10 times better than I expected." Smith then went on to tell details of the plates, but I will leave that part out. Willard Chase, the cabinet maker, was asked by Joseph to create a chest but refused. Chase's reluctance might have been due to his own plans to steal the plates. Part 2. Was there an attempt to steal the plates? Joseph took a job in Macedon to fund a lockbox for the plates. During his absence, his father discovered a group, including Willard Chase, plotting to find the plates. Emma warned Joseph, who reassured her of their safety after consulting his seer stone. It's likely Chase informed Smith's former treasure-seeking partners about the plates and their absence. According to Martin Harris, these men felt betrayed by Joseph. Some believe Joseph was hired to locate the well to keep him away from the plates. David Whitmer reported that some young men were upset with Joseph for not sharing the plates as promised. Upon his return, Joseph retrieved the plates, covering them with a linen sheet. He reported injuring his thumb during this process, allegedly while fending off 3 attackers. Dan Vogel suggests that Joseph might have been making the plates himself, which could explain the thumb injury. Vogel's theory is supported by descriptions of the plates as metallic and thin, weighing 40 to 60 pounds and resembling common tin. Lorenzo Saunders reported no fresh holes at Hill Cumorah, only old treasure-seeking pits. By now, Joseph claimed to have recovered the plates and described the digging location as on the west side of the hill, not far from the top. Notably, renowned seer Norman Walters was hired multiple times by Lawrence and other treasure seekers before Joseph's claims. Brigham Young recounted Walters' final visit, where he pointed to Joseph as the one who could find the treasure. People knew there was a treasure there. B-Man was one of those who sent for Walters. He came each time he said there was treasure there, but that he couldn't get it, though there was one that could. The last time he came, he pointed out Joseph Smith, who was sitting quietly among a group of men in the tavern, and said there was the young man that could find it, and cursed and swore about him in a scientific manner. Awful. The lack of fresh digging evidence supports Vogel's theory that Joseph may have fabricated the plates. If they had been recently dug up, signs of excavation would be evident. Why was there no fresh pit, and why did Smith hide the plates in a hollow oak tree? Joseph claimed he had recovered the plates and been attacked, resulting in a thumb injury. Lucy recounts Joseph arriving with something hidden under his coat, and her sending her son to fetch Hiram's lockbox. Stoll, Knight Sr. and Smith Sr. had returned from looking for the claimed pursuers of Joseph Jr., yet they found no one, nor any traces of pursuit. Joseph later said he was commanded not to show the plates until they were translated, but allowed people to feel them. The claimed first time Joseph attempted to retrieve the plates was in 1824, and was said to have had an angel move them back into the hole. Why was he forbidden to show the plates but allowed people to touch them? Could the plates have been copper or bronze leaflets, as Dan Vogel suggests? As Joseph Jr. was placing the claimed plates into a pillowcase, his father inquired of him, "What, Joseph, can we not see them?" Joseph told the group that had assembled, "No, I was disobedient the first time, but I intend to be faithful this time, for I was forbidden to show them until they are translated, but you can feel them." After securing the plates, Joseph claimed to have received a divine warning to remain vigilant. News spread that Smith had obtained the golden plates, leading many to offer money and property to see them. This likely was a strategy to test Smith's claims. Samuel Lawrence and Alva Beeman, who believed Smith had the plates, tried to strike a deal with him, but failed. Beeman used divining rods to claim the plates were hidden under the hearth. Martin Harris noted Smith's fear of theft through a gap in the house wall, leading him to move the plates to his father's cooper shop. The next morning, Joseph discovered that the floor of the cooper shop had been torn up and the box destroyed. He reassured his family, claiming he had been prompted to relocate the plates to the loft, where he concealed them under straw. However, this situation raises significant doubts. Smith had already crafted a narrative suggesting that the plates were hidden beneath the hearth, as noted by Beeman. This setup could have allowed Smith to stage a break-in, destroy the box himself, and then claim that the warnings from the angel Moroni were coming true. Furthermore, if Beeman possessed the supposed divining powers, why was he unable to locate the plates hidden in the loft? Lucy later mentioned that Sally Chase had directed the mob searching for the plates to the cooper shop. If Chase had any genuine divining abilities, she too should have been able to locate the plates in the loft. The fact that they dug under the floor only reinforces the suspicion that Joseph orchestrated the entire scenario himself. Joseph again approached Willard Chase for a chest, but Chase refused. Alva Beeman helped Joseph repurpose a window glass box to secure the plates. It's ironic that Smith repeatedly sought help from those he claimed were trying to steal the plates. Does this behavior align with someone genuinely fearful for their safety and the security of the plates? It seems unlikely. Smith claimed to have retrieved the plates in late September and fled to Harmony due to threats, yet he remained in the area for 2 months, actively engaging with those he alleged were targeting him. Summary: we will not delve further into the claimed discovery of the plates. We've established that there were no signs of recent digging at Hill Cumorah, and that Smith's former partners felt entitled to a share of the plates. Given the evidence, it's reasonable to conclude that Joseph likely fabricated the plates, as Dan Vogel suggests. The testimonies and events leading to Joseph and Emma's departure from Palmyra to Harmony will be covered in the next video. Church History Hidden and Distorted, Episode 9, Joseph Smith Jr.'s Golden Con. Meet Martin Harris. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. In the last episode, we explored Joseph Smith's claim of retrieving the supposed golden plates and his assertion that others were trying to steal them from him, resulting in his alleged injury. The church narrative ended with Joseph preparing to leave Palmyra with Emma and the plates to return to Isaac Hales, where he would supposedly be safer and able to translate the alleged golden plates. This week, we will expose how these claims are misleading and outright lies. Part 1. Misleading. Nearing the end of 1827, after claiming to have retrieved the golden plates, Joseph Smith and his wife Emma moved to Harmony. The LDS Church attributes this move to intense persecution and attempts by others to steal the supposed plates. Smith's narrative paints a picture of relentless threats from wicked men scheming to obtain the plates, suggesting this persecution was the driving force behind their relocation. However, this account is misleading. As detailed in Isaac Hale's statement, Joseph Smith was offered a place to live and work on Hale's property, provided he reformed his ways. Hale recounts, "Smith stated to me that he had given up what he called glass-looking and expected to work hard for a living, and was willing to do so. He also made arrangements with my son Alva Hale to go to Palmyra, move his Smith's furniture, and return with Smith and his family." This account contradicts the LDS Church's portrayal of unrelenting persecution and suggests a more practical and less dramatic motivation for Smith's move to Harmony. LDS apologists Mark L. Staker and Curtis Ashton tell us that in December 1827, Joseph and Emma Smith moved to Harmony, Pennsylvania. However, they omit a crucial detail. The so-called persecution was actually Joseph's former partners trying to reclaim what they believed was legally partially theirs. These men had partnered with Smith in treasure-seeking and felt entitled to a share of the plate. Another LDS apologist, Larry C. Porter, claims that following repeated attempts to steal the plates and constant threats of bodily harm to the prophet by local antagonists, Emma's brother Alva was summoned. This narrative is deceptive. As Isaac Hale revealed, Joseph had already arranged to move back to Harmony with Emma, and Alva Hale was to assist them. This contradicts the idea of sudden, urgent threats necessitating their departure. See how the church tries to sanitize this historical event. It's important to highlight that these supposed antagonists were actually Smith's former business partners. Smith continued to work with them. He asked Chase to build him a box and Beeman to modify a box that was for window glass. These were the same men allegedly after the treasure. To reiterate, Smith was not being persecuted by hostile locals. He had deceived his former partners, excluding them from a venture they believed they were part of. Smith never intended to stay in the Palmyra-Manchester area, as evidenced by Isaac Hale's statement. The LDS Church has clearly whitewashed these historical events to present a more favorable narrative and avoid one of embarrassment. Having promised both Justice Neely and Emma's father that he would no longer participate in treasure hunts, Joseph Smith needed an alternative to manual labor. The claim of golden plates and treasure in the hill provided a perfect fallback plan, allowing Smith to cut out partners he never intended to work with. In 1825, Smith had the opportunity to dig up the claimed plates with Samuel Lawrence, but neither ever struck a shovel of dirt. It was more of a pissing contest than an actual find. In November 1827, Alva arrived in Manchester to help Joseph and Emma move back to Harmony. According to Joseph, they were very poor, and the persecution so heavy upon us that there was no probability that we would ever be otherwise. Stephen E. Snow, church historian and member of the Quorum of the 70, stated, "As Joseph and Emma prepared to leave with Alva, Joseph and Alva each placed a heavy club in the wagon for defense. They hid the box containing the plates in a barrel, filled the barrel 1/3 full of beans, and sealed the lid. They arrived in Harmony in December." This narrative paints a dramatic picture of desperate measures taken by Joseph Smith and his companions to safeguard the supposed plates. However, it's essential to recognize the broader context and motivations behind these actions. They are merely lies purported by the LDS Church. Part 2. Meet Martin Harris, easily fooled. According to Stephen E. Snow, Smith stated, "We found a friend in a gentleman by the name of Martin Harris, who came to us and gave me $50 to assist us in our affliction." Martin Harris was a resident of the Palmyra area until 1831, although from 1828 to 1830, he spent most of his time in Harmony, Pennsylvania. In 1824, Harris had hired Joseph Smith Sr. to dig a well and cistern for him. During this time, Smith Sr. reportedly told Harris about his son's supposed visitation from the alleged Angel Moroni. Harris was familiar with young Smith's claims and the Smith family. He was known for his superstition, vivid imagination, and numerous alleged spiritual experiences. Ronald W. Walker describes one such experience. Once while reading scripture, he reportedly mistook a candle's sputtering as a sign that the devil desired him to stop. Another time, he excitedly awoke from his sleep, believing that a creature as large as a dog had been upon his chest, though a nearby associate could find nothing to confirm his fears. Several hostile and perhaps unreliable accounts told of visionary experiences with Satan and Christ, Harris once reporting that Christ had been poised on a roof beam. Harris's credulity and superstitions made him an easy target for Joseph Smith's ambitious plans. This background sets the stage for understanding how Harris became a key supporter and financier of Smith's early endeavors, despite the fantastical nature of Smith's claims. John A. Clark related a story that Martin Harris had told him in a letter. No matter where he went, he saw visions and supernatural appearances all around him. He told a gentleman in Palmyra, after one of his excursions to Pennsylvania, while the translation of the Book of Mormon was going on, that on the way he met the Lord Jesus Christ, who walked along by the side of him in the shape of a deer for 2 or 3 miles, talking with him as familiarly as one man talks with another. Stephen E. Snow implies that Harris and Smith Jr. eventually crossed paths, without mentioning that Harris and the Smith family had prior dealings, a pattern that will become evident. Harris was an ideal target for Smith to exploit for financing the Book of Mormon. Known for his gullibility and susceptibility to spiritual matters, Harris was easily impressed. This made him the perfect mark for Smith. Harris had already given Smith $50 to help finance the translation of the golden plates, showcasing his willingness to support Smith's ambitious claims. We will revisit Martin Harris shortly. Joseph, now with some money in his pocket and Alva Hale in Palmyra to assist Emma and him in their move, left Palmyra for Harmony in December 1827. According to Larry C. Porter, but even in Harmony, problems began to surface with Isaac Hale himself. When shown the box in which the gold plates had been placed, Isaac said that he was allowed to feel the weight of the box, but was not permitted to see the plates. He then declared to Joseph, "If there was anything in my house of that description, which I could not be allowed to see, he must take it away." Porter further recounts, Joseph was under a strict charge not to divulge the contents of the box to Isaac or anyone else. This difficult situation was alleviated when Isaac sold the prophet 13 acres of land a short distance away. A house formerly belonging to Emma's brother Jesse was then moved onto the property for their use. Porter's account lacks honesty. Joseph and Emma did indeed move into Jesse Hale's old home, which was already on the property. It was not relocated. They were granted the property as seen in the previous episode, when Joseph promised Isaac he would reform his ways. Hale did not sell Smith the home until a year later on April 6, 1829. By Joseph's own account, he was penniless and relied on Martin Harris's $50 contribution to finance his claim. The agreement between Joseph and Isaac, documented in the Joseph Smith papers, supports this. Joseph's source for the $400 stated in the agreement with Isaac remains unclear, as he had no discernible income. It's plausible that Martin Harris provided the funds, as he would again during the Book of Mormon process. More likely, Joseph was to make payments on the home and property, evidenced by the debt he owed Isaac Hale when he and Emma fled to Fayette, New York. The timelines and storylines do not match up, casting doubt on the events. Mark L. Stalker and Curtis Ashton, in their co-authored article, Joseph and Emma Smith's Home, state that Joseph's initial translation efforts began in December 1827 before moving to the house, continuing in 1828. Emma briefly assisted her husband again in 1829. This aligns with Isaac Hale's account, who stated, "About this time, Martin Harris made his appearance upon the stage, and Smith began to interpret the characters or hieroglyphics which he said were engraved upon the plates, while Harris wrote down the interpretation." It was said that Harris wrote down 116 pages and lost them. The issue with these timelines is the inconsistency regarding Harris seeking assurance of the Book of Mormon's legitimacy. Smith allegedly transcribed characters from the golden plates onto paper, which Harris took to Columbia College Professor Charles Anthon for authentication. This event supposedly took place in the winter of 1828, nearly a year after Harris began acting as Smith's scribe. According to the LDS Church, Harris did not become Smith's scribe until February 1828, and by June of the same year, they had produced 116 pages of translations for the Book of Mormon. However, Isaac Hale claims that the translations began in December 1827, 2 months earlier. These discrepancies in the timeline create significant doubts about the accuracy and consistency of the events as portrayed by various LDS sources. By the time the church claims Harris became Smith's scribe, they had already been working together for several months. If we consider Isaac Hale's statement that Harris came to him after losing the 116 pages and needed proof, this would place us in June, still 6 months before the Anthon encounter. Did Harris, who supposedly sought proof of the Book of Mormon before committing, really wait nearly a year to seek validation? This seems unlikely. It's also interesting that some accounts state Harris began scribing as late as April, giving us 3 different timelines. Harris, desperate to believe in the Book of Mormon, supposedly waited nearly a year before seeking a professional opinion. Some scholars suggest the Anthon meeting happened earlier, but it is generally accepted that it occurred in the winter of 1828, meaning it could not have taken place before Harris began scribing for Smith. Harris was already notorious for his fantastical spiritual claims, both positive and negative, before he became involved with the golden plates. Given his history, it's highly likely that Harris fully embraced Joseph Smith's allegations and those of the Smith family. The witness story, an alleged piece of paper between Joseph and Harris, appears to be a fabrication by Joseph to lend credibility to the Book of Mormon. Harris's history of rapidly shifting from one faith to another further supports this. Known to have belonged to at least 10 different faiths outside of Mormonism, he even regarded the Shaker's scriptural book as equally valid as the Book of Mormon. This pattern of shifting beliefs underscores how easily Harris could be swayed by Joseph Smith's claims. We will explore this aspect of Harris's faith journey further in the timeline. Hale recounted an interview in which he mentioned a claim made about the 3 witnesses to the golden plates. Hale stated, "There was also something said about 3 that were to see the thing," meaning, I suppose, the Book of Plates, and that if the 3 did not go exactly according to the orders, the thing would be taken from them. I inquired whose words these were, and was informed by Joseph or Emma, I rather think it was Joseph, that they were the words of Jesus Christ. This revelation occurred before the Book of Mormon was completed and prior to the visit to Charles Anthon. Hale's account indicates that Smith and Harris were already attempting to recruit witnesses for the alleged plates, seemingly setting the stage for future prophecies. This aligns with Smith's claims of receiving divine revelations at the time, which would later be formalized in the LDS scripture known as the Book of Commandments, now revised and published as the Doctrine and Covenants. Conclusion: as we've uncovered in this episode, the historical narrative surrounding Joseph Smith's golden plates and his early associates, like Martin Harris, reveals significant distortions and omissions by the LDS Church. Smith's dramatic portrayal of persecution and imminent danger, which supposedly drove his move to Harmony, contrasts sharply with the more mundane reality: a strategic relocation influenced by personal and financial motives, rather than relentless threats. Martin Harris, with his documented history of superstition and shifting religious loyalties, was an ideal target for Smith's ambitions. His role as a scribe and financial supporter, marred by dubious timelines and inconsistencies, highlights how easily he was swayed by Smith's claims. The alleged encounters and revelations served not to authenticate the golden plates, but to establish a framework of credibility around them, ultimately setting the stage for future claims of divine endorsement. Hale's recollections of preemptive claims about the three witnesses and the supposed divine warnings reveal a carefully crafted narrative rather than spontaneous revelations. These elements suggest that Smith was constructing a mythos around the Book of Mormon well before its official translation was completed, manipulating witnesses and supporters to lend credence to his vision. In the end, the discrepancies and the fabrications we've examined not only challenge the official LDS account, but also shed light on the more complex and less glamorous reality behind the Church's origins. Join us next time as we continue to peel back the layers of history and look at the process of the supposed translation of the Book of Mormon in Harmony. Episode 10, Joseph Smith's Book of Mormon Translation, Part 1. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap: in the previous episode, we exposed the true events that led Joseph Smith and Emma to allegedly flee to Harmony, debunking the Church's incorrect narrative. This week, we'll dive into Joseph Smith's so-called translation of the plates, and reveal how the Church misleads us about the actual sequence of events. Part 1, Emma's role. Church members are often led to believe that Joseph Smith had only two scribes during the supposed translation of the Book of Mormon, Martin Harris and Oliver Cowdery. However, many LDS scholars, historians, and leaders conveniently overlook the fact that Emma Smith was Joseph's first scribe, starting in late 1827, several months before Martin Harris became involved. Why is Emma frequently omitted as her husband's first scribe? BYU scholar David A. Lefevre addressed this in his article, Emma Smith and the Translation of the Book of Mormon, stating, "But there is no evidence of Emma acting as a scribe in the manuscripts as we have them now." Granted, the original manuscript is not extant, as much of it was destroyed by water as it rested for many years in the cornerstone of the Nauvoo house. But if Emma was translating before Oliver Cowdery arrived in April 1829, which is what is indicated, then we could expect the earliest portions to be in her handwriting, but they are in Oliver's. The obvious answer was that she must have been a scribe for the first lost manuscript, the Book of Lehi, as Joseph called it in the preface to the 1830 Book of Mormon. But histories I read, including the excellent Rough Stone Rolling by Richard Bushman, don't discuss Emma as a scribe for the manuscript, just Martin Harris. This omission presents significant issues that demand our attention. Why does the LDS Church not acknowledge Emma's role in transcribing the Book of Lehi, or what members commonly refer to as the lost 116 pages? Church leaders and historians imply that the entire 116 pages were solely transcribed by Martin Harris, effectively erasing Emma's contributions from the narrative. The next issue we face is the LDS Church's narrative that Martin Harris had already transcribed the 116 pages by the time he went to Charles Anthon with the characters Joseph Smith provided. In the previous episode, we demonstrated that Harris received the characters directly from Smith, who wrote them down for him, contradicting Lefevre's implication that Emma may have been involved. In the LDS-produced film Witnesses of the Book of Mormon, Harris is shown writing down Smith's dictations as he begins demanding proof of the Book of Mormon's authenticity. This portrayal leads us to believe that the Anthon meeting had not yet occurred, which, as I demonstrated in the last video, is accurate. However, this again creates significant discrepancies in the church's timeline. While we cannot confirm whether it was Joseph or Emma who wrote down the proposed Reformed Egyptian characters, it is clear that Emma significantly contributed to the writing of the Book of Lehi, also known as the 116 missing pages. Martin Harris himself stated that he transcribed about 1/3 of the first part of the translation. This implies that Emma must have written the remaining 2/3 of that manuscript before it was destroyed by Harris's wife. The church severely downplays Emma's role in the translation process, despite evidence from Joseph Knight Sr., who financially supported the Smiths during this time. Lefebvre, citing Dan Vogel, provides further insight. Even Joseph Knight Sr., who frequently traveled between his house in Colesville and Harmony during this period, noted that his wife, Emma, would sometimes write a little for him, yet still stated that Martin Harris wrote the 116 pages of the first part of the Book of Mormon. Before moving on, it's crucial to address another misleading claim by the church: Joseph Smith's supposed ignorance and lack of education. The church often portrays Joseph as an uneducated farm boy, yet this narrative ignores several key facts. Joseph's great-uncle was a minister and professor at Dartmouth College, an expert in Hebrew who authored a Hebrew grammar book. Hiram Smith, Joseph's brother, attended a school on the Dartmouth campus, receiving a substantial religious education. These facts contradict the church's portrayal of Joseph as lacking the educational background necessary to produce the Book of Mormon. This portrayal is used to enhance claims of divine inspiration, yet the reality suggests Joseph had access to significant religious and linguistic knowledge through his family. There is no doubt that Emma was Joseph Smith's first scribe. In their co-authored article, Joseph and Emma Smith's Home, Mark L. Staker and Curtis Ashton confirm Joseph's first limited efforts had begun in December 1827 before the move to the house, but they continued in 1828. Emma helped her husband again briefly when he resumed work in 1829. Emma's contributions are undeniable. She began assisting Joseph in December 1827 and continued until February 1828, when Martin Harris took over as scribe. Harris himself stated that he only wrote 1/3 of the 116 pages, implying that Emma transcribed the remaining 2/3 during this period. Despite this evidence, the church minimizes Emma's role, leading members and potential converts to believe that Harris was the sole scribe. This deliberate omission distorts the historical truth and misleads the faithful. Part 2: Martin Harris Scribes. Harris, according to the LDS Church, did not become Smith's scribe until February of 1828, and that by June of the same year they had produced 116 pages of translations on the Book of Mormon. Isaac Hale tells us it was December 1827, 2 months prior, that the translations started. An interview with Hale revealed a striking episode. Soon after this incident, Martin Harris confided that he needed a greater witness. He recounted discussing this with Joseph Smith, who told him he could neither show the plates directly nor dare to. Instead, Joseph proposed going into the woods where the plates were hidden. Joseph instructed Harris to follow his tracks in the snow, find the plates, and examine them himself. Harris later reported that he followed these directions but was unable to find the plates, leaving him still unsatisfied. The following day, I visited Joseph Smith Jr.'s residence, where he and Harris were engaged in translating the Book of Mormon. They each had a written document before them, and among the words was, "My servant seeketh a greater witness, but no greater witness can be given him." In the last episode, we discussed how Martin Harris insisted he could not continue working on the Book of Mormon without confirmation of its truth, prompting Joseph Smith to send him to Charles Anthon. Although we didn't delve deeply into the Anthon affair then, we'll address it shortly. However, Isaac Hale's account reveals that Smith and Harris were already engaged in translating the Book of Mormon prior to the Anthon meeting. This supports the point made in the previous video. The church's narrative about Harris seeking genuine proof was misleading. In reality, Harris was not searching for objective validation, but rather for any confirmation that aligned with his own inclinations. Charles Anton discredited the characters on the piece of paper that Joseph and Harris created, stating, "I told the man at once that he was imposed upon and that the writing was mere trash." Despite this, Joseph Smith reinforced Harris's belief by citing a Bible verse, claiming it stated that no man could read a closed book, thus validating the Book of Mormon. Harris, eager for confirmation of his own beliefs, fell for Smith's assertion, accepting it as proof of the book's authenticity. Smith, Harris, and other church leaders leveraged Anthon's disparaging comments to publicly bolster the Book of Mormon's legitimacy. This forced Anthon to issue a statement, in which he concluded with a fervent plea, "I have provided you with a complete account of what I know about the origins of Mormonism, and I must ask you, as a personal favor, to publish this letter immediately if you find my name cited again by these wretched fanatics." Before we proceed, we need to step back in the timeline to set the stage for what comes next. According to Larry C. Porter, but even in harmony problems began to surface with Isaac Hale himself. When shown the box in which the gold plates had been placed, Isaac said that he was allowed to feel the weight of the box, but he was not permitted to see the plates. He then declared to Joseph, "If there was anything in my house of that description which I could not be allowed to see, he must take it away." During the supposed translation of the 116 pages, Smith maintained a curtain between himself and Martin Harris, preventing Harris from ever seeing the plates Smith claimed to be translating from. Isaac Hale revealed that the plates were not even in the house but hidden in the woods. The manner in which he pretended to read and interpret was identical to how he searched for buried treasure. With the stone in his hat covering his face, while the book of plates was hidden in the woods. According to official LDS Church teachings, Smith used the Urim and Thummim to translate the Book of Mormon. Former LDS President Joseph Fielding Smith asserted, "While some writers claim that the prophet Joseph Smith used a seer stone at times during the translation of the record, and while he did possess such a stone, there is no authentic statement in church history that confirms its use for this purpose. The information is all hearsay, and I personally do not believe the stone was used in the translation." This conclusion is supported by the statement of the Lord to the brother of Jared in Ether 3:22-24, Doctrines of Salvation 3:225. In the October 2015 Ensign magazine, a church-owned publication for its members, there is a substantial article on Smith and his use of seer stones. The article states, "The young Joseph Smith accepted such familiar folk ways of his day, including the idea of using seer stones to view lost or hidden objects. Since the biblical narrative showed God using physical objects to focus people's faith or communicate spiritually in ancient times, Joseph and others assumed the same for their day." Joseph's parents, Joseph Smith Sr. and Lucy Mack Smith, affirmed the family's immersion in this culture and their use of physical objects in this way, and the villagers of Palmyra and Manchester, New York, where the Smiths lived, sought out Joseph to find lost objects before he moved to Pennsylvania in late 1827. According to Fair LDS, Joseph was given a set of Nephite interpreters along with the gold plates from which the Book of Mormon was produced. In addition, Joseph already possessed and utilized several seer stones. Although Joseph began translating the Book of Mormon using the Nephite interpreters, he later switched to using one of his seer stones to complete the translation. Critics, typically those who reject Mormonism but still believe in God, reject the idea that God would approve the use of an instrument for translation that had previously been used for money digging. The conclusion that Joseph used a magical or occult stone to assist in the translation of the Book of Mormon is entirely dependent upon one's own preconception that the use of such an instrument would not be acceptable by God. Believers, on the other hand, ought not to take issue with a distinction between one set of seer stones versus another. As Brant Gardner notes, regardless of the perspective from which we tell the story, the essential fact of the translation is unchanged. How was the Book of Mormon translated? As Joseph continually insisted, the only real answer, from any perspective, is that it was translated by the gift and power of God. The LDS Church is trying to justify Smith's use of the seer stone, the same one he was charged with using for disorderly conduct shortly before the translation. For decades, the church taught that only the Urim and Thummim were used, and led members to believe the plates were present during translation. Brant Gardner's claim that the essential fact of the translation is unchanged is flawed. The narrative shifts from a Judeo-Christian context to one rooted in occult or magical practices. Martin and Joseph worked on the alleged translation until June 1828, producing 116 pages of text known as the Book of Lehi, the first part of the supposed plates. Once this section was completed, Harris requested to return to Palmyra with the plates to show his skeptical wife. Smith refused, but after Harris petitioned 3 more times, Smith reluctantly agreed to let him show the manuscript, on the condition that Harris swore an oath to reveal it to only 5 people. Conclusion. To wrap up, we've explored significant aspects of Emma Smith's overlooked role as Joseph Smith's first scribe, and examined discrepancies in the church's narrative regarding the translation of the Book of Mormon. The evidence shows that Emma contributed significantly to the translation process before Martin Harris became involved, challenging the church's portrayal of Harris as the sole scribe. We've also highlighted the church's shifting stance on translation methods, from claiming the use of the Urim and Thummim to justifying the use of a seer stone, a tool previously linked to Smith's dubious activities. This shift underscores a broader issue with the consistency and transparency of the church's historical claims. In the next video, we'll further dissect the story of the 116 lost pages known as the Book of Lehi and uncover more about the true nature of these missing texts. Stay tuned as we continue to unravel the complexities of this pivotal period in LDS history. Episode 11, Martin Harris loses the 116 pages, A Death in the Smith Family. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. Last week, we exposed how the Church has downplayed Emma's crucial role as Joseph Smith's first scribe, effectively erasing her from the official narrative and wrongly attributing her contributions to Martin Harris. We also scrutinized Harris's gullibility, how he was misled by Joseph Smith into accepting the Book of Mormon despite Charles Anthon's dismissal, and how the timeline presented by the Church fails to align with the facts. This week, we'll delve into the controversial episode where Martin Harris was permitted to show the 116 pages of the Book of Lehi to his wife, only for them to mysteriously vanish. We'll uncover the truth behind this critical loss and its implications for the Church's narrative. Part 1, Martin begs Joseph. Martin and Joseph worked on the alleged translation until June 1828, producing 116 pages of text known as the Book of Lehi, the first part of the supposed plates. Once this section was completed, Harris requested to return to Palmyra with the plates to show his skeptical wife. Smith refused, but after Harris petitioned 3 more times, Smith reluctantly agreed to let him show the manuscript, on the condition that Harris swore an oath to reveal it to only 5 people. Once Martin Harris returned to Palmyra, he showed the 116-page manuscript to his skeptical wife, Lucy. While in their possession, the manuscript was kept locked in Lucy's dresser, removed only when Martin wished to display it to curious visitors. According to LDS historian Richard Bushman, after Martin forcibly accessed the drawer, the manuscript mysteriously disappeared. Many scholars and historians speculate that Lucy Harris may have burned the pages. With the manuscript now vanished, Lucy Harris demanded that Joseph Smith reproduce the lost 116 pages, arguing that, since the translation was inspired, it should be easily replicable. As we know, Smith failed to produce these pages, raising serious questions about the authenticity and integrity of the translation process. Joseph likely knew he couldn't reproduce the missing 116 pages. As we explored in the previous video, Emma assisted him in writing the first 2/3. If Smith attempted to recreate the text and made any errors, not only would others notice, but Emma, who had first-hand knowledge of the original content, would certainly recognize the discrepancies. In St. Volume 1, under the chapter, The Gift and Power of God, we uncover startling revelations that challenge the official narrative. The following spring, Martin Harris traveled to Harmony with some bad news. His wife had filed a complaint in court, claiming Joseph was a fraud who pretended to translate gold plates. Martin now expected a summons to testify in court. He would have to declare that Joseph had fooled him, or Lucy would charge him with deceit as well. Additionally, Lucy Mack Smith provides a troubling account. Around this time, Lucy Harris was seen with bruises and cuts. It has been suggested that Martin Harris, known for his abusive behavior, might have beaten Lucy for her role in the disappearance or destruction of the 116 pages. The fact that Lucy Mack Smith reported these injuries raises serious questions about their authenticity and Martin Harris's character. Why would she recount these details if they were not true? Fair LDS acknowledges a critical point. Despite Lucy Harris's lack of mention of the lost 116 pages, Fawn Brody, in No Man Knows My History, The Life of Joseph Smith, concludes that Harris beat his wife to force her into revealing what she had done with the missing pages. Lucy Mack Smith corroborates this troubling account, noting Harris's abusive tendencies. Lucy Harris herself attested to his violent behavior in a sworn statement. He is naturally quick in his temper, and his mad fits frequently abuse all who may dare to oppose him in his wishes. However strange it may seem, I have been a great sufferer by his unreasonable conduct. At different times while I lived with him, he has whipped, kicked, and turned me out of the house. In a desperate attempt to downplay this evidence, Fair LDS remarks, Lucy's report of abuse is the most disheartening of the affidavit. While Lucy may have exaggerated some aspects of Martin's behavior, these claims are those to take most seriously. Not only did Martin Harris become enraged with Lucy, but she had been persistently criticizing his financial investment in Joseph Smith. As the venture drained his resources with no return in sight, her frustration grew. She eventually filed a case against Smith for disorderly conduct, a charge that would be leveled against him twice more by 1830. In her interview with E.D. Howe, Lucy Harris recounted Martin's outburst. "What if it is a lie? If you will let me alone, I will make money out of it." Fair LDS attempts to downplay this damning statement by Lucy Harris, sourced from Dr. Philastus Hurlbut in his Hurlbut Affidavits, with a weak rebuttal. Abigail embellishes her version of what she heard by implying that Martin Harris admitted that Mormonism was a lie. Joseph Smith had a clear plan to publish the Book of Mormon for sale. There are claims that he and his family originally intended to display the golden plates in their home for a fee, allowing people to view them. This potential monetization of the Book of Mormon would become a recurring theme. It is likely that Smith was biding his time until he could produce a convincing set of plates that would pass the scrutiny of the average person. However, events in the winter of 1828 disrupted these plans, forcing him to act sooner than he had anticipated. I'll cover the attempted sale of the Book of Mormon and the introduction of Oliver Cowdery in another video. But for now, let's examine the pivotal event of 1828 that altered the Smiths' course. Part 2. The death of Alvin Smith, Jr. This is quite a sad and terrible event, but one that needs to be examined as it weighs heavily upon the claims made by Joseph Smith in his first vision. The church tells us that in the winter of 1828, just before Martin Harris arrived, Emma gave birth to their first child, named Alvin Jr., after Joseph's eldest brother who had passed away several years earlier. Alvin Jr. died just a few hours after being born. There are several issues here. The church claims this happened in the winter of 1828, or February 1828. However, the gravestone for Alvin Smith Jr. has his date of birth and death as June 15, 1828, nearly 4 months after Harris arrived. I honestly do not know what reason could be used for changing the dates, as it doesn't impact any timeline issues I have been able to deduce. The second issue we have, and where the importance lies, is here. Joseph was in a fragile mental state, and who can blame him after the loss of his child? Adding to this, the loss of the 116 pages he and Martin had worked so hard to produce pushed Joseph to the verge of a breakdown. So much so that in June 1828, Joseph joined the Harmony Methodist Church. Back in Joseph's day, a minister also functioned as a counselor or psychologist, but we have one huge issue here. So Joseph joined the Methodists almost right after the death of his son. Recall earlier in this series when we discussed Smith's supposed vision of God and Jesus, known as the first vision. In this vision, he asked which of the denominations were correct, and he was told not to join any because they were all wrong and an abomination to God. This is something every Mormon knows by heart and can attest to. So why, 8 years after being told not to join any church, did Joseph join the Harmony Methodist congregation? Could it be because the widely accepted version of the first vision did not appear until 1838, 10 years later? According to Emma's two cousins, who were also witnesses against Joseph Smith in the Glass Looker trial, they provide further testimony about Smith's behavior. They recount, while he, Smith, was in Harmony, Pennsylvania, translating his book, he joined the Methodist Episcopal Church. He presented himself in a serious and humble manner, and the minister, not suspecting anything untoward, added his name to the class book. However, some official members, including myself, Joseph Lewis, were absent at the time. Upon learning of Smith's membership, I, along with Joshua McCune, confronted him. We told him bluntly that his character was a disgrace to the church. We informed him that he could not remain a member unless he repented, made a public confession, renounced his fraudulent and hypocritical practices, and demonstrated a genuine intention to reform and live more like a Christian. We gave him a choice: either publicly ask to have his name removed from the class book or face a disciplinary investigation. He chose the former and immediately withdrew his name. Thus, his name was on the class book for only 3 days. It was the general opinion that his sole motive for joining the church was to enhance his reputation and garner the sympathy and support of Christians, essentially using religion as a facade to further his deceitful agenda. Fair LDS offers a rather evasive response to the above statement, claiming the Lewis's account of Joseph's 3-day membership does not fit the standard procedure for how Methodists admitted or expelled members. The time frame and the nature of Joseph's brief membership suggest he was likely considered on probation or, in modern LDS terms, an investigator. The process described for his removal aligns with how probationary members were typically handled, though it appears Joseph received more immediate and severe treatment than usual. Notice that they do not outright deny the possibility that Smith may have been on probation or merely investigating the church. This acknowledgement implies that Smith was at least making an effort to attend or join a church he had previously claimed God told him not to join just 8 years earlier. The issue is significant and persistent. Smith's turn toward the Methodist faith can be traced back to his mother, Lucy Mack Smith, and his wife, Emma, both of whom were devout Methodists. This response sidesteps the core issue, Joseph Smith's attempt to join a church he had previously denounced as corrupt. The fact remains that Joseph sought membership in the Methodist Church, despite his earlier vision claiming that all such denominations were abominations. This inconsistency raises questions about his true commitment to the principles he claimed to uphold. The Lewis brothers' account is corroborated by a membership roster for the Harmony congregation, which lists Joseph Smith Jr. as a member. This aligns with what Linda K. Newell and Valine T. Avery report. Emma's uncle, Nathaniel Lewis, served as a lay minister for the local Methodist Episcopal Church. His congregation met in members' homes for Sunday services, while a circuit preacher visited Harmony on Wednesdays. In the spring or summer of 1828, Joseph approached the circuit rider, requesting that his name be added to the church's class roll. Joseph presented himself in a very serious and humble manner, and the minister complied. In the fall of 1828, a significant event unfolded in Palmyra, New York. A 22-year-old schoolteacher named Oliver Cowdery arrived in town, initially hired as the Manchester schoolmaster. Coincidentally, Cowdery began tutoring Joseph Smith Sr., and as was customary according to the LDS Church, he took up residence with the Smith family. I'll conclude this episode here, but next week we'll dive into the introduction of Oliver Cowdery. We'll explore his connection to the Smith family, his role in their bloodline, and his significance in the claimed translation of the Book of Mormon. Summary: we investigate the controversial loss of the 116 pages of the Book of Lehi and the death of Alvin Smith Jr. The disappearance of these pages raises serious doubts about Joseph Smith's translation process. Additionally, Smith's brief membership in the Harmony Methodist Church, despite his earlier vision denouncing all churches, highlights inconsistencies in his claims. We also touch on Martin Harris's legal troubles and the abusive behavior reported by Lucy Harris. Next week, we will introduce Oliver Cowdery and explore his significance to the Smith family and the translation of the Book of Mormon. Episode 12, Meet Oliver Cowdery. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. Last week, we examined the troubling loss of the 116 pages of Lehi by Martin Harris and the devastating death of Joseph Smith's son, Alvin Smith Jr. This loss drove Joseph to join the local Methodist Church, an act that directly contradicts his earlier claim of being commanded by God not to join any church. This week, we'll delve into the intriguing story of Oliver Cowdery, exploring his connection to the Smith family and his pivotal role in church history. Stay tuned for an eye-opening look at his impact. Part 1, Let's Meet Oliver. Oliver Cowdery was born in Wells, Vermont in 1806 to William and Rebecca Cowdery. When Oliver was 3, his family moved to Poultney, Vermont, following his mother's death on September 9, 1809. His father remarried and had more children with his new wife. During his childhood, Oliver began using a divining rod to hunt for buried treasures. While this could be dismissed as a child's play, it aligns with the treasure-seeking practices of the Smith family. Notably, both the Smith and Cowdery families hailed from Vermont, with Sharon not far from Wells or Poultney. Even more intriguing is the fact that Oliver and Joseph Smith Jr. were related. They were third cousins once removed, with some reports even suggesting they were second cousins. On the Fair LDS website, addressing the hidden family relationship between Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery, the following statement is made. The accusation that Oliver, being a distant cousin of Joseph Smith, makes him an unreliable witness to the Book of Mormon is what is known as an ad hominem attack on the witness's character. The term ad hominem is defined, according to Merriam-Webster, as appealing to feelings or prejudices rather than intellect, marked by or being an attack on an opponent's character rather than by an answer to the contentions made. I and others fail to see where an ad hominem attack is being made on the character of Oliver Cowdery. The fact that the two were related is not up for debate. They were. Fair LDS further states, one can see that accusations that Oliver is an unreliable witness because he is related to Joseph Smith applies both of these definitions. Oliver was indeed a distant cousin of Joseph Smith, but they never met before the Book of Mormon was translated. Those who put forth this criticism attempt to prejudice the reader by implying that this relationship made Oliver unreliable. The fact that they were distantly related has no bearing upon Oliver's reliability as a scribe or as a witness. How does this relationship make him an unreliable witness? What is the conflict of interest? Knowing Smith prior does not inherently make Oliver Cowdery unreliable, nor would it necessarily make him an unreliable scribe. However, it does raise questions about honesty and the potential for deceit. Why is it that LDS members are not taught about the family connection between the Smiths and the Cowderys? The claim that they had never met before 1829 is indeed up for debate. Joseph Smith went out of his way to assert that he and Oliver had no connection prior to April 1829, which raises further suspicions that merit closer examination later on. When Oliver Cowdery arrived in Palmyra, he made no mention of his familial relationship with the Smith family. Why is that? Given that Joseph Smith Sr. and Oliver's father knew each other, it stands to reason that Oliver would have been aware of the connection and who the Smiths were. This omission is significant and raises questions about the transparency and honesty of Cowdery and Smith's dealing. William Cowdery and Joseph Smith Sr. both belong to the same occult movement in Vermont known as the Wood Scrape Club. This group, which started in the 1790s and lasted until the 1820s, engaged in practices and beliefs that were decidedly unorthodox and mystical. This shared history further underscores the deep connections between the Cowdery and Smith families, suggesting that Oliver would have likely known about his relationship with the Smiths long before his arrival in Palmyra. We are also told that in 1799, with the Wood movement gathering momentum, a man named Winchell, who contemporaries claimed was a fugitive and a counterfeiter, arrived on the scene and initiated the group to the use of the hazel rod, a small shrub cut with 2 prongs. From the use of this stick, Winchell and the Woods pretended to divine all sorts of things to suit their purpose. Middletown, Vermont historian Barnes Frisbee recounted, "There we find these men, Joseph Smith Sr. and William Cowdery, with the counterfeiter, Winchell, searching for money over the hills and mountains with the hazel rod, and their sons Joe and Oliver, as soon as they were old enough, were in the same business, and continued in it until they brought out the vilest scheme that ever cursed the country." The connection between Joseph Smith Sr. and William Cowdery within the wood scrape occult movement is crucial. This shared history, in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, not only illustrates a backdrop of mysticism and treasure hunting, but also reinforces the deep familial ties between Joseph Smith Jr. and Oliver Cowdery. The involvement of both families in such activities raises significant questions about their later collaboration on the Book of Mormon. A quick interesting side note, Methodist preacher Laban Clark played a crucial role in exposing the wood scrape frauds, earning the ire of Smith Sr. It's strikingly ironic, then, that the primary villain in the Book of Mormon is named Laban, a direct nod to the very adversary who opposed Smith Sr.'s interests. Moving on now. Oliver Cowdery is reported to have been in the Palmyra region during the spring of 1825, attending one of the many religious revivals occurring at that time. Interestingly, Joseph Smith also claimed to have attended these same revivals. Given their familial connection and overlapping attendance, it's plausible that Oliver and Joseph might have encountered each other or even attended these events together. While it's speculative, it's worth noting that Sidney Rigdon, a traveling minister of the period, had been known to travel in the area as well. Ohio was only a 2-day journey from Palmyra, making it feasible for all these key figures to have crossed paths. This potential overlap could become significant as we delve into events leading up to 1830. The official account of Oliver Cowdery's meeting with the Smith family is misleading. Initially, the Manchester, Ontario NY School Board of Trustees sought a new schoolmaster and offered the position to the Hon. Lyman Cowdery of Arcadia, NY. Lyman, after initially accepting, declined the role, but recommended his brother Oliver for the position instead. The trustees accepted this recommendation and hired Oliver. Interestingly, Hiram Smith, Joseph Smith Jr.'s older brother, was also a member of the Board of Trustees at the time. This connection raises questions about the true motivations behind Oliver's hiring. While there is no direct proof of collusion, the mounting evidence suggests that the familial ties between the Smiths and Cowderys played a significant role in securing the position for Oliver. This connection also sheds light on why Oliver was staying with the Smiths beyond his duties as a tutor. He was essentially extended family. Now let's return to our previous focus and avoid getting too lost in these connections as we continue exploring the timeline. During his stay with the Smith family, Oliver Cowdery was exposed to the stories about the Book of Mormon and Joseph Smith Jr.'s purported abilities. Jeffrey G. Cannon, an LDS apologist, recounts Oliver's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed his landlord with questions, eager to learn more about the remarkable claims surrounding Joseph Jr. Initially, Joseph Sr. was hesitant to share, but he eventually relented and disclosed details about Joseph Jr.'s experiences. Oliver, deeply intrigued, sought divine confirmation of these extraordinary claims through prayer. He reported receiving a profound sense of peace, which he interpreted as confirmation from God, validating the stories he had heard. This account underscores Oliver's initial skepticism and his subsequent religious conviction, which played a crucial role in his eventual involvement with the Book of Mormon and the Smith family. Oliver Cowdery, while staying with the Smith family in Palmyra, had been deeply influenced by their accounts of the Book of Mormon and Joseph Smith Jr.'s role. As reported, he did not immediately disclose his experience to anyone, but frequently discussed the golden plates, gradually coming to believe that God was calling him to serve as Joseph Smith's scribe. When the school term ended in the spring of 1829, Oliver made his way to Harmony, Pennsylvania, where Joseph was living with his wife Emma, on land owned by Emma's father, Isaac Hale. This account contrasts sharply with the LDS Church's version of their meeting. According to church lore, Oliver supposedly encountered Joseph Smith Sr. while he was working near a fence, inquiring about Joseph Jr. and learning about his work. After praying, Oliver is said to have immediately traveled to Harmony. However, the timeline reveals that Oliver did not leave Palmyra until April 1829, raising questions about the accuracy of the church's narrative. If Oliver Cowdery was indeed divinely called to be Joseph Smith's scribe, why did he wait several months before making the journey to Harmony? This delay casts doubt on the notion of a direct divine mandate and highlights inconsistencies in the church's portrayal of their encounter. Before we proceed, it's crucial to introduce another key figure, David Whitmer. In November 1828, David Whitmer from Fayette, New York, visited Palmyra on business. Although the specific nature of his business remains unclear, this visit led him to meet Oliver Cowdery. During their meeting, Cowdery shared the details he had learned from the Smith family and revealed his intention to travel to Harmony to meet Joseph Smith personally. While staying with the Smiths in the fall of 1828, Cowdery corresponded with Whitmer, sending several letters about his experiences and what he was learning from the Smith family. This correspondence played a significant role in Whitmer's eventual involvement in the unfolding event. Conclusion: this background of shared occult practices and the use of divining rods for treasure hunting casts a shadow over the authenticity of their religious endeavors, suggesting a continuity of deceit and manipulation that culminated in their later revelations. In the next episode, we delve deeper into Martin Harris's story, exploring how he lost the 116 pages of Lehi and examining the fiery temper that defined his character. Episode 13, Martin Harris replaced with Oliver Cowdery. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap: in the last episode, we delved into Oliver Cowdery's background and his familial ties to the Smith family prior to his involvement with the Book of Mormon in 1829. This week, we shift our focus to Martin Harris, examining the events and circumstances that led to Oliver Cowdery stepping in as Joseph Smith's scribe. Stay tuned as we uncover the critical factors behind this pivotal transition. Part 1. Martin Harris Legal Issues. In March 1829, Martin Harris returned from Palmyra seeking a greater witness of the golden plates. This request came amid legal troubles for Joseph Smith, as Lucy Harris had filed a court claim against him while he was out of state. With Joseph unavailable, Lucy's frustration turned towards Martin, as previously noted. Fortunately for us, Joseph Smith received a revelation in response to Martin's plea, which was recorded in what was initially known as the Book of Commandments, and later became part of the Doctrine and Covenants. In D&C 5:1-4 we read, "Behold, I say unto you, that as my servant Martin Harris has desired a witness at my hand, that you, my servant Joseph Smith, Jun, have got the plates of which you have testified and borne record that you have received of me. And now, behold, this shall you say unto him, He who spake unto you said unto you, I, the Lord, am God, and have given these things unto you, my servant Joseph Smith, Jun, and have commanded you that you should stand as a witness of these things. And I have caused you that you should enter into a covenant with me, that you should not show them except to those persons to whom I commanded you, and you have no power over them, except I grant it unto you. And you have a gift to translate the plates, and this is the first gift that I bestowed upon you. And I have commanded that you should pretend to no other gift until my purpose is fulfilled in this, for I will grant unto you no other gift until it is finished." Here we see Martin Harris, caught in a difficult situation. With Joseph out of state and unable to be charged, Martin's wife Lucy threatens to take legal action against him. Despite Martin's financial backing and persistent support for Joseph, he is denied the tangible proof he needs to protect himself and instead faced a rebuke from Joseph. This situation raises questions about the convenience of Joseph's stance and the implications for Martin's predicament. As a quick side note, in the original Book of Commandments, Joseph Smith was explicitly given only the gift to translate and was commanded not to claim any other gifts. And he has a gift to translate the book, and I have commanded him that he shall pretend to no other gift, for I will grant him no other gift. Book of Commandments 4:2. However, The Revised Version in the Doctrine and Covenants suggests that no additional gifts would be granted until the translation was complete, implying a different sequence of events. This discrepancy is crucial and will be significant in understanding the evolution of Joseph Smith's claims and the subsequent revelation. Part 2. Oliver takes over. Another issue with the LDS Church's account of the Cowdery-Smith meeting is its omission of key details. Members are not informed that Cowdery and David Whitmer were already acquainted, as we noted in the last video. Nor are they taught that Cowdery and Samuel Smith stayed at the Whitmer homestead on their way to Harmony. Members are led to believe Cowdery made the trip from Palmyra to Harmony alone, not accompanied by Joseph's younger brother. This omission raises questions about why the connection with Whitmer is downplayed. Is it to obscure the forthcoming significance of Whitmer in this narrative? Following the Martin Harris fiasco with the lost 116 pages and the death of Alvin Smith Jr., Joseph Smith claimed that the power to translate was temporarily taken from him. With this period of translation halted, Joseph needed a new scribe. Oliver Cowdery be exceptionally efficient in this role. While it took Emma Smith and Martin Harris nearly 3 months to transcribe the 116 pages of the Book of Lehi, Oliver and Joseph Smith managed to produce 531 pages of the Book of Mormon in just 85 days. Some records even suggest the translation took only 60 days, a remarkable speed compared to the previous transcription efforts. A significant portion of the Book of Mormon's narrative parallels the storyline in Ethan Smith's view of the Hebrews, which we briefly touched on earlier and will explore in detail in a future video. The argument posits that Joseph Smith might have had access to View of the Hebrews, or at least been aware of its contents. Apologists for the Church assert there are no records which indicate that Joseph Smith came into contact with View of the Hebrews during the period he was translating the Book of Mormon. While Smith may not have directly encountered the book, Oliver Cowdery had numerous opportunities to do so. He attended Ethan Smith's church during the period the book was written, and even worked at the printing press where it was published, serving as an assistant typesetter. This raises questions about why Oliver and Joseph seemed to distance themselves from one another before their April 1829 meeting. Fair LDS claims the View of the Hebrews theory was first proposed by I. Woodbridge Riley in 1902, 58 years after the death of the prophet. This assertion is misleading. In reality, Joseph Smith discussed the contents of View of the Hebrews in the Times and Seasons on June 1, 1842. This predates Riley's theory by 60 years, indicating Smith was indeed aware of the book and its contents. Despite Fair's denial of Smith's familiarity with the book, they contradict themselves by acknowledging there was, however, a reference to View of the Hebrews within Joseph Smith's lifetime, but it came from the prophet himself. In an article published in the Times and Seasons on June 1, 1842, Joseph quoted View of the Hebrews in support of the Book of Mormon. Fair also states, the theory that Joseph Smith plagiarized View of the Hebrews was never advanced during his lifetime. The prevailing theory of the day was the Spalding theory. We will delve into the Spalding theory in an upcoming video. Why address this now rather than waiting until after the completion of the Book of Mormon? Understanding this point clarifies why Smith and Cowdery were able to produce the Book of Mormon so rapidly. The View of the Hebrews was not the only potential source. Solomon Spalding's manuscript found, central to the Spalding theory mentioned by Fair, also played a role. Joseph Smith's 1842 reference to View of the Hebrews becomes clearer when we consider that by then, accusations of plagiarism from manuscript found were already circulating. This context reveals why Smith might have preemptively addressed View of the Hebrews. It was a defensive move against growing claims of literary theft. Both Joseph and Oliver attended religious revivals in the New York burned-over district, a hotbed of religious fervor. Although there's no direct evidence of their meeting there, it's plausible they connected and began collaborating during this period. Could it be that before Cowdery arrived to scribe for Joseph, Smith struggled to produce the Book of Mormon from memory or second-hand accounts of View of the Hebrews? With Cowdery, who was familiar with the book and had experience as an assistant typesetter, Joseph might have found the help he needed to finalize the translation. Some speculate that Joseph and Oliver initially collaborated as co-equal partners in creating the Book of Mormon and shaping the church, with Joseph as the seer and Oliver as the teacher. This theory has intrigued scholars and researchers, and we'll explore these dynamics further in upcoming discussions. Part 3. The translation process. 2 days after Cowdery arrived in Harmony, Joseph and Oliver began their translation of the Book of Mormon. The official narrative presented to members and investigators diverges significantly from the historical events. Let's compare both versions. The LDS Church asserts that Joseph Smith used the Urim and Thummim to translate the plates. According to this account, these were the spectacles that accompanied the golden plates, along with the sword of Laban and other artifacts. The official LDS description states, Joseph Smith dictated the translation to scribes, primarily Oliver Cowdery. As Joseph was translating an unknown language, he relied on the Lord's guidance. One way the Lord assisted was by providing physical instruments for translation. Witnesses reported that Joseph looked through these instruments and English words appeared to him. The translation tools included the interpreters, or Urim and Thummim, 2 clear stones set in a metal rim given to Joseph with the plates. This account portrays a divine process, but the historical reality is different. Why does the church say instruments included? Joseph never claimed to use anything other than the Urim and Thummim for translation. Joseph and Oliver asserted that Joseph would see the words appear in the stones, dictate them to Oliver, who would write them down and read them back to Joseph. If what Oliver wrote did not match the spectacles, he would correct it, or so we are told. However, 4 years after the Book of Mormon was published, E.D. Howe's Mormonism Unveiled revealed that Smith did not solely use the Urim and Thummim. He also used his infamous seer stone, the very same stone he stole from Willard Chase, used to search for Spanish treasure with Stowell in 1826, and was convicted for being a disorderly person. In the August 20, 1859, issue of the Millennial Star, Oliver Cowdery stated, I wrote with my own pen the entire Book of Mormon, save a few pages, as it fell from the lips of the prophet Joseph Smith, as he translated it by the gift and power of God, by the means of the Urim and Thummim, or as it is called by that book, holy interpreters. I beheld with my eyes and handled with my hands the gold plates from which it was translated. I also saw with my eyes and handled with my hands the holy interpreters. Notably absent from Oliver's account is any mention of the seer stone, a critical tool in Joseph Smith's translation process, according to other sources. This omission raises questions. Were Joseph and Oliver trying to distance themselves from their pasts as scryers, given Oliver's history as a rod diviner and Joseph's use of a seer stone? Researchers and scholars suggest that Joseph and Oliver were collaborators in a larger scheme. The Joseph Smith Papers Project provides an illuminating account from Oliver at the 1831 General Conference. Brother Hiram Smith said that he thought best that the information of the coming forth of the Book of Mormon be related by Joseph himself to the elders present, that all might know for themselves. Brother Joseph Smith, Jr. said that it was not intended to tell the world all the particulars of the coming forth of the Book of Mormon, and also said that it was not expedient for him to relate these things in secret. This reluctance to disclose details further supports the theory of a deliberate effort to control the narrative and obscure the full story behind the Book of Mormon's creation. The church now teaches, another instrument Joseph used was a seer stone that he would look into, often by placing it in a hat. Joseph had found this stone earlier and had used it to find hidden or lost things. He used both the interpreters and the seer stone as he translated, always relying on the inspiration of church leaders and historians have long been aware of the seer stone, yet they have kept this information from members. In a 1939 Improvement Era article, Robert P. Kirkman dismissed Martin Harris's statements on the seer stone. In the opinion of the writer, the prophet used no seer stone in translating the Book of Mormon. Neither did he translate in the manner described by David Whitmer and Martin Harris. The statements of both of these men are to be explained by the eagerness of old age to call upon a fading and uncertain memory for the details of events which still remained real and objective to them. Former president of the church, Joseph Fielding Smith, stated in 1956, "While the statement has been made by some writers that the prophet Joseph Smith used a seer stone part of the time in his translating of the record, and information points to the fact that he did have in his possession such a stone, yet there is no authentic statement in the history of the church which states that the use of such a stone was made in that translation. The information is all hearsay, and personally, I do not believe that this stone was used for this purpose. It may have been so, but it is so easy for a story of this kind to be circulated due to the fact that the prophet did possess a seer stone, which he may have used for some other purposes. We've established that the process for translating the Book of Mormon was no different than when Smith scried for treasures. He used his seer stone, and the plates were never physically present with Martin Harris, despite his claims of seeing and hefting them. Harris later admitted that these experiences were with spiritual eyes, not physical ones. So, here we have Joseph and Oliver with a book resembling View of the Hebrews, and Joseph translating the claimed plates with his seer stone. What else can we expect from this dynamic duo? Conclusion. This episode sheds light on the hidden dynamics between Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery, suggesting a collaborative effort that extends beyond the official church history. Understanding these intricacies offers a more nuanced view of the origins of the Book of Mormon and the early LDS Church, challenging the conventional narrative and encouraging further investigation into these historical events. Next week, we will dive into the events that led Joseph Smith and his associates to relocate to Fayette, New York. Stay tuned as we continue to uncover the untold history of the early LDS Church. Episode 14, Joseph False Claims on the Priesthood. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. In the last episode, we explored how Oliver Cowdery stepped in as Joseph's scribe, the questionable process behind the so-called translation of the Book of Mormon, and how shockingly fast it was completed compared to the time Joseph spent working with Emma and Martin Harris. In this episode, we will critically examine the controversial claims surrounding the restoration of the priesthood. We'll uncover the inconsistencies and challenges that have sparked debate and scrutiny. Let's dive in. The LDS Church narrates, while translating the Book of Mormon, Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery read several passages concerning authority and baptism, prompting them to pray about those subjects. According to later accounts, John the Baptist appeared to Smith and Cowdery on the 15th of May, 1829, and bestowed on them the priesthood of Aaron, which gave them the authority to baptize. He then promised that they would later receive a higher authority to bestow the gift of the Holy Ghost. However, conflicting reports surround this event, particularly regarding the so-called higher authority that was allegedly bestowed on Joseph and Oliver that same day. The LDS Church further states, historical records describing the reception of this higher authority are generally less specific and more complex. Some accounts describe Peter, James, and John, three of the apostles called by Jesus Christ in the New Testament, appearing to Smith and Cowdery and bestowing on them a higher priesthood, later called the Melchizedek priesthood. Other accounts describe an earlier event at the home of Peter Whitmer Sr., when the voice of God commanded Smith and Cowdery to ordain one another to the office of elder in a public meeting of baptized believers. This narrative presents several issues. The most glaring contradiction arises from the Church's own statement. In May of 1829, Joseph had yet to meet the entire Whitmer family, so how could they have been ordained elders in Fayette if they hadn't even arrived there? The ordination the Church speaks of actually occurred a year later in 1830, not in April or May of 1829. It wasn't until June 1829 that Smith and Cowdery moved to Fayette and connected with the Whitmers. According to the LDS Church, in Doctrine and Covenants 128, Joseph Smith recalled that the appearance of Peter, James, and John occurred in the wilderness between Harmony, Susquehanna County, and Colesville, Broome County on the Susquehanna River, but he did not give a date. How much can we conclude from available evidence about when and where this happened? This statement comes from Smith's recollection on September 6, 1842, in Nauvoo, Illinois, a full 13 years after the alleged event. I say alleged because multiple members of the Whitmer family openly testified that they had never heard of this so-called ordination of Joseph and Oliver before 1834. Several years later, Fair attempts to narrow down the timeline by stating, when all the circumstantial evidence is studied, the approximate time of the Melchizedek priesthood's restoration can be plausibly narrowed down. Although historical documents do not give an exact date for the restoration of the Melchizedek priesthood, we can pinpoint its occurrence to a 17-day window between the 15th and 31st of May, 1829. The window that is known is small enough to preclude a later fabrication of events by the prophet to increase his authority. This narrative is problematic. Fair tries to place the event within 2 weeks of the Aaronic priesthood claims, yet the church suggests it might have occurred at the Whitmers, citing the Doctrine and Covenants. A voice of the Lord in the wilderness of Fayette, Seneca County, declaring the 3 witnesses to bear record of the book. The inconsistency in these accounts calls the entire story into question, highlighting the murky nature of the church's claims about the restoration of the priesthood. Why would Fair go to such lengths as to manipulate the dates of key events? Could it be because the event never actually happened? Even LDS historian Richard Bushman, in his book Rough Stone Rolling, concedes the first compilation of Revelations in 1833 also omitted an account of John the Baptist. David Whitmer later told an interviewer he had heard nothing of John the Baptist until 4 years after the church's organization. Not until writing in his 1832 history did Joseph include reception of the holy priesthood by the ministering of angels to administer the letter of the gospel among the cardinal events of his history, a glancing reference at best. The late appearance of these accounts raises the possibility of later fabrication. David Whitmer himself provides damning testimony on this matter, stating, "I never heard that an angel had ordained Joseph and Oliver to the Aaronic priesthood until the year 1834, 5 or 6, in Ohio. I do not believe that John the Baptist ever ordained Joseph and Oliver." Whitmer places the revelation of this priesthood claim squarely in 1834, a full 5 years after the supposed event. Fair, in its attempt to backtrack and legitimize the timeline, spins another convoluted tale. They claim Joseph learned from Moroni in 1823 that when the golden plates are interpreted, the Lord will give the holy priesthood to some, and they shall begin to proclaim this gospel and baptize by water, and after that they shall have power to give the Holy Ghost by the laying on of their hands. According to Fair, 2 years later, the first part of this prophecy was fulfilled when John the Baptist supposedly visited Joseph and Oliver, stating, "He said this Aaronic priesthood had not the power of laying on hands for the gift of the Holy Ghost, but that this should be conferred on us hereafter. The messenger who visited us on this occasion and conferred this priesthood upon us said that his name was John, the same that is called John the Baptist in the New Testament, and that he acted under the direction of Peter, James, and John, who held the keys of the priesthood of Melchizedek, which priesthood, he said, would in due time be conferred on us." It was on the 15th day of May, 1829, that we were ordained under the hand of this messenger and baptized. We know that the Melchizedek priesthood therefore had not yet been given and must be given either later that day or sometime following that day. These inconsistencies and the apparent retroactive claims raise significant questions about the veracity of these events. If Joseph and Oliver only revealed this supposed ordination years after the fact, it casts doubt on whether it ever happened at all. The Church's reliance on such late and conflicting accounts suggests that the narrative may have been shaped to fit the evolving needs of its leadership rather than reflecting actual historical events. Fair claims that in 1823, Joseph Smith was informed about the coming priesthood and the laying on of hands. However, in the very next sentence, they state that 2 years later, this pronouncement was fulfilled when John the Baptist visited Joseph and Oliver. Let's do some basic math. 1823 plus 2 equals 1825. But wait, Joseph didn't even receive the golden plates until September 22, 1827, 2 more years later. The translation with Oliver Cowdery didn't begin until 1829, a full 6 years after the alleged visitation from Moroni. Fair also suggests that the Melchizedek priesthood might have been conferred on the same day as the Aaronic priesthood, or shortly thereafter. They're placing this event before the Whitmer family became involved in an effort to discredit David Whitmer's testimony. But we have another account that throws this narrative into question, a letter written by Edward Stevenson to then-apostle Franklin D. Richards. It's lengthy, so I'll focus on the part that's relevant to our discussion. Dear Brother F.D. Richards, I take pleasure in addressing a few lines to you. My journey to this place has been attended with blessings. I called on David Whitmer soon after breakfast at the Huggins house and spent until 2 p.m. I took dinner with David and his only son David, and a son of one of the 8 witnesses by name of Page. I inquired of David and young David, also of Philander A. Page, aged 54, son of Hiram Page, one of the 8 witnesses, also John Whitmer, in whose hands the records are, all, and separately, who say that they do not have any knowledge of, neither do the records show, concerning Peter, James, and John's coming to the prophet Joseph. On this and also on the John the Baptist's mission, they seem, all of them, very ignorant. David said, the prophet of God received the command from God, and that was sufficient authority. He did not seem to understand the necessity of the connecting link of ordination. They are very dark on the subject of the sealing power, as also baptism for the dead. Stevenson's letter clearly shows that David Whitmer, one of the 3 witnesses, along with his son and other close associates, had never heard of Peter, James, and John's supposed visitation to Joseph Smith. According to Whitmer, the prophet of God received the command from God, and that was sufficient authority. He did not seem to understand the necessity of the connecting link of ordination. In other words, the Whitmers were completely in the dark about any claim of ordination by John the Baptist or Peter, James, and John. Fair's manipulation of the timeline and their attempt to discredit the Whitmer testimony only highlight the deep inconsistencies in the church's narrative. The fact that key witnesses like David Whitmer were unaware of these supposed foundational events until years later raises serious doubts about their authenticity. The church's reliance on later, contradictory accounts suggests a narrative constructed to serve the leadership's evolving needs rather than a truthful recounting of history. The Whitmer accounts, which LDS historian and scholar Richard Bushman has highlighted, are considered highly reliable and are accepted by the church as authentic. On BYU's BYU Studies site, the church history volumes categorize this event under the title Ordination and Baptism Kept Secret. This raises a critical question. Could this labeling be an attempt by BYU scholars and historians to provide an excuse for why David Whitmer and others were unaware of these foundational events before 1834? The term, kept secret, implies a deliberate concealment, suggesting that the church may have been trying to cover up inconsistencies in its historical narrative. The Whitmer accounts, which clearly indicate a lack of knowledge about the purported visitations and ordinations, directly challenge the church's official timeline. By attributing the lack of awareness to secrecy, the church and its scholars are sidestepping the uncomfortable fact that key witnesses were unaware of these significant events until years after they supposedly occurred. This approach not only undermines the credibility of the church's historical claims, but also raises serious doubts about the authenticity of the foundational events described. If the church's own historians are compelled to label these events as kept secret, it only underscores the profound discrepancies and questionable integrity of the church's historical narrative. In conclusion, the conflicting accounts and shifting timelines surrounding the priesthood restoration claims reveal significant inconsistencies in the church's historical narrative. The discrepancies between early testimonies and later accounts, along with the lack of clarity from key witnesses, cast serious doubt on the authenticity of these foundational events. As we continue to explore these hidden aspects of the church's history, it becomes evident that critical examination is essential to uncovering the truth. Next episode, I will dive back into Martin Harris and how Joseph Smith took him for a second time. Martin Harris gets taken twice. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. In the last episode, we explored how Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery alleged they received the restored priesthood from John the Baptist, Peter, James, and John. However, no external witnesses beyond these two men can corroborate their claims. The Harmony Days. During the few months of the purported translation of the Book of Mormon, Joseph Smith and his household were supported by Emma's father, Isaac Hale. Joseph was not working, had a mortgage on the house, and was purchasing land from his father-in-law, while Martin Harris's financial support was dwindling. Despite this, Martin continued to support Joseph as much as possible. The household, which included Joseph, Emma, Samuel Smith, Oliver Cowdery, and Martin Harris, resided in the small Smith home. When Emma's father cut off support, they relied on Joseph Knight Sr., who provided what he could. I let him have some little provisions and some few things out of the store, a pair of shoes, and $3 in money to help him a little. Joseph appeared content to perpetuate a life of poverty, reminiscent of his childhood and teenage years, rather than earn an honest day's wage. He seemed willing to drag others into his financial struggles, rather than put in the effort to support himself. With Harris and Knight Sr. enabling his lack of responsibility, Joseph had little incentive to work, choosing instead to continue his reliance on their support. Smith, already behind on payments to his father-in-law, Isaac Hale, and facing the end of Hale's patience with his imprudence, was once again facing harassment, or, as the church would term it, persecution. It was the perfect moment for Joseph and his entourage to escape. The film Joseph Smith, American Prophet, depicts Smith being taken to court twice for disorderly conduct. Based on church history volumes, the movie presents this as the reason for Smith's move to Fayette, claiming he was acquitted of both charges before relocating to avoid further persecution and delays in translating the Book of Mormon. However, there's a critical flaw in this narrative. The events depicted in the film actually occurred in 1830, while Smith and his group moved to Fayette in June 1829. This discrepancy is significant, as the movie's timeline is inaccurate. By that time, Smith was financially depleted, relying heavily on Knight Sr., Martin Harris, and formerly his father-in-law Hale, who had recently severed support due to financial debts. This situation provided a convenient excuse for Smith to relocate, with Oliver Cowdery knowing exactly whom to turn to for assistance. It's been suggested that Joseph Smith's move to Fayette, New York, was financed by Joseph Knight Sr. This was not the last time Knight Sr. would come to Smith's rescue during a crisis. We'll delve into Knight Sr.'s further assistance in the coming year and in another video. Welcome to Fayette, NY, where the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints claims its official beginning, despite ongoing disputes. Oliver Cowdery reached out to David Whitmer for help, seeking a refuge where he and Joseph Smith could continue their work. David's father, Peter Whitmer Sr., agreed to host them, and on June 1, 1829, the Smith party arrived in Fayette. The history of the church recounts, shortly after commencing to translate, I became acquainted with Mr. Peter Whitmer of Fayette, Seneca County, New York, and also with some of his family. In the beginning of the month of June, his son, David Whitmer, came to the place where we were residing and brought with him a 2-horse wagon for the purpose of having us accompany him to his father's place and there remain until we should finish the work. It was arranged that we should have our board free of charge and the assistance of one of his brothers to write for me, and also his own assistance when convenient. Having much need of such timely aid in an undertaking so arduous, and being informed that the people in the neighborhood of the Whitmers were anxiously awaiting the opportunity to inquire into these things, we accepted the invitation and accompanied Mr. Whitmer to his father's house, and there resided until the translation was finished and the copyright secured. Upon our arrival, we found Mr. Whitmer's family very anxious concerning the work and very friendly toward ourselves. They continued so, boarded and lodged us according to arrangements, and John Whitmer in particular assisted us very much in writing during the remainder of the work. This account presents a significant issue. Joseph's claim that he had met Peter Whitmer Sr. and his family before their move to Fayette contradicts the evidence. Joseph had no prior acquaintance with Peter or his sons. Oliver Cowdery had been corresponding with David Whitmer, not with Peter or the rest of the Whitmer family. The LDS Church's study manual states, David Whitmer, then 24 years of age, eagerly showed these letters to his parents and brothers and sisters. Persecution began to intensify in the Harmony area, so late in May, Oliver communicated with David about the possibility of Joseph and Oliver going to stay with the Whitmers in Fayette. In response, Peter Whitmer Sr., David's father, invited Joseph to stay at his farm home as long as was needed to finish the work of translation. So did Joseph meet Peter Whitmer Sr. beforehand or not? The evidence suggests they did not. Why would Joseph fabricate such a claim? Could it be that he was more focused on creating a narrative of persecution to justify their departure from Harmony, rather than recalling the actual events surrounding their move to Fayette? That was, he was in severe debt to Isaac Hale. Recall that the Joseph Smith history, from the history of the church, was written by Smith beginning in 1838 and has undergone multiple revisions by Brigham Young and later by Joseph Fielding Smith. This text has been edited significantly over time, which raises serious questions about its reliability. Why does the church's account differ from the one where Joseph supposedly first met David Whitmer and then his family in Fayette? The reality is that the supposed tale of persecution seems to be nothing more than a fabrication by Smith and Cowdery designed to secure new financial support. By this time, Martin Harris was running out of money, and Joseph still owed Isaac Hale. The church claims that Oliver Cowdery asked David Whitmer if they could move to Fayette, yet Joseph's version states, "We accepted the invitation and accompanied Mr. Whitmer to his father's house, and there resided until the translation was finished and the copyright secured." This phrasing, "until the copyright was secured," is particularly intriguing. Smith had plans to sell the copyright to the Book of Mormon in two places, his local area and Upper Canada. Before delving into how Martin Harris was deceived, we need to explore this copyright issue further. Before I go further, I need to give a brief history of the Whitmer family, as it ties into the history of the Smith and Cowdery family practices of magic practice. The Whitmer family, who relocated from Pennsylvania to Fayette, NY in 1827, were of German descent and actively participated in a German-speaking community. This connection is crucial because, as noted in an earlier video, occult practices prevalent in Smith's time had roots in Germany and France. The Whitmers, like the Smiths, were involved in occult magic and practiced it. Their ties to such practices are further evidenced by the seer stones owned by David Whitmer, which were obtained from Native American burial sites in western New York. These stones included a Native American gorget and another piece now held in the library archives of the Community of Christ in Independence, Missouri. The Whitmer family's belief in and practice of occult magic parallel Joseph Smith's use of his seer stone and Oliver Cowdery's use of a divining rod. This connection is critical as it feeds into what LDS historians and scholars might dismiss as conspiracy theories. Oliver Cowdery's relationship with the Whitmers could have developed in one of three ways. 1. He might have met them during his travels as a preacher in Pennsylvania. Number 2. He could have encountered them while staying with a relative in Fayette, close to the Whitmer farm. 3. He might have been courting a Whitmer daughter. Oliver married Elizabeth Ann Whitmer in 1832. Given that Oliver met David Whitmer in Palmyra in 1828, and considering the numerous opportunities for Joseph and Oliver to engage with the Whitmers through religious revivals, it's plausible they might have involved the Whitmer family in their scheme. Moreover, just a month before completing the Book of Mormon, the Whitmers were involved in securing their first copyright attempts. They sought protection in the federal district court with clerk Richard R. Lansing, as detailed in the Doctrine and Covenants sections 14, 15, and 16. This backdrop raises significant questions about the authenticity of the claims surrounding the Book of Mormon and the integrity of those involved in its creation. Martin Harris had returned to Palmyra shortly after the move to Fayette, embroiled in a legal battle with his wife Lucy over the financial manipulations by Joseph Smith. Despite these complications, Martin came back to Fayette seeking proof of the golden plates. This return marked the beginning of the second con involving Martin, orchestrated by Joseph, Oliver Cowdery, and David Whitmer. As the translation of the Book of Mormon neared completion, Joseph faced the urgent need to convince Martin of the authenticity of the plates, given that Martin's support and money were crucial. To resolve this, Joseph arranged for Martin, along with Oliver and David, to witness the plates. According to the official LDS account, the witnesses claimed, "Be it known unto all nations, kindreds, tongues, and people, we have seen the plates which contain this record. We also know that they have been translated by the gift and power of God. An angel of God came down from heaven, and we beheld and saw the plates and the engravings thereon. And we know that it is by the grace of God the Father and our Lord Jesus Christ that we beheld and bear record that these things are true." However, this account is riddled with inconsistencies. Joseph Smith's sudden need to prove the plate's existence to Martin aligns suspiciously with Martin's financial contributions and his wavering faith. The account of the witnesses is fraught with unverifiable claims and lacks independent confirmation, raising questions about the authenticity of their testimonies. The purported divine revelation and angelic visitation described in the account served Joseph's purpose of securing Martin's continued support, casting a long shadow of doubt over the legitimacy of the witness claims. There's more to this story, which we'll dive into next time. But for now, we'll move ahead. Martin was once again under Joseph's spell, easing the pressure on Smith. But Joseph still needed Martin's money to print the Book of Mormon. In the next episode, we'll uncover how Joseph masterfully orchestrates this crucial step. In summary, the move to Fayette, NY, and the claims of persecution, financial troubles, and supposed divine visions raise serious questions about the historical accuracy and integrity of Joseph Smith's narrative. Next time on Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, we'll dive into the details of the vision the three witnesses reportedly had and unravel the rest of this story and how Martin Harris is conned. Don't miss it. Episode 16, Martin Harris Gets Taken Thrice. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. In our last episode, we uncovered the move of Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery to the Whitmer farm in Fayette, New York, and the mounting pressure on Martin Harris to continue funding the Book of Mormon project. In this episode, we'll scrutinize the dubious claims of the Golden Plate's witnesses, Oliver Cowdery, David Whitmer, and Martin Harris, examining the credibility and implications of their testimonies. Part 1, The Three Witnesses. The Church claims, shortly after his arrival in Fayette, Joseph received a revelation in June 1829 that Oliver Cowdery, David Whitmer, and Martin Harris would obtain a view of the plates, the breastplate, the sword of Laban, and the Urim and Thummim. The four retired to a forest near the Whitmer home, where Moroni appeared to them and showed them the aforementioned items. Then we hear, it was a clear, open, beautiful day, far from any inhabitants, in a remote field, at the time we saw the record of which it has been spoken, brought and laid before us by an angel, arrayed in glorious light, who descended, I suppose, out of the midst of heaven. Now if this is human juggling, judge ye. There's a glaring issue here. The official story suggests that all four men were together for this divine revelation, but historical accounts reveal otherwise. In reality, Martin Harris, feeling unworthy, left the group before the vision occurred. The remaining three claim to have witnessed the angelic appearance alone. It's deeply ironic that the three who were left behind, the ones who claim to have seen the angel and the plates, are also the very individuals who might have orchestrated the deception surrounding the Book of Mormon. Consider the history of the Church, Vol 153, in that not many days after the above commandment was given, we four, viz. Martin Harris, David Whitmer, Oliver Cowdery, and myself, agreed to retire into the woods and try to obtain by fervent and humble prayer the fulfillment of the promises given in the above revelation, that they should have a view of the plates. We accordingly made choice of a piece of woods convenient to Mr. Whitmer's house, to which we retired, and having knelt down, we began to pray in much faith to Almighty God to bestow upon us a realization of these promises. According to previous arrangement, I commenced prayer to our Heavenly Father, and was followed by each of the others in succession. We did not at the first trial, however, obtain any answer or manifestation of divine favor in our behalf. We again observed the same order of prayer, each calling on and praying fervently to God in rotation, but with the same result as before. Upon this, our second failure, Martin Harris proposed that he should withdraw himself from us, believing, as he expressed himself, that his presence was the cause of our not obtaining what we wished for. Marty accordingly withdrew from us, and we knelt down again, and had not been many minutes engaged in prayer, when presently we beheld a light above us in the air, of exceeding brightness, and behold, an angel stood before us. In his hands he held the plates which we had been praying for, these to have a view of. He turned over the leaves one by one, so that we could see them, and discern the engravings thereon distinctly. He then addressed himself to David Whitmer, and said, "David, blessed is the Lord, and he that keeps his commandments." When, immediately afterwards, we heard a voice from out of the bright light above us, saying, "These plates have been revealed by the power of God, and they have been translated by the power of God. The translation of them which you have seen is correct, and I command you to bear record of what you now see and hear." Let's pause here. Joseph's own account reveals a critical detail. Martin Harris, unable to enter a trance-like state, left the group. Consequently, Martin missed the alleged angelic visit. This detail underscores that Joseph Smith's hold on Martin was weakening, even as he desperately needed Martin's financial support for the Book of Mormon's publication. What steps did Joseph take next? I left David and Oliver and went in search of Martin Harris, whom I found a considerable distance away, deeply engrossed in prayer. He confessed that he had not yet received the vision, and begged me to join him, so that he too might witness the divine manifestations we had just experienced. We prayed together, and eventually the vision was revealed again, at least to me. Martin, caught up in a state of ecstatic joy, shouted, "'Tis enough, 'tis enough, mine eyes have beheld, mine eyes have beheld," and broke into jubilant praise, crying, "Hosanna," and exalting God with fervent celebration. Martin Harris was already highly susceptible to religious experiences. He had previously claimed to have walked and talked with Jesus in the form of a deer, and believed a flickering candle was a sign of evil. Joseph Smith capitalized on this vulnerability, manipulating Martin to conform to his narrative. With Martin fully convinced and eager to finance the printing of the Book of Mormon, Joseph had achieved his goal. Historian and Community of Christ, formerly known as the RLDS, Minister John Hamer notes, Joseph Smith Jr. and his contemporaries spoke of lifting the veil from their eyes to see into the spiritual realm. Harris ambiguously confirmed that the vision was perceived with spiritual eyes. Hamer further observes, Martin Harris, who financed the publication of the Book of Mormon, believed fervently that the book was a true history, but ultimately hoped in vain to recoup his investment. For context, the Community of Christ, the second largest Mormon denomination, traces its authority through Joseph Smith's son, Joseph Smith III, rejecting Brigham Young as the rightful successor. They retain significant early church documents within the John Whitmer Historical Society building. Hamer's account differs from the official LDS narrative, where Smith and Harris claim that Martin left the group voluntarily. Hamer explains, "For the three witnesses, both Oliver Cowdery and David Whitmer, were able to share in the guided experience, but Martin Harris could not envision the angel with the plates. Smith separated him, finishing the vision with the first two before working with Harris alone. Finally, Harris felt the confirmation, testifying, 'It is enough.' The claim that the witnesses saw the plates was, in reality, a spiritual experience rather than a physical one, a belief not uncommon in Smith's time. Early member and church elder Stephen Burnett stated in 1838, "When I came to hear Martin Harris state in public that he never saw the plates with his natural eyes, only in vision or imagination, neither Oliver nor David, the last pedestal gave way. In my view, our foundations, he hefted the plates repeatedly in a box with only a tablecloth or handkerchief over them, but he never saw them, only as he saw a city through a mountain." In response, the LDS Church attempted to discredit Burnett, labeling him an apostate and dismissing his account as unreliable. They wrote in their Gospel Library Manual, by 1838 he had apostatized from the church and thought it was a whole scene of lying and deception. The church's attack on Burnett's character extended to three others who heard Harris's statement: Apostles Luke S. Johnson, Lyman E. Johnson, and John F. Boynton, all of whom also left the church. This is a critical moment, as it challenges the narrative that Smith, Cowdery, Whitmer, and Harris physically saw the plates. Instead, we find a story of spiritual, not physical, vision. John H. Gilbert, the typesetter for the Book of Mormon, questioned Harris directly. "Martin, did you see those plates with your naked eyes?" Gilbert recalls Harris looked down for an instant, raised his eyes up, and said, "No, I saw them with a spiritual eye." Harris further clarified, "But did you see them, plates, with your natural, your bodily eyes, just as you see this pencil case in my hand? Now say no or yes to this." Harris answered, "I did not see them as I do that pencil case, yet I saw them with the eye of faith. I saw them just as distinctly as I see anything around me, though at the time they were covered over with a cloth." I focus on Harris here because his vision was crucial for Joseph. Without it, there would have been no money to print the Book of Mormon. Before moving on, let's examine two final quotes that solidifies the lack of any physical viewing by the three witnesses. On August 11th, 1838, Warren Parrish wrote to E. Holmes, stating, "Martin Harris, one of the subscribing witnesses, has come out at last and says he never saw the plates from which the book purports to have been translated, except in vision. He further says that any man who claims to have seen them otherwise is a liar. Joseph not accept." In an 1880 interview, David Whitmer was asked to describe the angel he claimed to have seen. He responded that it had no appearance or shape. When interviewer John Murphy pressed him on how he could testify about the plates, Whitmer gave us a revealing key in just 5 words. "Have you never had impressions?" In other words, had he never experienced visions before? It's clear no physical event occurred, neither with the 3 witnesses nor the 8 witnesses. Part 2, the 8 witnesses. The LDS Church teaches that all 8 witnesses experienced their alleged viewing of the plates together, but that's not how it happened. Joseph Smith took the Whitmer brothers, Christian, Jacob, John, and Peter Jr., into the woods for their witnessing of the Book of Mormon. Later, he took his brothers Samuel and Hiram, along with their father Joseph Sr. and Hiram Page, for a separate witnessing. Why doesn't the church tell the full story? Not only were the 8 witnesses not together, but it's believed Joseph Smith himself drafted the statement now found in the Book of Mormon and had each witness sign it. There is even contradictory evidence suggesting the witnesses were hesitant to sign and were pressured into doing so by Joseph. Only 3 of the 8 witnesses ever spoke about the experience afterward. Joseph did the same for the 3 witnesses, drafting the statement and getting their signatures. Some non-LDS scholars believe that Joseph may have even signed the witnesses' names himself. This isn't just an anti-Mormon claim, it's supported by evidence in the Joseph Smith papers. The historical introduction notes, J.S. may have been involved in writing this statement, but it is likely that Cowdery or one of the other witnesses was the author. The document appears as an appendix to this volume rather than as a featured text because even though its connection to J.S. is well established, its authorship is uncertain. The church attempts to shift the authorship away from Joseph, but the connection to him is clear. If this doesn't raise serious doubts, I don't know what will. Before moving further into the timeline, consider that the church isn't even consistent about when this supposed event took place. The Joseph Smith papers footnotes reveal, Lucy Mack Smith later related that after the translation was finished, J.S. dispatched a messenger to Mr. Smith, Joseph Sr., request that Mr. Smith and myself should come immediately. She then went on to explain that she was at the Whitmer house when the witnesses saw the plates, implying that J.S. had already finished the translation. However, J.S.'s history and a recollection by David Whitmer stated that the translation was completed after the 3 witnesses viewed the plates. Whitmer said that it was about 11 a.m. on a Sunday when the witnesses viewed the plates, possibly indicating the date was 28 June, the last Sunday of June 1829. Lucy claims the book was completed when it wasn't. Was she mistaken, or did Joseph tell her it was done, expecting to finish it before they arrived but couldn't? It's unclear, but what is clear is the con unfolding here. Martin Harris was now fully under Joseph's influence, ready to follow him anywhere, and provide the money needed to print the Book of Mormon. But how? Conclusion. In this episode, we've uncovered the manipulations surrounding the testimonies of the 3 and 8 witnesses to the Book of Mormon. Joseph Smith carefully orchestrated their experiences, creating spiritual visions rather than physical events, and pressured them into signing statements of authenticity. The inconsistencies in the church's narrative, alongside evidence from both believers and critics, cast serious doubt on the reliability of these witness accounts. As we continue to explore these historical events, the extent of Joseph Smith's influence over his followers, particularly Martin Harris, becomes increasingly clear. Episode 17, Martin Harris taken for a 4th time. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. In the last episode, we uncovered that Joseph Smith's account of the 3 witnesses was a fabricated tale. Instead of seeing the supposed golden plates with their physical eyes, Martin Harris was guided through a manipulated vision by Smith. It's highly likely that Smith himself drafted the statements attributed to the 3 and 8 witnesses, coercing them into signing off on a lie, completing the supposed translation. In July of 1829, within the confines of the Whitmer attic, Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery finalized the so-called translation of the Book of Mormon. With the manuscript complete, the next hurdle was finding a printer to publish the book. The problem? None of them, except for Martin Harris, had the funds to cover the $3,000 printing cost for 5,000 copies, which would be $101,464 in 2024. Joseph, however, conveniently received a revelation from God directed explicitly at Martin Harris. As recorded in Doctrine and Covenants 19, this revelation commanded Martin to not covet thine own property, but impart it freely to the printing of the Book of Mormon. Impart a portion of thy property, yea, even part of thy lands. Pay the debt thou hast contracted with the printer. Release thyself from bondage. This was not a mere suggestion, but a divine command to mortgage his farm, a staggering amount equivalent to approximately $78,902 today. Despite any hesitation Martin may have had, given that he had yet to see any return on his earlier investments in Smith, he still mortgaged his farm. But why would he take such a risky step? The LDS Church itself provides the answer, stating, to help repay the mortgage on Martin's farm, Joseph Smith gave him the right to sell copies of the book. This is confirmed by the promissory note between Joseph and Martin, which the Church kindly provides for scrutiny. I hereby agree that Martin Harris shall have an equal privilege with me and my friends of selling the Book of Mormon of the edition now printing by Egbert B. Grandin, until enough of them shall be sold to pay for the printing of the same, or until such time as the said Grandin shall be paid for the printing the aforesaid books or copies. This agreement, dated January 16, 1830, and witnessed by Oliver Cowdery, highlights the lengths Joseph went to secure the funds, leveraging Martin's faith and financial resources to achieve his ends. There is a lot of significance in that agreement. Joseph Smith's document reveals that the profits from the Book of Mormon were to be shared between himself and his friends, with Martin Harris receiving an equal portion of this share until the $3,000 was paid back. There's no indication that Martin would receive any additional profit beyond this arrangement. The document specifically mentions that profits would be derived from the printing by Egbert B. Grandin. Who were these friends of Joseph Smith? They likely included the Whitmers, Cowdery, and Hiram Page. Joseph's promises to these individuals suggest a quid pro quo arrangement, financial compensation for their silence regarding the dubious nature of the Book of Mormon's translation. This is corroborated by interviews with Hiram Page and David Whitmer, as well as by records in the Joseph Smith papers. Although the LDS Church initially contested the document's existence, it was rediscovered after 2009, albeit with some edits by Fair. The document states, "It pleaseth me that Oliver Cowdery, Joseph Knight, Hiram Page, and Josiah Stoll shall do my work in this thing, yea, even in securing the copyright, and they shall do it with an eye single to my glory, that it may be the means of bringing souls unto me salvation through mine only begotten. Behold, I am God, I have spoken it. Wherefore I say unto you that ye shall go seeking me continually through mine only begotten. And if ye do this, ye shall have my spirit to go with you. This revelation explicitly instructs these men to secure the copyright with the promise of divine backing, underscoring that the arrangement was less about genuine spiritual endorsement and more about securing financial and cooperative support for Smith's scheme. Joseph Smith, having heard that the Canadian government was buying useful copyrights for $8,000, approximately $28,348.50 in 2024, sent his treasure-digging allies, Joseph Knight Sr., Josiah Stoll, along with Oliver Cowdery and Hiram Page, to Kingston, Ontario. Upon arrival, they discovered that locals had no idea what Joseph's group was referring to and suggested they try another town. This situation reveals two critical issues. One, avoiding payment to Martin Harris. The sale of the copyright in Canada would have allowed Joseph Smith and his group to avoid paying Martin Harris as originally agreed. Their deal specified that profits would come from Book of Mormon sales in the United States through Egbert B. Grandin's press. By securing a separate deal in Canada, they would have been paid $8,000 for the copyright, thus circumventing the need to fulfill their financial obligation to Martin Harris. 2. Failed prophecy. This failed venture highlights a broken prophecy by Joseph Smith. David Whitmer, in interviews from the 1880s, revealed that Joseph had claimed a divine promise of success in selling the copyright in Canada. Marlon K. Jensen, a church historian and apologist, noted on FAIR, another interesting development from work on the Revelations and Translations series has been the identification of a previously unpublished revelation on securing a copyright for the Book of Mormon in Canada. David Whitmer, after he left the church, recalled that the revelation promised success in selling the copyright, but upon return of the men charged with the duty, Joseph Smith and others were disappointed by what seemed like failure. Historians have relied upon statements of David Whitmer, Hiram Page, and William McClellan for decades, but have not had the actual text of the revelation. Revelation Book 1 will provide that FAIR attempted to discredit Whitmer by making ad hominem attacks, claiming inconsistencies in his account. However, the Revelation text clarifies, "It pleaseth me that Oliver Cowdery, Joseph Knight, Hiram Page, and Josiah Stoll shall do my work in this thing." This text confirms that the revelation was directed at these individuals and highlights the discrepancies between Whitmer's account and others as they relate to the failed prophecy and the subsequent controversy. FAIR attempts to discredit David Whitmer by arguing, Page also makes no mention or even a hint at disappointment in Joseph Smith, nor is there an accusation that the trip was based upon a false prophecy. So naturally, no subsequent revelation is noted by Page explaining the mission's failure. This is another example of ad hominem attacks on Whitmer while defending Joseph Smith. The text of the revelation given to Oliver Cowdery, Hiram Page, Josiah Stoll, and Joseph Knight, as documented by Smith, clearly states that it was from God. If Joseph Smith received this revelation from God, it would constitute a prophecy. The failure to secure the copyright in Canada reflects directly on this supposed revelation, marking it as a failed prophecy, plain and simple. FAIR's defense amounts to little more than semantic arguments. Here is the revelation as recorded with references to FAIR's edits and assertions. A. Revelation given to Oliver, Hiram, Josiah, Stoll, and Joseph Knight, given at Manchester, Ontario County, New York. Behold, I, the Lord am God, I created the heavens and the earth, and all things that in them is, wherefore they are mine. And I sway my scepter over all the earth, and ye are in my hands to will and to do, that I can deliver you of every difficulty and affliction, according to your faith and diligence and uprightness. Before me, and I have covenanted with my servant Joseph, that earth nor hell combined against him shall not take the blessing out of his hands which I have prepared for him, if he walketh uprightly before me, neither the spiritual nor the temporal blessing. Behold, I also covenanted with those who have assisted him in my work, that I will do unto them even the same, because they have done that which is pleasing in my sight. Yea, even all save it be one only. Wherefore be diligent in securing the copyright of my work upon all the face of the earth, of which is known by you unto my servant Joseph, and unto him whom he willeth, according as I shall command him, that the faithful and the righteous may retain the temporal blessing as well as the spirit, and also that my work be not destroyed by the workers of iniquity to the own destruction and damnation when they are fully ripe. And now behold, I say unto you that I have coven and anted, and it pleaseth me that Oliver Cowdery, Joseph Knight, Hiram Page, and Josiah Stowell shall do my work in this thing, yea, even in securing the copyright. They shall do it with an eye single to my glory, that it may be the means of bringing souls unto me, salvation through mine only. Begotten, behold, I am God, I have spoken it. Wherefore I say unto you, that ye shall go seeking me continually through mine only. And if ye do this, ye shall have my spirit to go with you, and ye shall have an addition of all things which is expedient in. And I grant unto my servant a privilege that he may sell a copyright through you. Speaking after the manner of men for the 4 provinces, if the people harden not their hearts against the enticings of my spirit and my word, for behold, it lieth in themselves to their condemnation. Salvation, behold, my way is before you, and the means I will prepare, and the blessing I hold in mine own hand. And if ye are faithful, I will pour out upon you even as much as ye are able to bear, and thus it shall be. Behold, I am the Father, and it is through mine only begotten, which is Jesus Christ, your Redeemer. Amen. Fair's website shows Joseph Smith's name has been struck out, replacing it with a suggestion that the revelation was given to Oliver and the others, who gave Fair the authority to edit documents to fit their own dogma, obscuring the truth and altering historical records. Fair's claims are rife with deception. They state, the primary evidence supporting the negative aspects of the Canadian mission story comes from David Whitmer, who was not a participant in the event, and who had left the church many years before. This assertion is blatantly misleading. David Whitmer did not leave the church until 1838, well after the Canadian copyright mission. By the time of the mission, he was a member, albeit not a participant. However, as one of the church's early members, at a time when the Colesville and Palmyra congregations had yet to be established, Whitmer was certainly within his rights to comment on church activities. Are the LDS apologists implying that Whitmer's testimony is invalid simply because he had left the church nearly 50 years later? They seem to cherry-pick sources to support their views, conveniently ignoring Whitmer's testimony when it suits them. The Canadian mission was shrouded in secrecy from the outset. Joseph Smith had every incentive to hide the fact that he was attempting to bypass Martin Harris, and that one of his prophecies had spectacularly failed. Joseph Smith's failed attempt to secure a copyright in Canada was a critical setback. While Oliver Cowdery and his associates were sent on this ill-fated mission, Joseph was in New England, actively seeking a printer for the Book of Mormon. Despite finding some cheaper offers, Smith opted to print locally in Palmyra. According to the LDS Study History Topics website, Smith faced rejections from printers due to the size of the book and the lack of experienced staff. They also claim it took considerable persuasion to secure a local printer. However, the reality is that while some printers were hesitant due to religious claims, many offered reasonable prices. The crux of the issue was that Smith refused to leave the manuscript with any printing company, preferring instead to keep it close at hand. This reluctance to part with the manuscript meant that Smith was compelled to print in Palmyra with Egbert B. Grandin, despite the higher cost. This choice ensured that he could closely monitor the manuscript and maintain control over the printing process. The church downplays the significant financial sacrifice Martin Harris made, stating only that he covered some of the costs of printing. In reality, Harris mortgaged a portion of his farm and sold an additional 151 acres to fund the project, an enormous personal expense. Recall earlier in the series when I first introduced Smith as a young boy and mentioned his limp leg, how he had a friend, Porter Rockwell. Well, Porter also helped pay for the Book of Mormon, or did he? Only a teenager, Porter is claimed to have picked berries during the night and hauled wood into Palmyra to help pay for the publishing. Now we are looking at a lot of money back then to print the Book of Mormon, so much that Harris had to finance his farm and land to do so. How much money would young Porter be earning to donate to Joseph? Here we have nothing more than a feel-good story and focus taken off of poor Martin, who just got swindled a fourth time by Joseph. Conclusion: The Canadian mission highlights significant issues with Joseph Smith's claims and financial dealings. The attempt to secure a copyright in Canada was a failure, exposing a problematic prophecy and a scheme to bypass financial obligations to Martin Harris. Fair's attempts to discredit key witnesses and alter historical documents only obscure the truth. The reality remains that Martin Harris's substantial personal sacrifice was pivotal in financing the Book of Mormon, while Joseph Smith's handling of the situation, including the questionable role of young Porter Rockwell, underscores a pattern of exploitation and deception. As we continue to uncover these hidden truths, it becomes increasingly clear that the history of the LDS Church is fraught with contradictions and manipulations. Episode 18, The Truth Behind the Founding of the LDS Church. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. In the last episode, we exposed Joseph Smith's underhanded attempt to cut Martin Harris out of the Book of Mormon prophets by selling the copyright in Canada, an effort that ultimately failed. This week, we dive into the truth behind the formation of the Church of Christ, latter to be known as the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Part 1. The Original Church of Christ. The rise of the Church of Christ in these last days, being 1,830 years since the coming of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ in the flesh, it being regularly organized and established agreeable to the laws of our country. In the 4th month, and on the 6th day of the month, which is called April. This passage from Doctrine and Covenants 20 of the LDS Church is pivotal in their history and the history of most other LDS restorationist movements. It marks the official founding date of the church, supposedly in Fayette, New York, at Peter Whitmer Sr.'s home. However, the truth behind this date is far more complicated. BYU professor John K. Carmack sheds light on the issue, though his interpretation adds a twist. He quotes David Whitmer, who later downplayed the significance of April 6, 1830. Whitmer wrote in his booklet, An Address to All Believers in Christ, "It is all a mistake about the church being organized on April 6, 1830, as I will show. We were as fully organized, spiritually, before April 6th as we were on that day. The reason why we met on that day was this. The world had been telling us that we were not a regularly organized church, and we had no right to officiate in the ordinance of marriage, hold church property, etc., and that we should organize according to the laws of the land. This admission is crucial. The early church, despite its claims of divine authority, was not taken seriously by the outside world. Their ordinances were not recognized as legal, prompting Joseph Smith to comply with governmental laws to legitimize the church. As Carmack put it, the prophet Joseph felt he was complying with laws decreed by government for organizing a church. In other words, Joseph had to legalize the church because God's law wasn't enough. Adding to the confusion, there is still no consensus on where the church was first organized, Fayette or Palmyra. This ambiguity further clouds the historical narrative. Carmack points out, David Whitmer was not alone in missing the significance of that meeting in Fayette. Others even became confused about the place the church was organized. The Evening and the Morning Star and Orson Pratt's pamphlet Interesting Account of Several Remarkable Visions and of the Late Discovery of Ancient American Records both suggest Manchester, New York, as the place the church was organized. While the precise location may not matter to everyone, the legal necessity behind the church's organization under New York state law was significant. It provided the new Church of Christ protection under the Freedom of Religion Act, shielding Joseph Smith from legal repercussions, as we'll soon see. It's worth noting that the original name of the LDS Church was indeed the Church of Christ, as clearly stated at the beginning of D&C 20. The name change occurred several years later when the church moved from New York to Ohio. The church's structure was heavily influenced by the Book of Acts, with Smith's version outlined in D&C 38-67. The initial offices of the church included elders, priests, teachers, and deacons, as detailed in the text. 39. And to ordain other elders, priests, teachers, and deacons. 40. And to administer bread and wine. the emblems of the flesh and blood of Christ. 41. And to confirm those who are baptized into the church, by the laying on of hands for the baptism of fire and the Holy Ghost, according to the Scriptures. Smith positioned himself and Oliver Cowdery as the highest elders, a practice that set the precedent for sustaining leaders, still observed in LDS church callings and general conferences today. Despite Smith's efforts, the fledgling church faced significant challenges. Within the first year, 6 members were excommunicated, highlighting the need for rapid growth. Converts were scarce in Smith's local region, likely due to the Smith family's tarnished reputation, particularly Joseph's 1826 conviction for being a disorderly person. Joseph Smith was not the only religious leader of his time, yet he struggled to gain followers. In contrast, others like Ellen White, co-founder of the Seventh-day Adventists, and Alexander Campbell, founder of the Campbellite movement, Disciples of Christ, managed to establish enduring religious movements right away. In April 1830, Joseph returned to Colesville, New York, home to his treasure-digging companion Joseph Knight Sr. This was the same area where he had been arrested in 1826. This arrest is critical to remember as it continually cast a shadow over Smith's attempts to build credibility. Between May and June of 1830, Smith dispatched his father and brothers, Samuel and Don Carlos, on missions to recruit new members. Meanwhile, Joseph focused on converting influential individuals, leaving door-to-door proselytizing to others. Smith's own account, as recorded in History of the Church Vol. 1, describes his visit to Joseph Knight Sr.'s residence. During this month of April, I went on a visit to the residence of Mr. Joseph Knight, of Colesville, Broome County, New York, with whom and his family I had been for some time acquainted, and whose name I had previously mentioned as having been so kind and thoughtful towards us while translating the Book of Mormon. Mr. Knight and his family were Universalists, but were willing to reason with me upon my religious views, and were, as usual, friendly and hospitable. We held several meetings in the neighborhood. We had many friends and some enemies. Our meetings were well attended, and many began to pray fervently to Almighty God that He would give them wisdom to understand the truth. Smith was gaining followers in Colesville, but also making enemies, likely those involved in his 1826 trial. During this period, Smith attempted to convert Joseph Knight Sr., but it wasn't until Knight's son, Newell Knight, experienced what was described as demonic possession that the family finally converted. Newell Knight was reportedly possessed by a demon, and Joseph Smith claimed to have healed him, a miracle that supposedly convinced Joseph Knight Sr. of Joseph's divine calling. However, given Knight Sr.'s history of treasure digging alongside Joseph, one must seriously question the authenticity of this so-called miracle. Was this event truly divine intervention, or was Knight Sr. already steeped in the occult, merely a willing participant in a calculated scheme? Regardless, the Knight family converted, and a congregation was established in Colesville. Smith's teachings, however, did not go unchallenged. He was angering many in Colesville by spreading his new version of Christianity and siphoning off members from other congregations. It's reasonable to assume that local pastors losing their flock to Smith were not pleased. In June 1830, Smith returned to Colesville to officially baptize the Knight family and other converts. However, his baptismal ceremony was interrupted by a mob, prompting him to flee. Smith's account from History of the Church Vol. 1 recounts the event. We had been somewhat apprehensive that we might be interrupted in performing this ceremony, as the mob had previously threatened us, but we had appointed this meeting and resolved to proceed with it. We had not proceeded far when we were hailed by the mob. However, the Lord did not design that we should be disappointed, or that His saints should be deprived of the privilege of obeying the everlasting commandment which they had received from Him. But notwithstanding the rage of our enemies, we did proceed, and I baptized the following individuals, viz., Emma Smith, Newell Knight, Julia Ann Jolly, and several others. Immediately after I had baptized the individuals named, and others, Newell Knight and myself were arrested by the constable on the charge of being disorderly persons, of setting the country in an uproar by preaching the Book of Mormon, etc., etc. The constable informed us that the plan of those who had gotten us into difficulty was to get us into the hands of another constable, who would have put us into the hands of a mob, who were now lying in wait for us, with tar, feathers, etc., to deal with us according to the custom of such characters. But that he, the constable who had us in charge, was opposed to such unlawful proceedings and to all mob violence, and that we had no enemies in the neighborhood where he lived. Therefore, he should take us there before the magistrate, and that we should be protected. He accordingly took us before a magistrate in South Bainbridge, Chenango County, by the name of Joseph P. Chamberlain, a man celebrated for his integrity and honored as a man of righteousness. I won't delve into the two trials of 1830 in this video. That's a subject for the next one. However, it's time to challenge the narrative that the church was founded in Fayette. The evidence suggests that Manchester, New York, not Fayette, was the true birthplace of the church. Part 2, A Need to Change. Michael Marquardt, a respected historian and author of Manchester as the Site of the Organization of the Church, serves on the boards of both the John Whitmer Historical Association and the Journal of Mormon History. He argues compellingly that the official records of the LDS Church are incorrect and that the true location of the church's founding was Manchester, not Fayette. Marquardt summarizes his position with striking clarity. A church was not formed at Fayette, Seneca County, on April 6, 1830. The first two elders, Joseph Smith Jr. and Oliver Cowdery, were not at that location. Also, no member of the Whitmer family was in attendance at the Smith home in Manchester on April 6th, as there were no revelations included for them. No solid evidence has been produced of a meeting in Fayette on April 6, 1830. The only sources that affirm there was a meeting establishing the Church of Christ at Fayette are intentionally calculated to conceal the real location. The use of the word intentionally raises critical questions. Why would early church leaders choose to misrepresent the location of such a foundational event? Marquardt provides a context that is difficult to ignore. The early church was plagued by financial difficulties. Martin Harris lost his farm to finance the printing of the Book of Mormon, the Kirtland Bank collapsed, and Joseph Smith's attempts to live the law of consecration left the fledgling Church of Christ burdened with massive debts. To shield the church from creditors, the leaders established the United Firm, later the United Order, to manage its property. In 1834, the leaders decided to protect the church by separating its Missouri and Ohio holdings. According to Marquardt, the Kirtland Firm met on May 3, 1834, and made changes to protect the church from creditors and from being sued for debts not paid. They stated that the April 6, 1830 meeting occurred in Fayette, New York. This was done for the same reason pseudonyms were used in revelations published in the 1835 D&C, to protect the church. In addition to changing the location, the church's name was altered to the Church of the Latter-day Saints, again as a strategic move to protect it from creditors. Marquardt highlights that early church documents, including at least 6 revelations in the Book of Commandments, and issues of the Evening and Morning Star from March and April 1833, list Manchester as the church's founding location. Marquardt asserts the correct location of the church's formal organization was the meeting held in the Hiram Smith Joseph Smith Sr. home, not owned by the family, in Manchester. Hiram Smith was taxed in 1830 for 15 acres on Manchester Lot Number 1. Individuals who resided in Manchester and who did not associate with the church, but who witnessed baptisms performed, would not have traveled to Fayette, a 50-mile round trip, to attend a baptismal rite. The reason is that the 4 baptisms were performed near the Smith home in what was locally known as Crooked Brook or Hathaway Creek. Addressing the original 6 members of the church, Marquardt concludes, what occurred on April 6th was that Joseph Smith ordained Oliver Cowdery an elder of the church, immediately after which Cowdery ordained Smith an elder. Baptisms were performed for Joseph Smith Sr., Lucy Mack Smith, Martin Harris, and a Rockwell, that is Sarah Rockwell. The location of Fayette, in the Whitmer home, is in error since the baptisms took place in Crooked Brook near the Smith Sr. home in the township of Manchester. Marquardt's findings suggest that the historical record has been manipulated with mistakes, whether intentional or not, creating a false narrative about the church's true origins. This raises profound questions about the foundational events of the LDS Church and calls for a re-examination of its early history. Could it be that Joseph Smith, Oliver Cowdery, and the Whitmers deliberately falsified the founding date and location of the church to obscure their original name and foundation. By altering both, were they trying to bury their past cons and set the stage for a new narrative? What do you, the viewer, think? Episode 19, Joseph Smith's 1830 Trials and Priestcraft. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. In the last episode, we exposed how the church did not actually originate in Fayette, New York, as the official narrative claims. The truth is that the church's formal organization was driven by legal necessities, with a fabricated story designed to distract from the debts Joseph Smith had piled up under the name of the Church of Christ. This week, we delve into the chaotic early days of the Church of Christ and reveal how Joseph Smith Jr. found himself dragged back into court not once, but twice in 1830, before ultimately fleeing to Ohio. Part 1, The Trials. Previously, we uncovered that Joseph Smith allegedly cast demons out of Newell Knight, the son of Joseph Knight Sr., during a visit intended to convert locals to the newly formed Church of Christ. The church touts this event as the first miracle performed under its banner. One would assume that with this supposed miracle, that the locals would be flocking to Smith. Joseph was angering many in Colesville with his new account of Jesus and his version of the Restoration. As he gained followers, other congregations were losing theirs, causing pastors to view Joseph as a wolf in sheep's clothing. On June 9, 1830, the first conference of the Church of Christ was held in Fayette, NY. Unlike today's LDS conferences, these were simply church meetings where elders preached. The church reportedly had about 30 members in Fayette at that time. Later that month, Joseph returned to Colesville to check on the new congregation. Once again, he faced hostility, and a mob formed with the intent of seizing him. On June 30, 1830, Joseph was arrested by Constable Ebenezer Hatch on charges of being a disorderly person, echoing his 1826 arrest in Colesville. This time, he faced Justice Joseph P. Chamberlain. As Justice Chamberlain escorted Smith to the wagon headed for South Bainbridge, the mob followed closely. According to history of the church, the wagon wheel fell off, and it appeared the mob awaited a signal from Hatch to enact mob justice. However, Hatch gave no signal, and they arrived in South Bainbridge without incident. That night, Hatch slept with his feet against the door, reassuring Joseph of his safety. The next day, Smith stood trial, with his defense funded by Joseph Knight Sr., as Smith was too poor to afford a lawyer. The trial began, and as Smith recalled in History of the Church, Volume 1, at length, the trial commenced amidst a multitude of spectators, who in general evinced the belief that I was guilty of all that had been reported concerning me, and of course were very zealous that I should be punished according to my crimes. Witnesses like Josiah Stoll were called. When questioned if Joseph had obtained a horse by claiming an angel had authorized it, Stoll replied, "No, he told me no such story. He bought him of me as any other man would." Stoll added, "I hold his note for the price of the horse, which I consider as good as the pay. I am well acquainted with Joseph Smith Jun, and know him to be an honest man." Jonathan Thompson, another witness, similarly testified regarding a yoke of oxen. "No, he did not mention a word of the kind concerning the oxen. He purchased them the same as any other man would." Stoll's daughters were also called to testify amid rumors of improper conduct with Smith. As Smith recorded, the young ladies arrived and were severally examined touching my character and conduct in general, but particularly as to my behavior towards them, when they both bore such testimony in my favor as left my enemies without a pretext on their account. Smith was acquitted due to insufficient evidence. However, this was not his last legal trouble. As he was leaving South Bainbridge, he was arrested again by Hatch on behalf of Justice Joel K. Noble, following a complaint by Samuel Dickinson. Fair LDS claims that Joseph was treated harshly by a less sympathetic constable during this arrest, but as Joseph himself recounts, "At length we retired to bed. The constable made me lie next to the wall. He then laid himself down by me and put his arm around me, and upon my moving in the least would clench me fast, fearing that I intended to escape from him." Again, Smith was acquitted, Following his release, a mob gathered, but one of Joseph's attorneys and Hatch confronted the crowd while Joseph and Oliver Cowdery escaped through a back window into the woods, eventually reaching safety 15 miles away. After this, Isaac and his wife disowned Emma and Joseph, forcing them to return to the Whitmers in Fayette in the summer of 1830. The timeline here is murky. Some LDS sources claim the eviction happened right after the trial, while others, along with non-LDS scholars, suggest it occurred months later. Despite the ambiguity, the eviction did happen, even if the exact timing remains unclear. There's a lot more testimony I'm not covering here. If you're interested in the full details, drop a comment and I'll share my sources so you can explore the complete story for yourself. Part 2, Priestcraft. Joseph Smith was desperate for money. The Book of Mormon's sales were weak, and he had no land to sustain himself. So he concocted a new scheme to live off others, priestcraft. But what is priestcraft? It's a term Joseph himself invented, found only in the Book of Mormon and within the LDS faith. Priestcraft is the act of using one's position as clergy to gain money and live off the support of church members. The irony here is staggering. The Book of Mormon itself condemns the very practice Joseph was now embracing. In 2 Nephi 26:29-31, the text reads, 29, He commandeth that there shall be no priestcrafts, for behold, priestcrafts are that men preach, and set themselves up for a light unto the world, that they may get gain and praise of the world, but they seek not the welfare of Zion. 31. But the laborer in Zion shall labor for Zion, for if they labor for money they shall perish. Despite these clear condemnations, Joseph claimed to have received a new revelation, this time concerning finances. He declared that whatever he needed, he was to take it from the church. To formalize this, Joseph sent Oliver Cowdery to Fayette to announce the revelation to the members there. However, Oliver, who had been the primary scribe of the Book of Mormon and knew its contents intimately, saw a glaring contradiction. He decided to write to Joseph, which turned out to be a critical mistake. Oliver's letter pointed out what he saw as an error in one of the commandments, particularly the phrase in the Book of Doctrine and Covenants, and truly manifest by their works that they have received of the Spirit of Christ unto a remission of their sins. Oliver wrote to Joseph saying, I command you in the name of God to erase those words, that no priestcraft be amongst us. Joseph's response was swift and sharp. He recounted, I immediately wrote to him in reply, in which I asked him by what authority he took upon him to command me to alter or erase, to add to or diminish from a revelation or commandment from Almighty God. The tension between Joseph and Oliver was palpable, revealing the deepening contradictions within the early church leadership. Joseph was willing to bend or even break the rules he had supposedly received from God if it served his financial needs. Wow. Here we have Oliver Cowdery, one of the earliest and most pivotal figures in the creation of the church, standing up to Joseph Smith. Oliver called Joseph out in a letter, and Joseph's response was nothing short of a power move. This confrontation wasn't just about a simple disagreement. It was about asserting dominance. Joseph made it crystal clear that he was the final authority. His word was law. Oliver had been in on the con from the start. The evidence points to the likelihood that they were supposed to be co-leaders. But Joseph wasn't going to share power. When Oliver, armed with his deep knowledge of the Book of Mormon, questioned Joseph's new so-called revelation that allowed him to take whatever he needed from the church's resources, he was doing so with full justification. The Book of Mormon itself condemns priestcraft, using a religious position to gain wealth as an act against God's laws. Oliver wasn't just nitpicking. He had seen Joseph make mistakes before, like the infamous failed prophecy about securing the copyright in Canada. This was probably the last straw for Oliver, who had the backing of the Fayette branch of the church and the Whitmer family. Joseph, realizing his control was slipping, rushed to Fayette to deal with the rebellion. As Joseph himself recounted, a few days afterwards I visited him and Mr. Whitmer's family. When I found the family in general of his opinion concerning the words above quoted, and it was not without both labor and perseverance that I could prevail with any of them to reason calmly on the subject. However, Christian Whitmer at length became convinced that the sentence was reasonable and according to Scripture, and finally, with his assistance, I succeeded in bringing not only the Whitmer family, but also Oliver Cowdery, to acknowledge that they had been in error, and that the sentence in dispute was in accordance with the rest of the commandment. And thus was this error rooted out, which, having its rise in presumption and rash judgment, was the more particularly calculated, when once fairly understood, to teach each and all of us the necessity of humility and meekness before the Lord, that he might teach us of his ways, that we might walk in his paths, and live by every word that proceedeth forth from his mouth. This wasn't just a simple correction, it was a power struggle. Oliver, who had been a co-founder and the main scribe, had effectively been crushed under Joseph's authority. Joseph spun the whole ordeal as a lesson in humility, but it was nothing more than a strategic power grab. Summary: in the end, Joseph Smith's rise to power was marked by legal battles, internal conflicts, and the relentless pursuit of control. The cracks in his authority were already showing, but with each challenge, he tightened his grip, setting the stage for what the church would become. Next episode, we'll uncover how Joseph Smith nearly lost his grip on the Fayette congregation while trying to recruit in Colesville, and what ultimately drove him and his followers to Ohio. You won't want to miss this. Stay tuned. Episode 20, The Road to Ohio. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap: last time we exposed how Joseph Smith evaded conviction in his 1830 trials through legal loopholes and perjured testimonies. This week we dive into the attempted coup in Fayette, the so-called conversion of Sidney Rigdon by Oliver Cowdery, and introduce a new figure into our timeline, Parley P. Pratt. Get ready to uncover Pratt's concealed role in the unfolding story and what it reveals about the true nature of these early events. Part 1, Putting Down a Coup. In September 1830, upon returning to Fayette, Joseph Smith faced a new crisis of leadership. Members of his congregation had been eagerly asking where the New Jerusalem, the prophesied Zion, would be located. As a leader of the Restorationist movement, Smith was expected to provide an answer, but he could not. This lack of direction left his followers in limbo. Within the Restoration movements, prophecy and revelation were considered gifts that could be bestowed upon any worthy individual. Hiram Page, one of the 8 witnesses, claimed to have received a revelation about the New Jerusalem. This revelation posed a direct threat to Smith's authority. If Page could discern the location of Zion and Smith could not, it would imply that Page possessed a higher level of divine revelation, undermining Smith's leadership. Smith could not tolerate this challenge to his supremacy. Smith's response to Page's revelation was swift and severe. As he declared, "To our great grief, however, we soon found that Satan had been lying in wait to deceive and seeking whom he might devour." Brother Hiram Page had in his possession a certain stone, by which he had obtained certain revelations concerning the upbuilding of Zion, the order of the church, etc., all of which were entirely at variance with the order of God's house, as laid down in the New Testament, as well as in our late revelations. As a conference meeting had been appointed for the 26th of September, I thought it wisdom not to do much more than converse with the brethren on the subject until the conference should meet. Page, like Smith and the Whitmers, had his own seer stone and used it to obtain his revelation. Smith's anger was palpable. He forced Page to destroy his seer stone, effectively eliminating any rival claim to revelation. Smith condemned Page's revelation as satanic, a striking irony considering that just months earlier, Cowdery had faced similar accusations. Smith continued to denounce Page's revelations, asserting, "Finding, however, that many, especially the Whitmer family and Oliver Cowdery, were believing much in the things set forth by this stone, we thought it best to inquire of the Lord concerning so important a matter. And before conference convened, we received the following. 1. Behold, I say unto thee, Oliver, that it shall be given unto thee, that thou shalt be heard by the church in all things whatsoever thou shalt teach them by the Comforter, concerning the revelations and commandments which I have given. 2. But behold, verily, verily, I say unto thee, no one shall be appointed to receive commandments and revelations in this church, excepting my servant Joseph Smith Junn, for he receiveth them even as Moses. 3. And thou shalt be obedient unto the things which I shall give unto him, even as Aaron, to declare faithfully the commandments and the revelations with power and authority unto the church. 4. And if thou art led at any time by the Comforter to speak or teach, or at all times by the way of commandment unto the church, thou mayest do it. 5. But thou shalt not write by way of commandment, but by wisdom. 6. And thou shalt not command him who is at thy head, and at the head of the church. For I have given him the keys of the mysteries, and the revelations which are sealed, until I shall appoint unto them another in his stead. And now behold, I say unto you that it is not revealed, and no man knoweth where the city Zion shall be built, but it shall be given hereafter. Behold, I say unto you that it shall be on the borders by the Lamanites. 11. And again, thou shalt take thy brother Hiram Page, between him and thee alone, and tell him that those things which he hath written from that stone are not of me, and that Satan deceiveth him. 12. Behold, these things have not been appointed unto him, neither shall anything be appointed unto any of this church contrary to the church covenants. D&C 28, 8-12. These verses come from the Book of Commandments, chapter 30, a rare source that LDS, Community of Christ, and a few historians have had access to. This text is similar to what is found in the current Doctrine and Covenants section 28, though the latter edition, revised in 1834, omitted certain failed prophecies. The most egregious part of Smith's rebuke of Page was his cowardice in handling the matter. Smith did not confront Page directly, but instead sent Oliver Cowdery to deliver the reprimand and demand Page destroy his seer stone. This strategic move allowed Smith to consolidate his authority by denouncing any competing revelations as devilish. Each time Smith's authority was challenged, whether by Priestcraft or Page's revelation, he conveniently produced revelations to quash dissent. In an additional move to sideline those who opposed him, Smith used this revelation to exile Oliver Cowdery to the western frontier to preach among the Lamanites, Native Americans. As stated, And now, behold, I say unto you that you shall go unto Lamanites, and preach my gospel unto them. And inasmuch as they receive thy teachings, thou shalt cause my church to be established among them. And thou shalt have revelations, but write them not by way of commandment. 10. Thou shalt not leave this place until after the conference. And my servant Joseph shall be appointed to preside over the conference by the voice of it. And what he saith to thee, thou shalt tell. D&C 28, 8-10. Thus, Oliver was sent away not voluntarily, but as a strategic move by Smith to maintain control. This episode is just one piece in a broader pattern of how Smith managed dissent and consolidated his power. We'll soon return to significant figures who will connect these events and reveal more about the ongoing struggles within early Mormonism. Part 2. Who was Sidney Rigdon? I've already covered Rigdon's history in my Spalding video, so I won't rehash it all here. I'll only touch on what's necessary to keep this timeline clear. Sidney Rigdon was born in 1793 in St. Clair Township, Pennsylvania, a stone's throw from Philadelphia. He grew up on his family's farm, which he worked until his father's death in 1810. By 1818, after his mother sold the farm, Rigdon had already begun his journey into religious leadership. Baptized into a Calvinistic Baptist movement by Rev. Phillips in 1817, Rigdon quickly rose through the ranks, earning a preaching license by 1819 while apprenticing under Rev. Andrew Clark. Moving to Trumbull County, Ohio, he soon became a prominent figure in the religious community, preaching alongside Adamson Bentley, who would later become his brother-in-law. In 1821, Rigdon's path crossed with Alexander Campbell, the influential leader of the Campbellite movement. Their alliance grew, and Rigdon became the pastor of the First Baptist Church in Pittsburgh with Campbell's support in 1822. However, the partnership was short-lived. A bitter schism erupted between the Campbellite followers and the Redstone Association Baptists, resulting in mutual excommunications. Between 1824 and 1826, Rigdon's life took a more mysterious turn. He worked as a journeyman tanner in Pittsburgh, crafting book coverings, and later as a journeyman printer for Patterson, a publisher in Philadelphia. These jobs would later fuel accusations that Rigdon had a hand in creating the Book of Mormon, alongside Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery. In 1826, Rigdon returned to Ohio, where he became a leading figure in the Campbellite movement in Mentor. But by 1830, his journey took a dramatic turn, which we will see very soon. Part 3, Meeting Parley P. Pratt, Undercover Agent Man. Before we proceed, it's crucial to introduce Parley P. Pratt and grasp the immense significance of his role in shaping the foundations of the early church. Parley P. Pratt was born in Burlington, New York in 1807. By his early 20s, he became deeply involved in the religious revival movements sweeping the United States. In 1829, Pratt joined the Campbellite movement, where he quickly became a fervent disciple of Sidney Rigdon. Pratt's commitment to the movement led him to preach and spread its teachings throughout Ohio and the surrounding areas. While traveling to visit family in western New York, Parley P. Pratt came across a copy of the Book of Mormon in the hands of a Baptist deacon. The moment he opened it, he was struck by its contents and, convinced of its divine origin, set off for Palmyra to learn more. There, he met Hyrum Smith, who further fueled his conviction. On or about September 1st, 1830, Pratt was baptized by Oliver Cowdery in Seneca Lake, officially joining the ranks of the fledgling church. Not wasting any time, Pratt was ordained as an elder and soon introduced his younger brother, Orson Pratt, to the faith, baptizing him on September 19, 1830. In October 1830, Pratt's journey led him to Fayette, New York, where he met Joseph Smith. Impressed by Pratt's zeal, Smith invited him to join a missionary expedition to preach to the Native American tribes on the Missouri frontier. It was during this mission that Pratt, alongside his companions, made a critical stop to visit his mentor, Sidney Rigdon, a meeting that would set the stage for significant developments in the early church. Part 4, Setting the Stage for 1830s Ohio. The history of the church, Vol. 1, is exceptionally deceptive in how it presents Sidney Rigdon's introduction to the gospel and how this event is fed to church members through the official church history. Let's dissect a portion of Joseph Smith's own statement to reveal the subtle manipulation at play. This is from pages 120 and 121 of History of the Church, Vol. 1. They continued their journey until they came to Kirtland, Ohio, where they tarried some time, there being quite a number in that place and vicinity who believed their testimony and came forward and obeyed the gospel. Among the number was Mr. Sidney Rigdon, and a large portion of the church over which he presided. Joseph is speaking about Oliver and his companions, whom he sent westward to preach to the Native Americans as earlier stated, including their stop along the way in Kirtland, Ohio. He mentions that they preached and converted many, including Sidney Rigdon. But there's something more here. Smith elaborates on the conversions happening under Parley P. Pratt, which he downplays, but this is key. The first house at which they called in the vicinity of Kirtland was Mr. Rigdon's, and after the usual salutations, they presented him with the Book of Mormon, stating that it was a revelation from God. This being the first time he had ever heard of or seen the Book of Mormon, he felt very much surprised at the assertion, and replied that he had the Bible, which he believed was a revelation from God, and with which he pretended to have some acquaintance. But with respect of the book they had presented him, he must say that he had considerable doubt. A few paragraphs later, Smith subtly reveals that the very first person Oliver and his companions met in Kirtland was none other than Sidney Rigdon himself. Again, Smith insists that this was Sidney's first encounter with the Book of Mormon, just as Smith claimed that he and Rigdon had never met before 1830. Why the repeated denials unless there's something to hide? Smith then records, upon this they expressed a desire to investigate the subject and argue the matter, but he replied, "No, young gentlemen, you must not argue with me on the subject, but I will read your book and see what claims it has upon my faith, and will endeavor to ascertain whether it be a revelation from God or not." This reeks of Rigdon playing his premeditated part in the con. Wasn't Rigdon already prophesying about a book that would resemble the Book of Mormon? Could this be the very book he foretold? If I were in Rigdon's shoes, having predicted a forthcoming book, I would certainly connect it to this new arrival. But Rigdon didn't. Instead, he planted seeds for what was to come. After some further conversation, they expressed a desire to lay the subject before the people, and requested the privilege of preaching in Mr. Rigdon's chapel, to which he readily consented. The appointment was accordingly published, and a large and respectable congregation assembled. Oliver Cowdery and Parley P. Pratt severally addressed the meeting. At the conclusion, Mr. Rigdon arose and stated to the congregation that the information they had that evening received was of an extraordinary character and certainly demanded their most serious consideration. And as the apostle advised his brethren to prove all things and hold fast that which is good, so he would exhort his brethren to do likewise, and give the matter a careful investigation, and not turn against it without being fully convinced of its being an imposition, lest they should, possibly, resist the truth. Rigdon, a charismatic leader who had been priming his followers for years about an ancient book yet to come and a new church, now stands here, discovering what he claimed to be true all along. Notice how Parley P. Pratt, once a follower of Rigdon, is conveniently one of those presenting the Book of Mormon to Sydney. How ironic indeed. I'm not one for conspiracy theories, but the deeper we dig into the origins of the Church of Christ, the more we uncover an intricate web of connections. Take, for instance, the overlooked familial ties between Joseph Smith Jr. and Oliver Cowdery. They were not just fellow believers, but also second or third cousins, a fact both they and the church seem keen to keep under wraps. And then there's Sidney Rigdon. Despite official church narratives, multiple testimonies suggest Rigdon and Smith had met several times, both in Ohio and in Palmyra. Here are just a few of those accounts. Pomeroy Tucker, a Palmyra journalist and state representative, wrote in 1867, "A mysterious stranger appeared at Smith's residence in the summer of 1827, holding private interviews with the money digger. His visits were frequently repeated. Sidney Rigdon had played his part in the background, and his occasional visits at the Smiths' residence in 1827 were noticed by uninitiated observers as those of the mysterious stranger." Lorenzo Saunders, another Palmyra neighbor, recalled in an interview, "In March 1827, I saw about 5 or 6 men talking near Joe Smith's house. One was well-dressed. Samuel Harrison Smith told me it was Sidney Rigdon. I saw him again in the fall of 1827, just before Joseph went to Pennsylvania." Now we have Parley P. Pratt, once a devoted disciple of Sidney Rigdon, suddenly reappearing in his old community, but this time preaching a new gospel and a new church, exactly as Rigdon had prophesied earlier. If you ask me, it's hard not to see this as a conspiracy unraveling before our very eyes. Anyhow, let's move on to what we can prove without a doubt. In January 1831, Oliver Cowdery, who had been Joseph Smith's right-hand man since the inception of the Book of Mormon, was sent over 1,000 miles away to the western borders of the United States, ending up in Missouri, to preach to the Native Americans and convert them. During his absence, Sidney Rigdon smoothly stepped into Oliver's role as Joseph's second-in-command, or so it seemed. Rigdon had now converted to the very Church of Christ he had long prophesied would come, one with an ancient book akin to the Bible. With his conversion, he didn't come alone. He brought his well-prepared Campbellite followers into this new faith with him. As these events unfolded, the new year arrived, bringing with it Joseph Smith's third church conference, held once again in Fayette from January 1st to 3rd. At this conference, Smith delivered a new revelation, instructing the New York Saints to relocate from New York State to Kirtland, Ohio. This directive was aimed at joining Sidney Rigdon and the majority of the church members who had already congregated there. Smith's revelation read, "For behold, I say unto you that it is not expedient in me that ye should translate any more until ye shall go to the Ohio, and this because of the enemy and for your sakes. And again, I say unto you that ye shall not go until ye have preached my gospel in those parts, and have strengthened up the church whithersoever it is found, and more especially in Colesville. For behold, they pray unto me in much faith. And again, a commandment I give unto the church, that it is expedient in me that they should assemble together at the Ohio, against the time that my servant Oliver Cowdery shall return unto them. For behold, here is wisdom, and let every man choose for himself until I come." Even so, Amen, 1-4. Smith's new directive was more than just a logistical move. It was a strategic consolidation of power. By relocating the saints to Ohio, Smith aimed to centralize control and integrate the church's operations with Rigdon's faction, effectively weakening any remaining influence of the New York members. The timing of this revelation, coupled with the command to wait for Cowdery's return, underscores the calculated nature of Smith's maneuvering to secure his leadership and the church's unity under his authority. A BYU article called Lamanite Mission of 1830 to 1831 tells us, in 4 weeks in northeastern Ohio, the elders baptized approximately 130 converts, 50 of them from Kirtland. These new members made Kirtland their headquarters. Among the converts were men who would become leaders in the church: Sidney Rigdon, Frederick G. Williams, Lyman White, Newell K. Whitney, Levi Hancock, and John Murdoch. 2 other prominent men, Edward Partridge and Orson Hyde, joined the church soon after the missionaries departed. By the end of 1830, membership in Ohio had reached 300, nearly triple the number of members in New York. In December, after learning of the Great Ohio Harvest, Joseph Smith received a revelation directing the New York Saints to gather to the Kirtland area, DNC 37-1-3, which most did in 1831. The church in New York was in dire straits, impoverished and on the brink of collapse. Smith had already mandated that members financially support both himself and Emma, a decision that had sparked the first rebellion against him, accusing him of priestcraft. With such a small, struggling congregation, this directive was increasingly difficult to enforce. Enter Kirtland, Ohio, a strategic solution that promised relief. Smith explained the situation. A few miles from Mr. Rigdon's home in Mentor, at the town of Kirtland, lived a number of the members of his church. They lived together and had all things common, from which circumstance has risen the idea that this was the case with the Church of Jesus Christ. Kirtland offered a means for Smith to secure the support he needed without having to work for a living, something he meticulously avoided throughout his life. For a time, Ohio seemed like a promising refuge for Smith, providing stability and financial support. However, this move came at a cost. Oliver Cowdery, Parley P. Pratt, Frederick G. Williams, and other missionaries heading west faced significant hardships, revealing the harsh realities and emerging tensions within the expanding church. In Ohio, while Smith could enjoy relative stability, the difficulties faced by his missionaries highlighted the growing divide and the challenges of maintaining unity and control as the church's influence spread. Summary: Joseph Smith, facing a weakening grip on the church, needed to expedite his plans. He prepared to relocate the church to Ohio, capitalizing on Sidney Rigdon's groundwork and the arrival of Oliver Cowdery and Parley P. Pratt. The time had come to abandon New York State and consolidate his followers in Ohio. In our next video, we'll dive into the tumultuous early days in Ohio, revealing how Smith continued to exploit the members for his own benefit. Episode 21, the Tag Team Champions Meetup. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. Last time, we exposed the brewing coup within the Fayette branch of the newly formed Church of Christ, revealing the likely staged conversion of Sidney Rigdon, a calculated move orchestrated by Oliver Cowdery and Parley P. Pratt. We also uncovered the real reason behind Joseph Smith's sudden decision to uproot his followers from New York and relocate them to Ohio. This week, we're diving even deeper. We'll uncover how Joseph Smith exploited the trust of the new church members, strategically placing his loyalists in positions of power, the purpose behind the mission to Missouri, and how they broke the law doing so. Last time we saw Joseph sending Oliver Cowdery, Parley P. Pratt, and others on a mission to Missouri to convert the First Nations in native territory, far beyond the reach of regular citizens. But what really happened? By January of 1831, Oliver Cowdery and his companions had been thrown out of 2 Quaker towns in Ohio, rejected by multiple First Nation bands, and eventually made their way to Jackson County, Missouri, a region that would later play a pivotal role in the LDS timeline. But not just yet. Parley P. Pratt recounts their grueling journey. We traveled on foot for 300 miles through vast prairies and through trackless between, and the bleak northwest wind always blowing in our faces with a keenness which would almost take the skin off the face. After much fatigue and some suffering, we all arrived in Independence, in the county of Jackson, on the extreme western frontiers of Missouri and of the United States. But what were these so-called missionaries really doing? They were illegally attempting to convert the natives of the Delaware and Shawnee nations. They didn't have the necessary permits from Indian Affairs. Back then, one couldn't just waltz onto a reservation and start preaching. No, they needed official authorization, something they conveniently didn't bother with. Enter Richard Cummins, the man overseeing the Missouri reservations. He was the one who kicked Cowdery and his crew off the land. But that didn't stop Oliver. He decided to go over Cummins' head and petition General William Clark. Yes, that William Clark, from the Lewis and Clark expedition. Fortunately, we have access to Cowdery's desperate plea to Clark, courtesy of the Kansas State Historical Society. As I have been appointed by a society of Christians in the state of New York to superintend the establishing missions among the Indians, I doubt not. But I shall have the approbation of your honor and a permit for myself and all who may be recommended to me by that society to have free intercourse with the several tribes in establishing schools for the instruction of their children, and also teaching them the Christian religion without intruding or interfering with any other mission now established. However, Richard Cummins wasn't about to let this slide. He informed General Clark about the incident, and we also have his account. A few days ago, 3 men, all strangers to me, went among the Indians, Shawnees and Delawares, they say for the purpose of preaching to and instructing them in religious matters. They say they are sent by God and must proceed. They have a new revelation with them, as they're their guide in teaching the Indians, which they say was shown to one of their sects in a miraculous way, and that an angel from heaven appeared to one of their men and 2 others of their sect, and shewed them that the work was from God, and much more and secular. I have refused to let them stay or go among the Indians unless they first obtain permission from you or some of the officers of the general government who I am bound to obey. I am informed that they intend to apply to you for permission to go among the Indians. If you refuse, then they will go to the Rocky Mountains. Now, why does this matter? Why bring up their blatant disregard for the law? Well, Cummins drops a bombshell in that last line. I am informed that they intend to apply to you for permission to go among the Indians. If you refuse, then they will go to the Rocky Mountains. Joseph had already laid the groundwork for moving to the Rockies long before Brigham Young ever led the so-called Saints there in the late 1840s. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a premeditated fallback plan in case things went south. So what happened next? The Church of Christ missionaries were denied access to the reservations, with some of them settling in Independence, Missouri. This location, trust me, will be crucial later on. Keep it in mind, the missionaries weren't ready to admit defeat just yet. We're told, after the missionaries' unsuccessful petition for a license to establish a school, church leaders considered other possible avenues for extending contact to the Indians, but these efforts met with little success. A revelation received in July 1831 instructed Sidney Gilbert to establish a store and apply for a license to trade or send goods also unto the Lamanites, and then the gospel may be preached unto them. Let's break this down. Since they couldn't legally preach to the Native Americans, what was their next move? They schemed to use a general store as a front, and I have to assume that Oliver Cowdery, being the presiding leader of this group, was the one who conveniently received this revelation. Their plan was simple: set up a store, trade goods, and while they were at it, preach the gospel to the natives, illegally. What a con! And yet, people still wonder why there are persistent claims of dishonesty within the church. Well, this is Exhibit A. When the law shut them down, they didn't stop. They found a way to work around it. This wasn't about religious freedom. This was about manipulation, plain and simple. Part 2, Ohio and more. Joseph was nothing if not cunning. Remember how I mentioned his habit of using church members to support him financially so he could avoid working? Well, once he got to Kirtland, things escalated quickly. Joseph and Sidney Rigdon were now set to receive a $1,200 allowance from the church. Yes, that's right. While the church members struggled, Joseph and Sidney were living on a generous stipend. But that wasn't all. Upon his arrival in Kirtland, Joseph conveniently had another revelation, this one dictating where he and Emma would stay until the saints built homes for him and Sidney. Surprise, surprise, Joseph and Emma ended up living with the Whitney family. The Whitneys were successful store owners, and they generously opened the apartment above their store to the expectant couple. This connection would prove critical in the long run, with Joseph even going so far as to refer to Elizabeth Ann Whitney as Mother Whitney. Keep that name in mind. This family would play a major role later on. Shortly after arriving in Kirtland, Joseph makes a claim that sounds like typical Smith. The branch of the church in this part of the Lord's vineyard, which had increased to nearly 100 members, were striving to do the will of God, so far as they knew it, though some strange notions and false spirits had crept in among them. With a little caution and some wisdom, I soon assisted the brethren and sisters to overcome them. The plan of common stock, which had existed in what was called the family, whose members generally had embraced the everlasting gospel, was readily abandoned for the more perfect law of the Lord, and the false spirits were easily discerned and rejected by the light of revelation. Rigdon's group had already been practicing communal living, but of course Joseph had to come in and declare they were doing it wrong. Only he had the true revelation, naturally. What followed was Joseph taking full control, managing resources, and reshaping the community to fit his vision. This move gave birth to what would later be known as the Bishop's Storehouse, an institution still found in large LDS communities today. And guess where the first one was located? That's right, the N.K. Whitney & Co. General Store with Joseph at the helm. Most members went along with this, but as usual, there were dissenters. And as always, Joseph conveniently received another revelation to put them in their place. Here's how it went. Hearken, O ye elders of my church whom I have called. Behold, I give unto you a commandment, that ye shall assemble yourselves together to agree upon my word, and by the prayer of your faith ye shall receive my law, that ye may know how to govern thy church, and have all things right before me. And I will be your ruler when I come, and behold, I come quickly, and ye shall see that my law is kept. He that receiveth my law and doeth it the same is my disciple. And he that saith he receiveth it and doeth it not, the same is not my disciple, and shall be cast out from among you. For it is not meet that the things which belong to the children of the kingdom should be given to them that are not worthy, or to dogs, or the pearls to be cast before swine. And again, it is meet that my servant Joseph should have a house built in which to live and translate. So there it was. Joseph essentially told his followers that if they didn't accept him as the supreme leader, they were unworthy, sinners even. And after chastising them, he demanded they build him a house. Talk about audacity. With every passing day, Joseph's character and lust for power became clearer. He was no longer just a prophet to his followers. He was shaping himself into a tyrant. Joseph may have seemed untouchable in Kirtland, but even there he faced opposition. Take Mrs. Hubble, for example. Just like Orson Hyde back in Fayette, she claimed to have the power of prophecy, challenging Joseph's authority. And what did Joseph do? The same thing he always did. He conjured a revelation out of thin air to squash the competition. Here's what he said. O hearken, ye elders of my church, and give ear to the words which I shall speak unto you. For behold, verily, verily I say unto you, that ye have received a commandment for a law unto my church, through him whom I have appointed unto you, to receive commandments and revelations from my hand. And this ye shall know assuredly, that there is none other appointed unto you to receive commandments and revelations, until he be taken, if he abide in me. But verily, verily I say unto you, that none else shall be appointed unto this gift except it be through him. For if it be taken from him, he shall not have power, except to appoint another in his stead. And this shall be a law unto you, that ye receive not the teachings of any that shall come before you as revelations or commandments. And this I give unto you, that you may not be deceived, that you may know they are not of me. Purge ye out the iniquity which is among you, sanctify yourselves before me, and if ye desire the glories of the kingdom, appoint ye my servant Joseph, and uphold him before me by the prayer of faith. And again I say unto you, that if ye desire the mysteries of the kingdom, provide for him food and raiment, and whatsoever thing he needeth to accomplish the work wherewith I have commanded him. And if ye do it not, he shall remain unto them that have received him, that I may reserve unto myself a pure people before me. Again I say, "Hearken ye elders of my church, whom I have appointed." This was classic Joseph. Assert his dominance and remind everyone that he alone held the keys to divine authority. Not only did he make sure no one else could challenge his power, but he also declared it a law that the saints must provide for him and Emma. That's right. Joseph made it a divine command that he and his wife be financially supported by the members. Then, there's the story of Lemon Copley, a former Shaker who owned significant property and was instrumental in Section 49 of the D&C. Copley had been a landowner, and more importantly, the newly arriving saints from Colesville, New York, were set to settle on his 1,000 acres in Ohio. Copley seemed like a useful ally to Joseph at first. Between April and May of 1831, the New York Saints finally made their way to Ohio, ready to settle on Copley's farm. But it wasn't long before cracks began to show. Doctrine and Covenants Central informs us. After their visit to North Union, Lehman showed signs of being conflicted in his faith. Where he had allowed newly arriving saints from Colesville, New York, to settle on his acreage in Thompson, Ohio, he now demanded they leave. In summer 1831, fellowship was withdrawn from Lemon. Lemon Copley's wavering faith forced the saints to move out of Ohio and into Missouri earlier than planned. But don't think for a second that Copley was the only reason. Missionaries had already laid the groundwork for expansion into the West, and Missouri was already in Joseph's sights, as we've seen. Still, Joseph didn't take kindly to Copley's sudden change of heart. He excommunicated him swiftly, as was his style. Joseph wasn't about to let anyone stand in the way of his grand plans, and Copley learned that the hard way. Summary. In this episode, we exposed how Joseph Smith and his early followers disregarded the law, manipulating their way into power while exploiting church members for personal gain. Despite legal barriers, they persisted with illegal missionary work among Native Americans, and when that failed, they schemed to set up a store as a front for further proselytizing. Meanwhile, in Ohio, Joseph's grip tightened as he used revelations to command obedience and financial support, consolidating his control. His cunning tactics set the stage for the church's future, with Missouri already in his sights long before the eventual move west. Next time, we'll dive into the chaos that erupted in Kirtland, where Joseph Smith's grip on power started to slip, igniting frustration and rebellion among the members. Prepare to uncover how Smith's actions began to backfire, setting the stage for deeper conflict and betrayal. Episode 22, Kirtland, Ohio Terror, The Road to Plural Marriage. Welcome back to Hidden and Distorted History of the Church, where we uncover the lesser-known truths about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons. My goal is to reveal the authentic historical facts behind the Mormon Church. Recap. Last time, we delved into how Joseph Smith commanded the saints to relocate from New York State to Ohio. We uncovered how Joseph imposed a new directive on his followers, mandating their financial support for him, Emma, and Sidney Rigdon. This command not only relieved Smith of the need to work, but also ensured he lived in comfort, demanding $1,200 a month from the congregation and a new home built in his honor. In this video, we turn back to 1830, a pivotal year that will resurface in 1831. We'll scrutinize the character of Joseph Smith, revealing aspects of his behavior and decisions that are crucial to understanding his influence. You won't want to miss this deep dive into the man behind the movement. Part 1. Revisiting New York. In the fall of 1830, Joseph Smith Sr. was thrown into debtor's prison over unpaid debts. As we covered in Episode 1, Smith Sr. had a failed general goods store and owed a substantial sum to a Boston company from whom he had purchased goods on credit. Smith's inability to pay back the debt was due to his customers promising to settle their debts after the harvest, which they did not do, led to his imprisonment. For a deeper dive into this backstory, refer to Episode 1. Strikingly, the church never mentions this inconvenient detail about Joseph Smith Sr. Why does this history remain buried? To add another layer to the story, in November 1830, Joseph's younger brother, Samuel H. Smith, used the proceeds from Book of Mormon sales during his missionary work to secure their father's release from jail. This crucial fact reveals a hidden dimension of their historical background. Instead of using the money from Book of Mormon sales to repay Martin Harris for the funds he poured into the printing, they diverted it to bail their father out of jail. This selfish move left Harris in financial ruin, leading to the loss of his farm when he defaulted on his payment in October 1830. Adding another layer to this complex situation, on October 26, 1830, Constable Nathan Harrington attempted to serve a warrant on Hiram Smith. Rather than confront his creditors, Hiram fled the county to evade legal action. This pattern of running from debts and legal issues seems to be a recurring theme within the Smith family, one the church prefers to sweep under the rug. Dean Jesse, a respected LDS historian, uncovers a revealing quote from Joseph Smith in the personal writings of Joseph Smith. On March 3, 1831, Smith wrote to Hiram, warning him that creditors were once again closing in on Smith Sr. for his unpaid debts. Smith's words are striking. "Come to Fayette, bring father, do not go through Buffalo, for they lie in wait for you." This wasn't just a casual warning. It was a clear signal that the Smith family was constantly dodging creditors, plotting escape routes to avoid facing the consequences of their unpaid obligations. Why is this important, you ask? Because it paints a crystal clear picture of the true character of the Smith family and exposes the very reason behind their hasty escape from New York to Ohio. As I explained in the previous video, the early church was drowning in debt, prompting a strategic name change and a relocation, all in a desperate attempt to dodge their financial obligations. This behavior wasn't just a one-time event. It was a well-established pattern within the Smith family, as I've just demonstrated. But more than that, it shines a glaring spotlight on the church's dishonesty. The LDS Church doesn't tell its members that Joseph Smith Sr. was imprisoned for unpaid debts, that Hiram fled from creditors, or that the Book of Mormon sales were used to bail the family out of their personal financial messes. And here's the kicker. The church doesn't even admit that the Book of Mormon was sold at all, let alone at such an exorbitant price that it barely moved off the shelves compared to other books of its time. This is the truth they work hard to bury. On April 1, 1831, with Martin Harris's mortgage overdue and officially foreclosed, the Harris farm was sold off by Thomas Rogers to Thomas Lakey for $3,000. Despite Harris's later claims that the Smiths eventually repaid him, the brutal truth is, they never did. Not a single penny of the debt was returned. Harris lost his farm, sacrificed everything for Joseph Smith's vision, only to be abandoned in the aftermath. This is yet another glaring example of how the Smith family left destruction in their wake, all while proclaiming divine authority. Part 2, Kirtland, Ohio Terror, the start of plural marriage. Mary Elizabeth Rollins was born on April 9, 1818, in Lima, New York, to John D. Rollins and Keziah Keturah Van Benthuizen. When she was a child, her father passed away in a shipwreck. In 1828, she, her mother, and 2 siblings moved to Kirtland, Ohio, to live with her uncle Algernon Sidney Gilbert. While in Kirtland, they were introduced to Joseph Smith's newly established church. Mary was baptized in October 1830. She borrowed a Book of Mormon from Isaac Morley, reading it through the night and memorizing the first verse by morning. Impressed, Morley allowed her to keep the book until she finished. Mary was just 11 at the time. Not long after, in February 1831, Joseph Smith arrived in Kirtland, and Mary received a blessing from him. Why is Mary Elizabeth Rollins important? In 1831, Joseph Smith, claiming divine revelation, told 12-year-old Mary Elizabeth Rollins that she was chosen by God to be his first plural wife. This disturbing revelation marked the beginning of Smith's secret practice of polygamy. Years later, when Mary was 23 and already married to Adam Leitner, Smith moved forward with the marriage. Her story reveals not just Smith's manipulation under the guise of religious authority, but also highlights the coercive nature of early Mormon polygamy, an aspect the church has continually downplayed or whitewashed. I won't get into the plural marriage issues this video. I have 2 videos covering this under the Temple Lot case and Did Brigham Young Edit D&C Section 132. What I will cover is, this was not the first time Joseph issued such type of orders. During a trip to Jackson County, Missouri, Joseph claimed to have another revelation. This time it was concerning the missionaries to marry with the native women, as I mentioned in an early video. W. W. Phelps recorded, missing part of a revelation by Joseph Smith Junner given over the boundary west of Jackson, Missouri on Sunday morning, July 17, 1831, when 7 elders, viz. Joseph Smith Junn, Oliver Cowdery, W. W. Phelps, Martin Harris, Joseph Coe, Ziba Peterson, and Joshua Lewis, united their hearts in prayer in a private place to inquire of the Lord who should preach the first sermon to the remnants of the Lamanites and Nephites and the people of that section that should assemble that day in the Indian country to hear the gospel and the revelations according to the Book of Mormon. Verily I say unto you that the wisdom of man in his fallen state knoweth not the purposes and the privileges of my holy priesthood. But ye shall know when ye receive a fullness by reason of the anointing. For it is my will that in time ye should take unto you wives of the Lamanites and Nephites, that their posterity may become white, delightsome, and just, for even now their females are more virtuous than the Gentiles. Gird up your loins, and be prepared for the mighty work of the Lord to prepare the world for my second coming, to meet the tribes of Israel according to the predictions of all the holy prophets since the beginning, for the final desolation and decrees upon Babylon. For as the everlasting gospel is carried from this land, in love for peace, to gather mine elect from the 4 quarters of the earth for Zion, even so shall rebellion follow after speedily, with hatred for war, until the consumption decreed hath made a full end of all the kingdoms and nations that strive to govern themselves by the laws and precepts, and force and powers of men under the curse of sin, in all the world. Be patient, therefore, possessing your souls in peace and love, and keep the faith that is now delivered unto you for the gathering of scattered Israel. And lo, I am with you, though ye cannot see me, till I come. Even so. Amen. Reported by W. U. Phelps. About 3 years after this was given, I asked Brother Joseph privately how we, that were mentioned in the Revelation, could take wives from the natives, as we were all married men. He replied instantly, in the same manner that Abraham took Hagar and Keturah, and Jacob took Rachel, Bilhah, and Zilpah, by revelation. The saints of the Lord are always directed by revelation. I'll pause here for now, but stay tuned. There's much more to unravel about 1831, including shifts in early church doctrines and practices that were either changed or discarded. Summary: Joseph was already laying the groundwork for polygamy as early as 1831, long before it became public doctrine. This wasn't just about securing wives for himself. It extended to those within his inner circle. Even at this early stage, Smith was setting the stage for what would later become one of the most controversial practices in Mormonism. His so-called revelations were carefully paving the way for polygamy, benefiting not just his own desires but those around him as well, it seems. The pattern of avoiding debtors shines a glaring light on the dishonesty embedded within the Smith family, as well as the early LDS leaders who were closely tied to them: Oliver Cowdery, the Whitmers, and the Pratt brothers. Their involvement with the Smiths and these shady dealings set the tone for the church's later practices. This brings us directly to the creation of the United Order, a system we'll dig into in the next episode, exposing even deeper layers of manipulation and deceit. Please watch for future videos, and thank you so kindly for watching. This is the Ex-Mormon Informant signing off for the day.